dead will walk the earth.
One more step and I'm gonna blast you. Now freeze where you are!
Do you believe that they're returning to life and attacking the living?
I'm not so sure what to believe, Doctor.
Who? What happened to them?
What's about the dead coming back to life again, having to be killed a second time?
They kill for food. They eat their victims. A dead body must be exterminated, either by destroying the brain or severing the brain from the rest of the body.
Fran, you've got to survive. Somebody's got to survive.
Father, my father always said, when the earth spit out the dead, they will come back to suck the blood. We got this, man. We got this by the ass.
They're coming back to life. They're everywhere.
Voodoo's just superstitious.
Now, whatever it is, it makes the dead stand up and walk. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Granddad was a priest in Trinidad. He used to tell us, when there's no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth.
What the hell are they?
They're us, that's all.
These islands, fantastic legends, voodooism, zombies.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 273 of the Triple Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live and direct with JP, also known as the Mexicans. And we got Mr. Fantasy Hockey Dork Saucedo, also known as Tyler, in the house. And of course, I be your host, the Toxic Offender, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, my dudes?
Yo.
Oh, again, just that awkward crickets pause. Oh, you guys are awesome. You guys really know how to liven up the moment.
I was like cutting out, so I didn't want to speak.
Oh shit!
Oh, I said I built it out of yo when I got dead fished.
It's because JP probably just got his internet 20 minutes ago. Apparently, freaking we're living in a rural area and shit.
Dude, no. All I've determined from that shit is that I was much poorer than the average person, apparently. Because you guys are talking about getting fucking broadband. That shit was. I was like, it took me forever to convince my grandmother to get that for me.
Yeah, but it probably wasn't even available until later for you, because depending on areas, and that's what I wanted to really specify about broadband and high speed internet and dial up and stuff. There was certain areas, even in Canada and stuff, dial up didn't come up until the later 90s, where some people already had the fucking high speed, the high speed or whatever you want to call it, the broadband, not in dial up or whatever it was. And stuff that's why I was curious, because we were talking about that, and someone dropped a comment and said, yeah, Moodz, you're definitely in the minority about getting the internet. And I did confirm, actually. I went back and I really did think about it. It was 1994. It was later 1994.
That's just so crazy.
So when I first got,
I don't even think I knew what the internet was until 99.
And you know what the crazy thing is, man? Because my area I lived in, they started getting it. It must have been in 93, because out of all my core friends that grew up around me, they all got it before I did.
Bro, I didn't even know I didn't even know somebody that had the internet. I was the first person to get it, out of all my friends and shit. So I was completely out of the internet loop for a long time, and even cell phones. I didn't get a smartphone until 2013 or something. It was crazy.
I mean, smartphones were relative. I mean, that was about the time they were popping off. I think 2010, 11-ish was about the first smartphones, I think. So you weren't that far off from having one.
No, the first smartphones were 2007, actually. That's when the iPhone came out.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right, because I still had a CrackBerry, because when I worked at the airport, that's what we used for phones out there. And then I got rid of that and then got my iPhone, I think in 2010. is when I got my first one. I've always had one since, but
I remember the first time I seen a smartphone. Like I was at a party and this person like pulled up fucking YouTube, and I was like, you can watch YouTube. And I like in my head, just being the generation that I was, like nothing was ever like great. Like it was always just like, oh, you could do this, but it has flaws. So I expected it to be like a real shitty quality or something. And I'm like, and it's like in 720p, and I'm like, holy shit, this is crazy. Like you can, like, it blew my mind that you could watch things on the go without like a portable DVD player. Like,
so
it's just wild.
I just thought it was really interesting. Like I usually don't bring, comments to the podcast and, create polls or create questions on Facebook and just ask people, because I was generally curious about this, because the comment said, that I was in the minority of getting internet that early. And it got me thinking, I'm like, was it just my area? So like I started talking to people.
I was actually curious too.
I was talking to people. So I actually put out the question, and I was really curious on people my age or even older that were able to, get internet in the early 90s, because it makes a lot more sense for people that are younger that wouldn't get it till later in the 2000s or whatever, because they're younger. It just made fucking sense, right? But
yeah.
So it come back, and a lot of people that I know around my age, or just, typically around the same age, were getting it in around the mid 90s. So I asked people around here, because of course I work for Canada Post and we're on strike right now. So I was on the picket line and I was talking with a bunch of people. I was just curious. I was like, hey, so I got this, we were talking about this internet thing, and I was just curious on when you guys all got it. And everyone I was picketing with, not one person's actually born in from Prince George, like where I live. So they were all from different places and stuff. And they all pretty much said the mid 90s, like 94, 95. Every single person said they were rocking dial up. And I was like, when did you guys get like high speed or like, whatever, non-dial up, whatever you want to call it? And they all said like in the later 90s. Because I remember having dial up in my house in 94. And then by 97, when I was in my graduating year, my high school actually had it in the library. We actually had high speed internet in the school, and it was just, for select people, you had to like sign it. There was a whole process to it. So I never really did it, but yeah, we ended up getting it before I graduated. So I already had like the high speed, whatever you want to call it, in like 97. Cause I went to college in 2000, and like the networks were, it was like high speed, like everything ran off the internet, right? That's what we used. Because I went to a technology school, like music school. So we all had like, the school was like super, like everything was quick as it could be. Back in the day, we're using IMAX and all that type of shit. So, and that was in 99, 2000 kind of thing. So yeah, it's just, I think it depends on your area too, because I'm pretty sure if you lived in like rural, like even in the city I live in, like I know people that live a little bit further, almost on the bridge, like outskirts of town and stuff, like they didn't get fucking high speed internet. Even if they did, it wasn't until probably early 2000s, probably 2004 or 5 is when they probably had decent internet out there, right? It's just because it has to work its way out. So I don't think the money thing was, in your case, it might have been, but I'm also thinking location also played a huge part in it too.
It's not just like the internet, right? Like you're looking at like, oh, the internet bill, like a good computer was like $1,000. Like that's what I mean by money. You know what I mean? Like
right.
Like, but I think I probably could have had the internet had I had a computer.
I think a lot of people that I grew up with, right? So I obviously, was born in 1980, and I remember in like in the 80s and stuff, and still receiving like encyclopedias. That was our internet, right? It was encyclopedias. Like we had this huge encyclopedia set in our house. And like that was a huge investment, and all of a sudden this thing came around where you can like get information off and I think a lot of like my friends' parents just used the idea of investing in their kids, get a better computer and information and stuff. And it's kind of like investing in their education in a sense. It was just a way of, probably convincing themselves that spending a couple $1,000s was going to be worth it or whatever. But at the same time, it came beneficial.
Meanwhile, I just like wanted mine so I could play Neopets.
And see, I was complete different. Like I'd never played any games on computer. Like my kid, that's all he does. He plays on his computer, like every single freaking moment of his life. But for me, where I did have friends that played computer stuff, but I used the computer for just other things and stuff. Like I play PlayStation. I didn't use the computer for.
I was a big AIM guy.
Yeah.
AOL Instant Messenger was the shit back in the day.
That
was my shit, dude.
I used to love,
that's my generation shit right there.
I used to love going into like, it must have been in the later 90s. when I think the internet got a little bit better and stuff, but you could go into these like chat rooms and you could talk to people like from around the world. And it was such a cool premise to us because you're like, damn, dude, I'm like talking to someone in Norway right now, and then it was cool, man. You're like, damn, but it was like just an open
then
cage.
you find out. See, the problem with that is scary. Yeah. Like I'm a 12-year-old little boy, and like there are a lot of predators in those chat rooms.
I mean, I wasn't overly too worried because like in 97, 98, I was 17, 18 years old. I was pretty much an adult, but at the same time, I'm thinking to myself, going, yeah, I could be talking to anybody right now, right? It's so weird. Yeah. And it was like the original kind of messenger thing. Like it was just an open bar. Like everybody was in these things and it was so weird. But you would have like in-depth conversations with people. Like I remember talking to this dude from Sweden, and he spoke really good. Like I don't know if they translated. I have no idea.
Nah, he probably spoke English.
He probably did. And like we had a really good cool conversation. Like he was teaching me stuff about his homeland. I was teaching him stuff about Canada. And we're like, wow, we're not that different, man. It was crazy. Like you just come to these epiphanies, right? I'm like, this is pretty cool. But it was just, the infancy of the internet and stuff. But it was, for me, it was information, though. Like I was so into early, like there wasn't that much information, but like I would look up things. I was really into like, hip hop lyrics and stuff. And even in like the
I used to read a lot of lyrics.
Yeah. I used to, me too. I would look up like lyrics to like all the bands I liked and like look on their websites and shit.
It blew my mind. And then you people were posting this stuff.
You knew that was wrong, and you're like, I don't know how to fucking edit this stuff, but this is wrong.
I was such a dork though. Like I would find this website and it would have like all these lyrics to these songs, and because every once in a while I'll be listening to a song, I'm like, I don't know what that guy said. So I'd like go on there, I'm like, oh, they have the lyrics for it. Awesome. And I would print it out and I would study it. I'm like, this is cool. That was me and the internet, man. Because I mean, there wasn't really a lot of stuff on the internet in the mid 90s. Like there was, but there wasn't. I probably just didn't know where to look anyways. You know what I mean? I was very kind of one track minded. Everything was music based and stuff. And this is pre like, all the download, all those shits that came out in the later 90s and stuff. So
the internet was actually like a really important aspect of like even what we're doing now, like for me, because I remember I had the internet in like 2003, and I'm lying. My cousin did have it because I remember downloading like movies on like Kazaa and stuff in like 2001,
right?
Whatever the hell it was called.
Was it like LimeWire and like in Napster and stuff?
LimeWire was a little later.
LimeWire,
but I remember like watching like fucking Dawn of the Dead remake on the internet. It took like 4 days to download the movie.
When did House of a Thousand Corpses come out? What year was that? 2003?
2003, yeah.
I think that was the first movie that I ever like downloaded on the internet to watch because it had come. I think it hadn't been released physically. I don't know if the VHS was out yet or not. But
no, because back then it used to take like a full-blown year for shit to come out on disc.
And I was so excited. All I wanted to do was watch this fucking movie. I'm like, Rob Zombie made a fucking movie. I'm like, this is crazy.
Yeah, so I remember having a good bit of hype.
And it took a long time to download too because it was like a big ass file. Yeah.
But going back to what I was saying, like I remember like having a computer and stuff like that, and then like something happened to it or whatever. I didn't have a computer, but I had internet because I started getting into like Call of Duty in like 2007. I started playing online and shit, spending a lot of time online games. And then I got another computer in like 2010. And that's where I discovered like the horror world on YouTube, and like just that there was like my whole life I didn't know that there were like horror fans like me. You know what I mean? I was like the only dude that was like really into horror movies, like, and in movies in general. Like I would run into people that liked movies, but I always felt like I liked them the most, like out of anybody I've ever met, in my real life at the time. So whenever I found YouTube and realized, holy shit, I don't know shit compared to all these people. And like, there's like all these like people that are like a community, like that really interests me and made me fall like deeper into, lean heavier into something that I was already leaning into, which was horror. And then also I remember back in 2003, looking up like movies, like stuff about Freddy versus Jason. Like that was
information
before it came out. Like that was I remember just like spending hours like reading about like upcoming horror movies, and like I just thought it was so cool that you could like have that information at your fingertips, like because before that, like I had to be lucky enough to see like a Fangoria magazine in a Foodland and like convince my grandma to give me like the $11 for it or whatever. You know what I mean?
Jesus.
So I could learn about some movie.
Right. Yeah. That's awesome, man. I mean, oh, the fucking infancy of the internet though. But it was like a big rabbit hole. Like, I mean, I was kind of the same way, like with, like I started posting on a website called undergroundhiphop.com. It was actually a store that was based out of Boston. It shut down a few years ago, but I started posting like on the forums there in like 2002. Right. It was just all underground hip hop heads and stuff. And it was like, it just became like a thing for me. I was there till about 2015. And so I mean, I was relatively younger, or, old, 2002 is still kind of, I guess it was really kind of breaking out. I think that's what people were kind of using the net for, but that's what I mostly used it for, was like information and like forums. But I was also like, I kind of discovered that you could buy shit online in like those early years too. So I was like, I live in a shit town. They get nothing. I can probably start buying some stuff. So it's fucking awesome. So the internet became my like shopping mall. That was kind of the downfall for me, but it was good for collecting though. It really was. So,
yeah, but I think that seeing that, I seeing like the people's responses, I don't think that I had my finger on the pulse, because it does seem like that more people had it earlier than later. But there were a few people that got it like around my time. And even after mine, like I think Carly said like 2008 or something. Luis was 2010. Like that's just wild. But there was some other people like 2004, 2005, 2002. So yeah, pretty interesting.
It was like a sociological experiment that like just kind of made me smile. I was just actually genuinely curious. Like I wasn't trying to judge anybody or whatever. I was just actually genuinely curious on when people were, on the net, on the World Wide Web, and
so about what would you say the majority of people said? Like you said mid 90s?
I would say like 97, 96, 97.
Between like 94 and 97 seemed to be the heaviest of the time. And I was chalking it up to like location and stuff, but it seemed like everyone was probably interested in like, oh, okay, I can finally get internet kind of thing. So it seems like it was a very popular choice with everyone I even like personally talked to was around those years. So yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think I was a little bit early too, because my dad had a computer-based job, but I don't think like it would have been until at least like, I don't know, like 96. He was the first person I ever saw with a laptop.
Yeah.
Yeah, laptops were super uncommon. It's so funny when you watch movies from like the 80s.
Laptop.
Yeah. Actually, speaking, we'll end up bringing that up in Zombie. What is it? Zombie 4. No, in Zombie 5. It's 5. Killing Birds is in Killing Birds. Yeah.
88 or something, right? Or 89.
No, that movie is actually 80. Oh, that's such a mess, man. It's such a mess, dude.
Yeah, we'll talk about that, because I have a whole thing I want to say about that stuff.
I know, it's so bizarre. And like it's something I noticed a long time ago, but I just had forgotten. But I was doing the dates on these. I'm like, what in the fuck?
Yeah. There is a few things that I want to talk about before we get into any like specifics. First of all, I gotta just say,
this sounds really serious, man. Are you okay?
Yeah.
You making confessions? Are you making confessions?
The first thing I want to say is I kind of want to apologize for being a little cranky on the last show. I was like really mad at myself afterwards, because I had so much fun up to like our top 7. Like it was one of my favorite shows we've ever done. Like literally I was having such a like good time discussing those films. And then I just hit a brick wall where I was up for like 20 hours. Yeah. And I wasn't drinking or anything. I knew I had to wake up at 5 a.m. It was like fucking midnight. I'm like, we still have 7 to go. like this is, I'm going to die, I think. And I literally, my brain stopped working towards the end. And I'm bummed because that's like was the shit I was like excited to talk about too. And
yeah, that's like the weird nature of top 10s. Where like you're just burnt by the time you get to the best movies.
Yeah, but it was so fun up to that, and I got to shout out Dave Z. I think he did like a really solid job with his notes. Made me almost be a believer in notes, because I don't take notes. But he he definitely pointed out some stuff that I wasn't thinking about and saying. And in general, I think everybody did a phenomenal job. But Dave Z really brought it for being a guest. You know what I mean? Like being a guest to put that much work in. I was really proud and impressed.
Yeah, Dave was really, really fucking good on the show. Like, and the next day, like, oh man, I got up and I was like, man, my throat is killing me, dude. Listening back, like while I was doing the edit and stuff, like I was like, oh my God, I felt like me and Dave talked the entire fucking show. My throat legit was hurting.
Especially towards the like back end of the show. It was like you and Dave would talk for like 10 minutes each about your pick. Tyler would talk for 5 minutes about his, and then I would literally talk for 1 minute.
Right.
About
I was surprised.
It got to a point where I was trying to speed it up I could tell JP was like,
I couldn't.
I was trying to speed it up.
I was dead. There was I had nothing left. And I was like, that was a hike, dude. That was a long show. And, I had a long, fucking, I worked in the morning, came home, it was just like it was a crazy long day, Right. And, and then I knew I had to go and wake up. I got 2 hours of sleep, dude. It was shitty. But, on top of that, I think that show was really cool, man. That was one of the funner like we've never done a ranking like that before, but it was really fun, especially since we all mostly watched all the Argento stuff leading up to that. That was really cool. But another thing that I want to say is the next day. So I had a really shitty week. So it started off with that, which was really fun, but also shitty. Like I almost died, and then I was so tired the next day. And then the day after, I had an eye doctor appointment because I broke my glasses and I don't have any spares. I don't have any contacts left. So I've been just like, I glued them, and then the actual like part that goes behind your ear broke. So I have that taped. I look like a fucking moron right now. But I got the closest every eye doctor I was calling was like December. And I was like, dude, I got to get in earlier. I can't not have glasses. And so finally I got a hold of these one, and my coworker told me like they kind of suck, but I was like, I don't really care, dude. I just need to get this done. And so I had an appointment for Tuesday, because we recorded on Monday. Or sorry, Wednesday was the appointment. But we recorded on Monday because we pushed a day back. And dude, I have this appointment scheduled for 1:15, right? Normal, pretty decent time, 1:15 p.m. I'm a notorious don't like to wake up early, so that's good for me. It's an hour away, which sucks, but okay. Anyway, they call me and ask me if they can move it up to 10 a.m. And I was like, oh, that sucks, but I guess. And then I was like, I'll have the rest of the day to watch zombie movies or something. And I go to this appointment, bro. I go in the waiting room. This bitch is packed, dude. This waiting room is so packed. I'm like, what the hell? What is all this? And I'm telling you, there was probably, I'm not even kidding, 40 people in there. And I'm like, dude, I've never even seen a doctor's office have this many people.
I've never seen doctor's office. Many people.
I mean, it was a big place. Like there was I think there was 6 eye doctors there or something. It's like a bigger
okay. I get what you're saying now, yeah.
But it was kind of crazy. So I'm sitting there in this uncomfortable ass seat listening to these 2 Vietnam vets tell stories, which was actually kind of interesting. And everybody's old. Everybody's talking about shit I don't care about besides those 2 dudes. I'm sitting in this uncomfortable ass chair. I can't get comfortable. I can't lean back. I can't lean to the side. There's people next to me on both sides. It's just I was like, I'm about to go lay on the floor. I ain't even playing, man. And an hour goes by and I'm like, dude, this is taking forever. Another hour goes by. I was like, what the fuck, dude? I didn't get seen till 1:30. I got there at 10 a.m. I literally almost fucking lost my shit, dude. I was like, why the fuck did you guys move my appointment from 1:15 to 10 a.m. and have me come in here at 10 a.m. and sit around till 1:30? This was so bad, dude. I mean, I was fucking...
Yeah, that's pretty ignorant.
Oh my God, dude, it was horrible. And I'm just like, this is like, what am I like? I don't even understand what happened. And then like I go and get my eye exam. I'm like, fine, a fucking Lee, I can get the fuck out of here. And then he's like, oh, I gotta dilate your eyes. Go sit in the lobby for a bit. Half hour I sat out there. Again, after sitting there for all that time. And then I'm like, this is stupid. And yeah, that was a horrible, horrible day. I was so tired when I got home. I didn't even get to watch a zombie movie. So I was like, it was like such a bad week with that. But I did, you know, and the last thing I want to talk about is I got to go to the Steeler game for the first time.
Nice.
Did I put you guys to sleep with my stories?
I'm here.
Moodz is muted and he's talking.
Oh God damn it! Every time I hit the fucking unmute thing, it doesn't unmute because I'm on. Fuck this toy. Anyways, I decided I didn't want to interrupt you while you're telling your stories and stuff because I kind of figured
you'd
bring up this
fucking eye doctor one, dude.
Yeah, dude, that's fucking
bullshit or what?
Dude, I think that they were fucking with you, man. I think they were fucking with you there.
I literally was confused. My theory was like, oh, well, maybe like they asked me to move, but in the system they still had me for one. You know what I mean? Like that's the only thing I think of. But that wasn't even it. They were just really behind. But it's like, dude, you're 5 hours behind. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Doctors' offices are always like behind a little bit, but that's insanely ridiculous.
That's egregious.
Dude, that is actually like offensive. Like to actually expect someone to take a whole day to do something like that.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Crazy.
It's bullshit.
It's crazy. Yeah. I will never ever in my life go back to that place except for to pick up my new glasses.
Right.
But so yeah, the Steeler game. I wanted to talk about this because like I have a few observations from the Steeler game. First of all, never seen a Steeler game before. I've been to Penguins games, but I've never been to a Steeler game. One thing that I'll say right away is even for like kind of nosebleed seats, I was actually surprised you could see the field really well. Like the field is fucking huge, so it's like easy to see. I don't know, like I could see everything that was happening very easy. And so that kind of surprised me because I was looking at the pictures of where the seats were. I was like, I'm not gonna be able to see shit. I'm gonna have to watch a screen. But you could totally see. And I got that same experience when I first went to a hockey game too, because I was real high up and I was like, oh dude, this sucks. You're not gonna be able to see anything. You could totally see everything. Like it's wild. It's just cool. So that was my first observation. My second observation was that the football, like whenever like there's a field goal, and there was plenty of them, in real life, the ball looks like it moves so slow compared to on TV. Mm-hmm. Like on TV, it just looks like it's flying at the goal. But like in real life, it's just like, it feels so long. It just feels like it's like floating. It's like wild.
Yeah.
Another observation, it was a very weird experience because I had some dude down in front of me, like pretty sure he was like vaping weed. And then I had a woman to my left who was drinking, what the hell? It was, what's the shit? Crown Royal apple, in a flask. And she's like drinking this flask of Crown Royal apple, asking people if they want shots when the Steelers scored. And I'm just like,
it's incredible.
And she was like drunk. And then across the aisle from me, there was one lone Ravens fan, like some young kid who I thought was going to get murdered. Like for real. Like, cause he would stand up and he would like, whenever the Ravens would make like a play or something, and he would like stand up and start waving at everybody to like, shut up, like sit down, like, and people were getting pissed. And I was just like, I almost like, since I was like, because these people are like yelling at this kid, like serious, like they're literally saying like someone's gonna kill you, boy, and stuff like that. And jeez. I'm like, I'm about to say like, dude, calm down, bro. He's just being a fan. That's what we're all doing. Yeah. Like it was just too. I was like, this is too much. You guys are acting like idiots.
This isn't fucking soccer. Come on.
Right. And then another observation that I had was that what was my other observation? I kind of don't like Pittsburgh fans.
It's like Dave Z doesn't like Bills fans either.
Dude, honestly, Pittsburgh fans kind of suck, dude.
Dude, Pittsburgh fans take their shit a little bit too serious, man. Like
it's not only that, dude. They're fucking annoying. Like everyone, like literally two people behind me, two people to my left, and one person down in front of me. They're all talking as if they're fucking football experts. Like that they know more than all these coaches. These coaches out there getting millions of dollars, and these guys are telling them like, oh, they shouldn't have done that. Like, I'm like, dude, like, and some of the stuff is just wrong. I'm like, it's like I wouldn't even feel like I would clearly say that that's the wrong thing to do, and they're over there saying like, go ahead Tomlin, like, you know, instead of getting first down, you're gonna fucking, and I'm just like, dude, you guys like
winning isn't good enough. Winning isn't good enough. You have to complain about every fucking and micromanage every little fucking thing that Tomlin does. It's like, just like, dude, you're a fan in the stadium, and you know why you're in the nosebleed or in the seats right now? Because you're not a fucking professional coach.
Right. Yeah, dude. And I'm just like, and it was getting annoying where I'm just like these guys are clearly fucking football experts here because they comment on every single thing that happens and like how it was the wrong decision. And I'm just like at the end of the first half, like Ravens had the ball and they're like, bitching because it's at 2 minutes and like 30 seconds and they're bitching that Tomlin's not taking timeouts, and I'm like, bro, we have 3 timeouts, right? 3. Like regardless, we're gonna be able to stop the clock 3 fucking times. We don't need to stop it before the 2-minute warning going into half when the Ravens are 1st and 10. You know what I mean? Like it's just it. I was just like shocked that they made such a big deal out of that. And it ended up working out anyway, just like I thought it would. And we ended up having enough time to do shit and literally kick the field goal. Like, and we could have scored a touchdown if we didn't fucking
and a field goal down. And a field goal and a field goal.
Boswell, the Wizard of Boz was going crazy tonight. I think that's his second game this season with 6 field goals. Dude,
that is absolutely out fucking outrageous. Yeah. Like, how many kickers get a chance to kick 6 in one game?
Fucking Tucker missed his first 2 kicks, bro. You know, automatic Justin Tucker missed his first 2 kicks. That's pretty awesome for me. But also Tucker has looked like age is catching up with him in this season particularly. He's missed a handful of kicks, I'm pretty sure.
Well, Bass did what he usually does. You know, Bill score a touchdown and he misses the conversion. Yeah. So I jokingly said to myself, I'm like, in the NFL, they should be allowed to do this. If you score a touchdown, you should be able to pick where you can kick the conversion point from. See, Bass can't kick the 30-yarder. We need to move it back to 55.
You're saying, well, you could do that. You just got to get a couple penalties.
Yeah.
And you can put it back.
No, I was joking. I was like, it would be so awesome if you could just choose on the field, as long as it's further back, to kick the conversion, because he has the weirdest stat line of all time. He misses all the short kicks, and he doesn't miss from 50 and further. It's fucking messed up. So he kicks and misses, and I'm like, oh my God, if he was kicking from 54 yards, that would have been the point. I'm like, this is so stupid.
It kind of broke my heart a little bit today, though, because like obviously, like I'm a big Pittsburgh Steelers fan. I'm a big Penguins fan. Like I love Pittsburgh. You know,
it puts it in perspective, doesn't it?
But and I've always found Pittsburghers to be a bit annoying, like because just the accent and like some of the stuff that they come up with. But I do, you know, in my heart, you know, it's like home, you know, it's family.
All the Pittsburgh fans of the show are just unsubscribe, thumbs down.
Like some of these motherfuckers are annoying, bro. It's like, dude, I'm just sitting there like,
it's honestly sports in general, man.
What it is. A lot. Every fandom kind of deals with that. Some fans are more obnoxious than others. Philly fans are fucking annoying as shit, horrible.
It's like Dodger fans, man. They're just ignorant pricks.
Delusional. Like Dallas fans are the most delusional people ever. Like
Yankees fans, not Dodgers.
Every year they're like, I see how like Dallas is
Yankees
like,
fans.
oh, like Cowboys are going this year, man. Like we got everything lined up. Like this our year, boys. Right. And it's just like they're so delusional. The Cowboys fans, dude, it's wild.
It is, man. Then, it's like this weird culture of like weirdos. Fuck. Don't get me started on the Cowboy fans, man. They're the worst.
And then like, I can see why people hate the Steeler fans, like besides just what I said, because we're fucking everywhere, bro. Like I'm looking around and can barely spot Ravens fans, and we're not even that far away from Baltimore,
Right.
But like last week when we played Washington, they showed the stands, fucking yellow towels everywhere, bro. Everywhere. When we play in LA, fucking towels everywhere. Like we are everywhere. Like Steelers fans are fucking everywhere, dude. They have to be like in the top 5 like biggest fan bases for NFL.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's funny you bring that up because we were actually talking about that.
Steelers fans.
We were talking about that last weekend with the Steelers, and at first I didn't even realize that they weren't at home. Like that's what I mean. Like the fandom is crazy. I was like, holy shit! When the Steelers make a play or something happened good for this, like it was just as loud
yeah.
And I'm like, that's crazy. But like that's how it is with the Jays fans too. Like it's different in Canada a little bit too because like with the Jays fan, they represent like an entire country, right? Because we only have the one team. Yeah. So it doesn't matter where you go in the States to see a game. Like if you go to Dodger Stadium or you go to New York or, Tampa, it doesn't matter where you go. There's abundance. Like we all know, like, I don't know if you guys know, but like in Seattle, when the Jays play in Seattle, it's just a home game. It's like 98% Jays fans there. And same in Minnesota. You go to Minnesota, it's all because it's right on the border and it's just easy to access. But like that fandom though, like it's everywhere. Like I remember being in Oakland and it was all Jays fans. It was all Jays fans, and so there is a few teams like that. I mean, the Yankees represent here and there, but I feel like the Steelers, the Jays, there's a few teams, and the Leafs are another team too, where the fans of the Leafs travel to go see the Leafs play in other stadiums. Like I mean, you know what's crazy, man? Montreal has a pretty loyal fan base in hockey, and we were watching a game earlier, and there was more Leaf fans in Montreal than there was Canadian fans. It was absolutely insane to me. Like that's how much they represent, dude, and that's a huge rivalry and stuff. But yeah, getting onto the the football fandom thing, like when I was telling people that we were going to go see a Bills Raiders game, people were telling me like, holy shit, is the wife going to actually wear her Raiders jersey around there? Like she's going to get fucking like jacked. And people were like, they're like, man, it's going to be so bad. It's going to be so bad. Yeah.
The girl that I went to the game with today, my coworker, she went to a Bills game in Buffalo against the Steelers, and she said she got harassed a bunch, a bunch.
So it started out like that. Like, so obviously in Buffalo, it's like 98% Buffalo fans. It doesn't matter who they're playing. But, so we walk into like the tailgating stuff. And at first it was like people like were stopping what they were doing and would stare. And so we did a couple laps around and shit. And then, we got talking to people, and then it just got to the point where they're just like, we're just fuck with you, man. We had guys giving, there was, some of the fans were giving, the wife beers and stuff. And it was all love, dude. So we get into our seats, and then there was one dude that wouldn't even talk to her. He would like sit there and talk to me. He wouldn't even look at her. And so by the end of the game, he was best friends with her.
Dude, I don't get it, bro. Like, I don't care if you are a fan of another team. Like my thing is like I want you to talk shit. Like the Ravens kid was talking shit, but everybody else is talking shit too. So basically you're saying you want this Ravens kid to not say shit and just sit there and watch the game, but you want to talk shit to him,
Right.
Me, it's like talk shit back. Like I don't mind. Like I like the shit talky stuff. It makes sports fun. As long as it doesn't get like crazy carried away,
Yeah.
But it's like I don't want people to feel fucking like scared for their life at a fucking sporting event because you're rooting for another team and talking a bunch of shit. It's ridiculous.
I've been to so many Jays games like in Toronto where like if we're playing the Yankees, it's so close for, the New Yorkers to come up to Toronto, right?
Yeah.
And go see games.
I
And
didn't even think about that.
There's always tons of Yankee fans that get tickets and stuff, like free from the States. And like, I bullshit with lots of them, man. They're cool, man. Like, they're cooler in that stadium than they would be in their own stadium, because the Yankee fans are pretty brutal. Like, let's be honest. Like, they're harsh on themselves though too. Like, they're the first ones to start booing, Judge for going 0 for 4 in a game. It's crazy. It's the guy's got like 50 fucking something home runs. They're like, you suck. Get off the field. I'm like, holy fuck, you're nasty. But like, they're always cool up in Toronto.
What the fuck you done for me lately?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're a little bit outnumbered, but I mean, they're always cool, man. I mean, they're always good. I mean, it's fandom, dude. People take their shit way too serious. I hate that shit when you hear of people like getting fucked up at games and because they were on, they were cheering for a different team and shit. Like, that's scary shit and should be completely cut out of sports, man. That's just not cool, man. I feel like I've been to a lot of different stadiums as an opposing player or as an opposing team, like, traveling around and seeing a lot of Jays games in different stadiums and stuff. Man, we've got nothing but love, man. We got mad love in Oakland and shit. Like, people they just respect it in most places. Not so much in New York. Actually, I never seen the Jays play in New York Stadium. I went to a New York Detroit Tigers game just randomly. So cheering for neither team.
I might actually go to the Cleveland game in a couple weeks.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man.
Well,
but it's Cleveland.
In Pittsburgh,
right? Yeah.
But I don't know. It was fun, man. It's really fun. The one thing that is a bit tough though. You get so reliant on the yellow line on TV for the first down marker. It's like you have to look at the sticks actually, and you're like, shit, you can't tell if it's like close or not.
Yeah, I mean, probably if you're higher up in the seats too, it must be a little bit harder to tell.
Yeah, it's a little
exact. Yeah, right for that.
But there is a big screen that you can look at too.
Right, of course.
But yeah, man, it was fun. I had fun. I'm glad I went. I would have been pissed if we lost. I probably wouldn't have been as happy.
Yeah.
But that was a good game. Again, like everybody, like I agree. Like Lamar Jackson's pretty damn good, but he has not really had great success against the Steelers. We swept them last season and we weren't even good. I think we are heavily have won against him.
It's a suffocating defense of the Steelers, man. Like I only watched the second half of the game today because I was actually watching the last movie for today because that's just the way I did it on my schedule. But I was super impressed with Pittsburgh's defense, man. Suffocating and just aggressive, but like just really good. Like they look really good. And I kept thinking to myself the whole time, I'm like, man, if this team could score touchdowns, man, they are a top contender right now because their defense is so good. Like if they could just put up some more points, man.
Yeah. And we have been the last couple of weeks too. Like we've put up more points than we have in what did I tell you that stat the other day that Russell Wilson was 2 touchdowns away from him being the all-time leading touchdown scorer since Ben, which was like 3 years ago.
Dude, that's so
crazy.
And
Russ only played 3 games.
It's got to be the craziest stat, man. Like that is actually mind blowing.
No, my favorite stat of all time was it had like Cleveland's most winning people who have won the most games in Cleveland Stadium quarterbacks in the last like 20 years, and like Ben was number 1. Ben Roethlisberger won the most games in Cleveland.
You're right.
The quarterback with the most wins in.
It wasn't even a Cleveland quarterback. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, which basically shows that like he only plays there once a year, so that tells you something.
Dude, that's so bad.
That was one of my favorite stats ever. It was such a Browns thing, where you're like your most winning quarterback of the quarterback that's won the most times in this. Well, think about it. They play 8 games a year in that stadium. Yeah. You know what I mean? But it was in the midst of their like 0-16 and then what 2 and 14 season or something. They were like 2-36 or something like that.
Oh yeah, that run was incredibly bad. So how does it work now with the uneven schedule? It's like with having 17 games, does it just flip flop? You play 9 home games one year and then 8 the next year?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It must do that, right? I just never thought about it till right now. Yeah. Yeah, crazy. Huh. But good day for football fans if you're Bills and Steeler fans. Pretty crazy. Yeah. But again, like everyone, like I had people messing me like, "Oh, I can't believe the Bills won today." I'm like, "What do you mean? They beat the Chiefs every season. They just can't win in the playoffs." People only remember the losses.
4-1 against the Chiefs in regular season, and the one loss was the first time they played.
Yeah,
in 2020.
It's a few years ago. Yeah. I mean, honestly, the Bills played really good today. I thought. Allen, he's
that last touchdown by him, fucking beast,
dude. I was like, okay, they're going for it. I'm like, okay, I know what they're doing. Oh no, he runs 29 yards up the gut for a fucking, I'm like,
shaking off tackles, dude.
Dude, it's fucking
crazy,
fucking batshit, dude. Like, what is that about, man? So, really good game though. Like, I thought they played well on both sides of the ball, which is, I mean, they could have played a little tighter defensively. I thought there was a couple of miscues and stuff. But I mean, again, starting off the game with a pick on Mahomes, I was like, okay, here we go.
I'm just glad somebody's finally beat them because they're getting on my nerves.
Well, I mean, they even said after the game, it was coming. It was coming. They've been playing way too many one score games. It was eventually going to end up in their disfavor. So
I think out of all the seasons that Patrick Mahomes has played in the league, this is like the season he's looked not like his least good, and they were undefeated, so it just didn't make sense.
Well, they actually showed his stat line, and he has career worse in touchdowns and in interceptions at this point in the season, and they were 9-0.
Right.
So it's a really weird stat line based on his numbers, and they're just pulling out games. You know what another weird thing was? They were talking about the Chiefs today, and they hadn't given up more than 28 points in the last 28 games. Wow. I was like, what the fuck? The Bills roll in there and score 30, and they're just like, okay, everything just got blown up. But I'm like, I mean, that just kind of grounded the Chiefs and put it into perspective of what's happening there. Right? This could have gone a lot different all season for them if it just had been for this, that, and they could be fucking 4-5. Who knows? Like they could be. So I mean,
that's like and dude, fucking Detroit mollywop Jacksonville 52.
Dude, Goff
52-6
is turning into a machinery now. The guy threw for 4, maybe 5 touchdowns, but they had like
I know this is their
7
year,
touchdowns today. Like
if they're ever gonna make a fucking Super Bowl run, this is the year for them.
Mm-hmm. I said it was their best start since 1934.
Yeah, and they had a great. They almost went to the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah,
like they were right there, man.
Man, the line, like they've definitely been, stepping in the right direction for a little bit, and honestly, they're for real. Like I wasn't too sure on how it was going to go, but seeing what they're doing offensively and even defensively, I'm like, my God. I mean, I get it. I mean, it was Jacksonville. Jacksonville is definitely
the worst team in the league.
It is, and it was expected they were going to get mollywop, but at the same time, it's like they've been doing it to pretty decent teams too. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes because they're obviously going to be in the playoffs. We'll see how it goes. So
I think I read today that Bills, Chiefs, Steelers, Lions are 99% playoff chances at this point. So it'd be like shocking if neither of them, not one of them.
I think at this point, it's about getting a number 1 seed, though.
Yes, I mean, number 1 seed is huge. So huge. Like that's how it's huge for the entire AFC because making Kansas City play an extra game is massive.
Oh, you know what I mean? It's huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Bills play so good at home that having that home field advantage is just a confidence booster, man.
I wish they would just get rid of and it's also the bye, like not even just the home field. Like you have to play one less game.
Exactly. Well, it's huge.
Yeah. I wish they would just add an 8th playoff team and call it there and get rid of the bye altogether.
I would agree with that, actually. Like, I get why they do the bye. It's for having a little bit more healthy team and, get that extra rest and stuff. I understand all that stuff. But, dude, I mean, honestly, man, like,
I just think it's such a big advantage. Like, it's just such a big game. It is
because first playoff game, like even last year, and you go into it and the Chiefs get to sit for a week and then they go and play a beat up team. It's like, fuck.
Yeah.
It happens every year.
I mean, and the other side of the argument is, well, they earned it. So I do get that argument too, but
absolutely,
I just feel like one team getting a bye is just like too lopsided for me. I think it would be more exciting if they didn't get a bye. Plus, another playoff game. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, really, if you're playing like, the way hockey used to be, where the number 1 seed would play the number 8 seed, which I think it's so stupid that they don't do that anymore. Because
I wish it should go back to that.
Yeah, we've talked about that a few times.
It should be like that, because you don't win a fucking division or President's Trophy to play, a fucking number 3 team. It's bullshit. It's fucking stupid how they do it. The NHL is so ass backwards in that. They
really not a fan of that.
And I don't even know why they even they were so worried about all these series going like, oh, well, they're just going to get swept in 4 games. But it wasn't the case, because a lot of these number 8 seeds would go in there with nothing to lose. They play their hearts out and sometimes beat those number 1 seeds. And it happened a lot. Remember Tampa Bay won the President's Trophy 2 years in a row.
It's because they have how they do the first wild card too. They do the wild card where they
too by Columbus at that time.
Mm-hmm.
But even if looked like 2 years ago, Bruins broke the record for like most regular season wins and got booted in 7 round 1.
Yeah, they have the East separated by 2 divisions, obviously, but they allow the wild cards to be chosen from both divisions. But so they should just make it both divisions play each other and just have it one pool instead of keeping it separate, where the Metropolitan play 1 versus 4 or whatever, like, and they should just do it all by seed. I think it would just make way more sense for the whole East and West, obviously.
Okay, going back to that whole conversation about when you got the internet, someone just commented right now and said 2004. All right, it's funny. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people just skip forward on that sports talk.
Yeah,
but it was an interesting weekend of sports, though. I mean, we had JP's first experience at an NFL game, and which is cool. And the Steelers win. The Bills win the biggest game of the season for the Bills. Big day in sports and stuff. Of course,
biggest game of the season for us too. That was an important game for our division.
2 massively big games. I mean, we had the UFC fights last night.
There was the shit show that was Netflix on Friday.
The shit show of 240 fucking pixel fucking Netflix on Friday. Yeah, I don't really want to get in. I mean, we discussed our thoughts on the Tyson Jake Paul fight before we got on recording, but I don't want to get back
sports
into
talk for the episode.
Yeah, the people, they've had their dose of the sports that they didn't want to listen to. So
I kind of can feel it, right? Like if you guys started talking about soccer for 20 minutes, I would be so fucking bored. So I could see if someone just has zero interest in the NFL or something, how it could be like not fun to listen to.
It'd be like Tyler starting to talk about like his career in Magic card playing or something. I'd be like,
I probably could talk to him a little bit more than you.
I literally
know about the game
and honestly don't know a fucking thing. Like, I'm so green, it's pathetic. Like, all I know is that dorks play Magic. Sorry, Tyler, but
well, he plays Yu-Gi-Oh mainly.
But
I know he plays,
which is even worse.
All I know is that everybody around here that plays Magic and all his cards, like they're literally dorks. They're geeks.
I think our generation kind of changed that though.
Okay.
Because I know some cool ass motherfuckers who played Yu-Gi-Oh.
Dude, that reminds me of my wife. My wife was always like, she was always like, man, she's like, I know it was but I was a cool geek in high school. I'm like, what the fuck is a cool geek? That's an oxymoron. You can't say you're a cool geek. What the fuck's a cool geek?
Dude, a lot of the black community was like real big in Yu-Gi-Oh around me, which I was just like, it's kind of crazy. But they were.
Well, this is the thing about
this is Swahili to me, man.
Between Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic players, and I spent a lot of time playing both games, and I like never really made like good connections or friendship in Magic because, like Moodz said, Magic players are fucking dorks.
Well, that game's been around for like 30 years or something.
It's just like the people that play like Magic are just like. I don't know what it is about and I'm not saying that like obviously there's just as many cool people that play both games, but there's a lot of like, I think it's because the crowd's like a little bit older and people are like more serious. People like don't want to get into like shenanigans, or people like me like grew up like on the show, and we were kind of like maybe I was kind of like part of like the second generation of people that got old enough to like go and like travel to events and stuff. Like I was really good like late 2000s, like early 2010s, and like I think the audience was just like younger, and we all like. And now, like, old man Yu-Gi-Oh's, I think that's basically what I play. I don't play, like, seriously. Like, I just play, like, the old man stuff, which is, like, kind of like its own independent thing. And, like, a lot of the people that play that are people that played forever, people that played, like, 15 years ago. So it's like we all still, like, know each other. It's kind of like one of the things you never get out of. But, like, we're, like, Yu-Gi-Oh players are so much more of clowns. Like, if I go on a trip with, like, 5 dudes, I will have so much more fun with Yu-Gi-Oh players than Magic players.
Yeah, I think Yu-Gi-Oh seems more like fucking like also like kind of shit talky and like more like bravado.
Yeah, there's way you like can't shit talk in Magic. Like it's like it's
so
or Pokemon.
To like compare it to something or put a contrast on that is like, you know, like back in the day when people would play like D&D and shit like that, like those guys were pretty
Magic is more D&D-ish.
Okay, so like, that's so now that makes more sense to me, because like I always used to, you know, the guys that would play
ironically,
D&D, those
Magic
guys were dorks,
is probably
man.
the best game, like the best designed game.
Right.
It is easily.
Man, we're probably offending a shitload of people.
Honestly, like at one point, Yu-Gi-Oh at one point was the best design game, but like they made the cards too powerful, and now the game design's like not.
Dude, I tried to just casually play one time a couple years ago, and I was so and I grew up playing like when the show was on, you know what I mean? Like I had a deck through like the first, 15 or so sets or whatever, and I understood the game. Like then I tried to casually just play it, and I'm like, "Fuck is a Link monster? Like what the fuck?"
See, I was already way out of the game by that stuff, and basically like everything like in Yu-Gi-Oh and I was like so fast. We're like back when like I played, it was like more of like a back and forth like attrition game where our theory also wasn't developed yet, so we were playing worse decks back then just because we weren't smart enough like compared to players today, and it wasn't studied enough as much as it is today. But everything now in like Yu-Gi-Oh, like the skill comes from like learning how to like maneuver around like interruptions in your opponent's hand and learning when like the choke points of your opponent's deck are to like try to stop them at the right time. And it's kind of just like a combo battle back and forth. It's not really like the same thing because all your cards do a million things. Like it's like a completely different game now in that regard.
I've played all three, and I like Magic the best in terms of like fun for me. But Pokemon is probably the easiest to pick up, and also fucking it's very new player friendly. Pretty simple game, but again, with it being very simple, it's a lot more like luck based, and also kind of not as much in-depth strategic thought.
Man, I just never got into it. Like the only type of shit that like I was never a big board game player.
You would have really only ever got into Magic just because of when you were born.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yu-Gi-Oh was like Pokemon was like late 90s, and Yu-Gi-Oh was like early 2000s.
Like playing games, like I struggle with this a lot too with my wife and her family and stuff. Like they're all massive like huge board game dorks. Like they play these games like Settlers and like all this type of shit. Like I don't know what the fuck.
I can't do that. There's a lot of like intersect obviously between players of these card games and stuff like that, where like, and I've been around a lot of people, give them the stuff for like a free try, like stuff like D&D, like Catan, like that shit. And
Catan and like Settlers, like they play all this shit, but they play so many different types of games. Like they're like, they always joke around, like, you want to play? I'm like, no, I don't want to play.
Yeah, because it's gonna take you an hour to explain the rules to me, and then I'm still not gonna know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Growing up, dude, I would play the odd game of Monopoly, maybe some Risk or sort, like something like. But I was never into like playing games or card. The only type of card games I ever played
is a Monopoly.
The only card games I ever played growing up was Crib. Like I was like an old soul. Because I started playing Crib when I was like 12 years old, and I still, to this day, I fucking play Crib. Like, I love it. But like my card experience is playing poker.
I actually love.
I'm a poker player.
Poker's awesome. I like blackjack as well.
Yeah, I mean,
poker is fun as fuck. If you get some people together and play poker, it is so fun.
Dude, you would love hanging out with us, man. Like when we get the homies together and we play poker and shit, like it's just tunes, food, and just fucking good laughs, man. Like I always find the poker crowd is so fun, dude. Like when I worked at the mill back in the day, just before I got on YouTube and stuff like that, like we used to have these crazy poker nights where we would have, sometimes 18, 24 people, and we'd have like 4 tables, going. Wow. Right. And it would be so many people, so much money being thrown out, but it was always a great time. Everybody was laughing, so much good. Like it was never, everyone was wanting to win, but it was good times. Like there wasn't a bunch of like geeks and like just shit there, poor losers and all that type of shit. It was always a good time. Poker was so much damn fun, man. I never had a bad time with it. And like I got to do it again like a couple weeks ago. I mentioned and had the boys over. We played some poker and shit. And I was like, it was like super nostalgic for me, going back to like the early 2000s, 2003, 4, and playing these big poker games and stuff. And oh man, I love that shit, dude. I could do it every weekend. I love poker. It's so much fun. It's a social thing. And, I take it serious enough that I don't take it that serious to the point where I'm like, if I lose a fucking, pot or whatever, I'm like freaking out and shit. It is what it is, man. You get knocked out, you rebuy what it is what it is. It's fun. It's all about social. But I just feel like with, some of these guys, like, man, they take this shit serious. Like I've seen Settler players and like Magic and D, like these guys are like fucking taking their shit uber serious. I'm like, where's the fun in this, man? To me, it's not fun.
I think anybody who actually gave like a card get like a Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh like a fair try, I think most people would find it fun because it is fun. It's just,
I think for me,
I honestly like. I'm not like it now, but honestly, when I was younger, like I like sometimes like really did not handle like losing well.
I honestly don't mind. Losing is it's not a big deal. It's for me, it's like. If I get into a function where it's social, I want to be able to talk to people too. I don't want to be sitting at a table with people I have no interest in hearing anything I want to say or vice versa. Like that to me is not fun.
So like
that's not fun to me.
This is the thing. Like we're not like when like for where I was at like the game like. I would spend like hours and hours and hours, like every single day, just playing and just like learning how to play in like every situation that could possibly come up and like learning anything that could be like going on that my opponents could be doing. Like, so I dedicate a lot of time to it. And sometimes like you would like, and I'd pay like, a lot of money to like travel to these places, go to these tournaments for the weekend, like fly to these places a lot of the time. Mm-hmm. And, in like you just have moments where like you're all prepared for this trip and then like you play against like someone that's not very good, but it's like it's like you say it's not poker, you know what I mean? It's not chess. Like there's variance, like there's matchups, there's things like that.
RNG to that shit.
It doesn't matter how good you are. Like at some point you lost to like a potato that like that's gonna go lose their next like 4 rounds and just ruin your tournament. So
I can see how that might piss you off a bit.
And like it's almost like when you're like, especially like when you're someone that's like had success with it, like you're like I don't want to say like you feel like you like deserve to win because like that's like obviously like not right. But when you put all this time in, like like in this simulation you're going to win like that like matchup, or you're gonna win like that round, like 90% of the time, and it's just like. Your stakes got like you just have tournaments like that sometimes, or like you just and play against like the deck you don't want to play against because it's bad. It's good against your deck or something. Yeah. So there is like that. There is that to it. I think it's something you kind of like learn in stride. You don't really want to show people your emotions in this game. I don't think in those games, but people do get to a point where they like take it like a sport, and that's kind of like where that comes from.
Yeah. So we alienated so much of our audience tonight with sports and now card talk, card game.
Dude, there's gonna be people like
raging,
talk shit about Magic.
There used to be a time on the show where it was just like a regular thing, man. You always get the comments, "Oh fuck, I don't agree with my mom." Fuck, you don't have to, man. Like, I mean, it doesn't matter. But whatever. We're not actually purposely trying to offend people. It's just the way it happens sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
It's just life, man. It's just life. So, yeah. But do we have any more?
Any more fun anecdotes?
Yeah, sports talk or card talk.
I think I'm tapped out.
Yeah, I think I'm good with that shit too. So, but I guess we should probably move on. Maybe get into these reviews. What do you guys think? Probably good idea. All right, so that's gonna do it for the intro, and we'll be back momentarily with the Zombie franchise.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moodz, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
All right, so getting into the featured reviews here on episode 273, the 10th annual Italian Horror Month, week 3, Zombie franchise. So I kind of feel like this is like almost like a bonus review, but you kind of have to do it because it's kind of why the Zombie franchise exists, you know, kind of thing.
Yeah. Speaking of the Zombie franchise, though, do you want to kind of talk about the actual series before we go into the reviews?
Sure.
So, I think that most people consider Zombie 2, Fulci Zombie, Zombie 3, 4, and Killing Birds to be like the franchise, which is why we did these ones, including the original Dawn of the Dead, but the Argento cut. So the Italian series is very simple. You had Zombie, no E, Zombi, the Dawn of the Dead film cut and edited by Argento. And then you had Zombie 2, which was Fulci's version, Zombie 3. And that is like the official Italian series. The British series is the same thing, except for it is no Dawn of the Dead. And it's Zombie Flesh Eaters, Zombie Flesh Eaters 2, which is Zombie 3, and then Zombie Flesh Eaters 3, which is Zombie 4.
Life After Death, yeah.
Yeah. The German series is wild. Zombie is the Dawn of the Dead. Zombie 2 is Day of the Dead, and Zombie 3 is Zombie 3.
Right.
So they don't even have Fulci's original Zombie in there. The Thai series is Zombie Flesh Eaters, which is Zombie 2, Zombie Flesh Eaters 2, which is Zombie 3, Zombie Flesh Eaters 3, which is Zombie 4, and Zombie Flesh Eaters 4, which is Killing Birds. So that's most like the normal series, minus Dawn of the Dead. Australia, they didn't even fucking start until Zombie 4, which was a movie called Panic from 1982.
That was part of. Oh, I actually didn't know. I own that movie. Really? Yeah. I didn't even realize that was actually. That's weird.
Zombie 5 is Vengeance of the Zombies from 1972. Zombie 6 is Dawn of the Mummy from
the Paul Naschy movie.
Yeah.
Wow.
Zombie 7 is Night of the Seagulls.
Wow. What is going on?
And then Zombie 8 is called Urban Decay from 2020. So who knows what the hell that is.
Wow, you did a deep dive on this because I knew about some of these, but this one's blowing my mind.
Yeah. Crazy. And then the American series is by far the most fucked up of them. So you have Zombie, which is Zombie 2, Fulci's Zombie. Then you have Zombie 3, which is Zombie 3. So you skip Zombie 2 altogether. Just go Zombie to Zombie 3. Then Zombie 4 is Killing Birds. Or sorry, After Death.
Yeah.
Then Zombie 5 is Killing Birds. But then you also have other films that were released as zombie titles in the US, including Zombie 1 released as or Zombie 2 released as Zombie, Zombie 3 released as 2, and then Zombie 3 Return of the Zombies from 1973, which is the Hanging Woman, which is a Paul Naschy film.
Yeah.
And then Zombie 4, A Virgin Among the Living Dead, which is
a Franco film?
Yeah, a Franco film. And then Zombie 5, Revenge of the House of Usher,
Franco,
which is another Franco film.
Yep.
And then Zombie 6, Monster Hunter, which is absurd. Joe D'Amato's Absurd.
Oh wow, I've never even heard that alternate title before. It's crazy. Okay.
And then Zombie 7, and then the 1980 film Anthropophagus was also released as Zombie 7 in the US.
What the fuck?
Also, Let Sleeping Corpses Lie has been released as Zombie 3. Zombie Holocaust has been released as Zombie 3.
Jesus.
Hell of the Living Dead has been released as both Zombie 4 and Zombie 5. Nightmare City has been released as Zombie 3.
Got all the good ones.
Bianchi's Burial Ground has been released as Zombie 3. Oasis of the Zombies has been released as Zombie 6.
Oh my god, this is crazy.
Panic has been released as Zombie 4 in Greece. And then Paul Gassery was released in North Korea as a zombie film. Or it is a North Korean film, but it was released in Pakistan as a zombie film.
Jesus, man.
Zombie 90 Extreme Pestilence was released as Zombie 7.
Right.
And then Zombie 1 from 1995, which is a Dutch film, was released as Zombie 1. And then that's pretty much most of the fucking zombie films. There are a few others, but yeah, the naming situation with the zombie films has been pretty crazy. Also, another film series, Italian film series, that has way more fucking sequels than there actually are is the Demons franchise. I think there's like in the US, like they've released, I think 9 or so different films
something
under
like that,
the Demons umbrella.
Yeah.
It's just pretty wild.
Yeah, because like the Ogre is considered to be Demons 3, and then there's Black Demons, and there's so many of them.
Yeah, and even Della Morte Dell'Amore was released as Demons 95 or whatever. So yeah, there's been tons of weird releases with that. If we ever tackle other films, I mean, we've done Demons 1 and 2, but if we ever decide to do some other of those films, we can go through the history of that.
I think we talked about maybe possibly doing like that weird La Casa thing, with like the Evil Dead and like all this spin-off.
La Casa's weird.
Yeah, La Casa was kind of...
The problem with that is we've reviewed at this
like
point,
everything,
all of the films.
Yeah, I know, it's weird at different shows, yeah. So this is kind of like the Americanized zombie franchise, of course, the Argento cut, and then we got Zombie, or also known as Zombie 2, Zombie 3, 4, and 5. But the weird thing about the zombie films even being released in this order that we typically know these as the zombie franchise is that like Zombie 3 came out in 1988. I believe it came out in like July of 88. Killing Birds actually came out in August of 88. So it was like a month later. So think about that for a second, because that's part 3 and part 5. Life After Death actually was released in 89, was the last one to be released, but somehow was released as Zombie 4, Life After Death, and it fits in as Zombie 4, but it actually has a later release date. How fucking weird is that?
It's just a mess, dude.
Yeah, it's so strange. Like I knew this, but I'd forgotten about this, and when I was writing my shit down, I was like, oh my god, I completely forgot about this. Such a mess. But of course, I mean, considering these movies don't really have any correlation with each other, there's no... none of them have anything to do with the one before, nothing, right? So
we've and I think we've actually reviewed 3 of these before.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about the original Dawn of the Dead. We haven't talked about Argento's cut, but we've done Zombie and Zombie 3.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, I think we've done Zombie 3.
Yeah, I mean, it gave me reason to watch the Vinegar Syndrome version of Zombie 5 Killing Birds, because I have the 88 versions of part 3, 4, and 5, but I actually watched the Severin version of part 4 and the Vinegar Syndrome edition of 5 because I hadn't watched it yet. So
I watched the Second Sight version of Argento's cut. Then I watched the 4K Blue Underground for Zombie.
So did I.
Watched the Severin for Zombie 3, Severin for Zombie 4, and the Killing Birds title for Vinegar Syndrome, which I still had sealed on the shelf, which I've never seen before. I did own those. The old, what was it? Shriek Show put those out.
Yeah, Zombie
back in the day.
3, 4, and 5. Yeah.
Yeah,
in a box set.
I had that box set before from back in the day that I've seen 3 and 4 before. I'd never seen Killing Birds.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about this when I was watching the movies. I was like, man, if I could do a video on like showing all my editions of like these different, like it would be a long fucking video. It's crazy how many times I own Zombie 5, Killing Birds, and like Life After Death and like Zombie. It's crazy. It fucking blows my mind. It really does. I own so many editions of Zombie. It's ridiculous. But you know what actually was a good edition was the Shriek Show edition that was under the moniker of Zombie 2. That one little kind of like almost like a fat pack thing that they released years and years ago. That was a cool edition, man. That's a nice edition of Zombie, man. It's cool. But I like it that they released under Zombie 2, which is pretty cool. So,
yeah.
But yeah, anyways, so starting off with, the first one from the franchise, of course, would be Dawn of the Dead, aka Zombie. We'll just refer to it as Zombie, the Argento cut, because we all know that Dawn of the Dead was known in Italy as Zombie. So we'll do that. But like a brief history of the film, like Argento basically, like Romero wrote the script kind of not with Argento, but like, kind of in Italy and stuff like that. Anyways, the reason why they kind of worked out a deal where, Argento was willing to provide the soundtrack for it if he could in return get the rights to like do his own European kind of cut to it. And that's how that became a thing. It's as simple as that. So essentially Romero got this awesome Goblin soundtrack, which he used, throughout his version of the film and stuff. But Argento, that was a trade-off. He could do his own version of it. And then, of course, Argento did a little bit more with the Goblin soundtrack and stuff like that. But that's kind of the short and long of how that became a thing and stuff. And then kind of set the ball rolling for Fulci to do Zombie 2, which was, the unofficial sequel. And that's just how Italians do things. They make unofficial sequels to pretty much everything, right? So, but it's pretty cool that, Fulci did Zombie 2 right after like Dawn of the Dead, aka Zombie. Like it's 1979. It's crazy. Like they were wasting no fucking time with that. And like to get those movies back to back and like thinking about it now, you're like, holy shit, dude. What a crazy fucking, like, it's just nuts. It's really nuts.
Yeah, they're so different.
Yeah.
But just so cool, both of them. Just different kinds of zombie movies.
Right.
But let me ask you this, like, so obviously we're specifically talking about the Argento cut, but like there's 3 official cuts of the film, and then there's like a 4th like fan cut.
Which I don't consider. I kind of disqualify that.
Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, I wouldn't count that.
So I count obviously the theatrical cut, and then there's the extended cut, which is also known as the Cannes cut. And then there's officially the Argento cut, which I've even heard people say it's not even an official cut. I'm like, yeah, it is. It completely 100%.
Definitely an official cut.
Oh, it's 100% an official cut.
Yeah, I was I cracked open that second site today to watch, or the other day to watch this. And I was like, I was kind of impressed, like thoroughly, and seeing like, oh, wow, you get 3 4Ks with all different cuts. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, and do you have a preferred cut?
Honestly, like I don't, because this is the only time I've ever watched something besides what I think is the 2 hour and 7 minute cut. That's the cut I always watch. Mm-hmm. I've actually only seen Dawn of the Dead like probably around like 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm not like so like familiar with. It's not like a movie I grew up with. Like this is a movie I didn't even know when the Dawn of the Dead remake came out. I didn't even know that was a remake.
Wow.
That was 04.
Like, and that was 04. Like I just never grew up with these movies.
So for myself, I mean, shocked everybody here. Dawn of the Dead actually is my favorite movie of all time. I do prefer. So I've always looked at it like this. There's a theatrical version of the movie, and then there's the extended cut. I never like discredited Argento's cut ever, but I always I grew up watching theatrical because that's what we had for a long time. And then when we got the extended cut, which I believe I got the VHS in the later 90s, the Anchor Bay one, the double pack one. And so I have been watching the extended cut for years and years and years. when Anchor Bay put out the single disc version of Argento's cut, I believe that came out before the Ultimate Cut, which was all the cuts. It's kind of like Anchor Bay's version of what we got from Second Sight, right? It had all the cuts.
Yeah, but back on DVD.
Yeah, which is still an amazing set. Honestly, it has great features. It's one of the best box sets.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite sets, like early sets that I have.
Yeah.
It was just a very well put together set. And of course, mine's signed by George Romero. So, like, that's obviously a special place.
Put ours together, man. You got Romero, I got Ken Foree on mine.
Nice.
Yeah. So I grew up, like, I watched a lot of the extended cut, but so I watched the Argento cut a few times, and there's pros and cons for myself for the Argento cut. But I mostly stuck to watching the extended cut because I just wanted more Dawn of the Dead. There was nothing wrong with the theatrical cut because I'd seen it for years. But then when I discovered that there was more footage, the extended cut, which is like, an extra, 20 minute, whatever it is, 139-minute cut. I was just like, fuck it, man. I'm going to watch this shit because it's just more Dawn of the Dead. I love this movie. So I essentially watched that cut more than the theatrical and stuff. And then, over time, I would pepper in the Argento cut. I've probably seen it 5 or 6 times now. Like, not much. Like, I honestly don't watch it.
I think I've seen it 3 times.
Yeah. And watching it this time, of course, all the other times I watched the Argento cut, I was trying to figure out what was different and what was that and stuff. Like, not really overly paying attention, but this time you kind of had to focus on it because we're specifically talking about the Argento cut. I know there is websites that break it down. Like, he basically took, I think, the extended cut and kind of cut his version out of that. I think that's what he did. And it runs just under 2 hours. So the theatrical cut runs 2 hours 9, and the Kansas 2:39. So this one, in theory, is about like almost 40 minutes shorter than the extended cut.
Wait, what is the?
29 minutes. No, this one runs just under. It's
20 minutes.
It's about 20 minutes shorter, not 29. It's about 20 minutes shorter than the extended cut that Romero did. So, but
how long's the theatrical cut?
207 or 209.
Yeah.
Which is the shortest cut?
Would be the Argento cut.
It is Argento. Okay. So, for me personally, it's one of the rare circumstances where I actually like all 3 cuts. Maybe it just is.
Me too.
Credit to just the fact that Dawn of the Dead's really good, and no matter how you cut it, it's going to be good. But I like I love the extended cut for reasons of, like, you get more character development. You get more, it feels like you spend a lot of time within the mall, like with them living,
Yeah, for sure.
And the other 2 cuts, it feels much more like the events take place over a short amount of time. Whereas like the extended cut feels like they're there for a long time. And I like that, I like spending time with these characters because I love these characters.
Right.
And I just love the mall. Also, this mall is literally like really close to me, 20 minutes away or whatever. Been to the mall a million times. Well, not that many times, but I've been to the mall a handful of times, and I went with Parker once too. He came down to visit the mall. It's still pretty cool because you can see, actually, funny enough, in Terrifier 3, the Tom Savini cameo, I was like, oh shit, that's the Dawn of the Dead mall. That's Monroeville Mall. And Carly was like, what are you talking about? I'm like, his clip is filmed in the mall. And she like didn't like notice it. And she's like, how can you tell? And I was like, because it literally looks exactly like the mall. But yeah, so, and then I looked it up, and sure enough, yeah, it was filmed at the Monroeville Mall. So pretty cool there. So I love the fact that it's like very local, and it's just such a great setting for a mall. But that, and the extended cut just adds to all of that. But like sometimes, like the theatrical cut, I think, is the cut that's usually on TV. And whenever that would play, like if
due to it being shorter too,
right, or whatever, I would be like, enjoy that cut as well. And like the Argento cut for me, and I don't know like the big like all the differences and stuff. I wish I did.
I'm not familiar.
Like is probably
I'm not familiar enough.
I know off the top of my head, which is actually kind of ironic that I would say that. But so the point of Argento was, he wanted to do a cut where, you know, his idea was to just kind of tighten up the film. You know, he took out a lot of the, like what JP said about like character development, stuff like that. He tightened up a lot of scenes. He cut his version from the extended cut, and he literally just, you know, he uses a couple alternate takes. Like there's a couple things, and there's some dialogue that I think is not in the other ones and stuff, but like that Romero had that stuff, right? So obviously there's a little bit, but most of the movie is basically just kind of compressing it. Like he takes scenes and he chops them up.
Well, like, I think that the big thing that I take away from it is, and I'll let you get back to that point. Yeah. But for me, like the most different thing that I could tell is it feels more serious and a little darker. And like some of the music cues, like there's a music cue where it's like a high shot and like it's like the sound of like the clock tower. It's like boom, and it's just like it makes it feel like there's like impending doom.
So that actually is one of the biggest things that I've always taken away from the cuts of Romero's, you know, theatrical extended cut versus Argento, is that not only did Argento have, you know, the access to doing Goblin, he used Goblin throughout the whole movie. He didn't use the library music in the movie. So Argento's cut feels a lot darker because they're using the Goblin score in those scenes where, you know,
it feels mostly musical difference.
Yes, it really is.
I was gonna ask, because one of the big differences is music in the two cuts, because it felt like this sounded a little different than I was used to.
So even when it comes down to, like, you know, the actual house music, like the library music that's used in the mall in the extended cut or theatrical or whatever, so there is a part in the Argento cut where they didn't have access to that, so they used their own kind of, you know, like mall music. So it's similar, but it's different, and that's the only time that he doesn't use Goblin music throughout the whole movie. So there's no of that actual house music throughout the movie. So every musical cue, like there's a scene where they're fighting with the zombies by the glass door for the department store or whatever. If you watch the theatrical cut, it's more the library music and stuff that's playing, but you watch the Argento cut and it's Goblin's like hard hitting score, and you're just like, shit, dude, those changes are actually quite drastic. It's very, very drastic, man. Like it's Goblin 99% of the time throughout this movie. And that's the one thing I love about Argento's cut, is that they utilized the Goblin soundtrack, where if you actually break it down, like, I mean, there's a lot of Goblin music in Romero's cuts, but it's like half the movie. There's a lot of house music, which is kind of cool. In the Second Sight box set, you actually get all that library music. It's kind of cool. You get the Goblin soundtrack, but then you get all the cues of the library music too. It's just pretty interesting, which Argento didn't use. So, you know, aesthetically, you know, obviously the movie's the same, but like, you know, sound wise, the cues are so much more powerful in my opinion, and I love that about Argento's cut. So the point of Argento was kind of like what JP said with the character development. He wanted to tighten up that, kind of take that out. And his focus point of the movie was to focus on the horror. He wanted to focus on horror, take out any comedic elements to the movie, focus on the horror, kind of get rid of a little bit of the character development. Like, I mean, let's face it, a lot of Italian films are like that. They don't have a lot of character development. So it's kind of the mindset of what Italian filmmakers do. So it made a lot of sense, the approach that Argento made to this. There's a couple moments in the Argento cut that I just can't fucking believe that he took out one of my favorite scenes in Dawn of the Dead, which is insane to me that he would cut this out. Maybe he thought it was supposed to be comedic and he's just like, I don't agree with this. But the scene where they land and they go to fill the helicopter, it's the famous helicopter where it chops the zombie's head. That scene's completely cut out of the Argento cut, which is so frustrating to me because I love that scene. And actually that whole scene is really, really chopped up. Like it's so condensed. It is. It's so condensed. Like when they fly into there to the time they leave is got to be 30% of what Romero has.
See, like I didn't even notice it. I'm not familiar with it enough to really like notice
that's the one takeaway from myself that is a big difference. It's kind of a con for me because I really like that. But for the majority of Argento's cut, dude, it's a lot of scenes that are just condensed. Like, you know, they show the scene where, you know, they're flying above and you got all the rednecks and they got all their guns and stuff. Like that whole thing is just, you can feel it's just rapid fire. It's chopped up so fast. You know, there is moments where I'm surprised he kept in, like with the scene where Ken Foree's Peter, you know, kind of cooks a dinner for Francine and Steven and stuff, or Flyboy. I'm surprised he kind of kept that in there, but like that's all there. But I don't know, man. Like the big subtle difference is the zombie head being shot by the helicopter. Man, what is it? There's a couple scenes, like it's kind of funny actually, like a couple of looting scenes that are kind of alternate cuts in there that people big fans of the film would probably only notice and stuff. It's not really a big difference, but everything is just condensed. That's the thing. You know what one scene is actually really condensed is when Flyboy gets turned into a zombie. Mm-hmm. That whole scene in the Argento cut is cut down so fucking much, man. All of a sudden he's like, they're breaking through and they're on their way up there, and it kind of leads into like the end of the movie kind of thing. But that whole scene is super condensed down. Same with the gypsy zombie scene where that one makes its way up the stairs and stuff. That whole scene is very condensed down.
Oh yeah, you could tell that, and I think that is to its detriment a little bit, because in the other cut that scene is like intense. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, I think that if you were objectively, the extended cut is probably the best cut. Yeah. But I do really enjoy the Argento cut for the music, and also like me too. Just the feeling of like it's more. It just feels more dark. Like a lot of the comedy is cut out of it too. But again,
even with that said, though, the weirdest thing about the Argento cut is that, like, his focus was to focus on the horror and stuff. But even though the pie scene is very, very cut in the Argento, there still is a couple fucking pies thrown. Like it's very chopped up in that. And there's only, I think, 2 pies that get thrown, and it disintegrates. Like that's all it is. But in the Romero cut, like the music is all kind of quirky and funny and whatever. But in this version, you get the Goblin score, and it's like, and just like it's in your face. It has a totally different feel when you're watching. You're just like, that's crazy. But he does chop it up to the point where like, holy shit, like it's already over. It's totally over. So yeah.
Yeah, it was like, dude, the movie just flies by. Like any kind of Dawn of the Dead, like it's so wild. Like I was sitting there watching it, and I'm a chronic time checker. Like I check time all the time. Mm-hmm. And like in my head, I always guess before I look at the time. And like a lot of times, like I'm pretty good at knowing when 20 minutes has passed. And like I checked the time and thinking that 20 minutes had passed, and like it was like 55 minutes had passed, and I was like, wow, dude, this is crazy, because you just get so wrapped up in the movie. But I don't know, I guess, should we like do a plot or something?
Oh yeah, I mean, do we? Is it necessary to do the plot? Okay, so I'll read out the plot. We just talked for 25 minutes about none. Okay, so during an escalating zombie epidemic, 2 Philadelphia SWAT team members, a traffic reporter, and his TV executive girlfriend seek refuge in a secluded shopping mall. I mean, that's pretty accurate, I guess. So
you know what's crazy about the Romero films? Like, I mean, it's not crazy, but like, the 3 films, right? Night, Dawn, Day. It really is just so cool how like each one is different, like time periods in the zombie apocalypse. Like Night is right at the beginning, which then Dawn, which would come after Night, like in reality too, after the nighttime dawn. And that's like sort of when shit, it's like in the middle of it, right? It's like it's like after it's like kind of started, and then Day is like after it's like fucking been going on.
And that's just what the connection is with the film.
Fucking awesome.
Like there's no character carryover or anything. It's just about the time. Right, like you said, there's a beginning, there's a middle, and there's like a full blown apocalypse. That's what makes it like the trilogy. But there's no continuity within like characters and stuff like that. Like every time I watch Dawn of the Dead, I'm like, it's such a shame that. I mean, it's a good and bad thing. I mean, I love Day of the Dead. It's one of my all time favorite movies. But it's interesting because every time the movie ends and I see Francine and Peter, I'm like, what the fuck happened to him?
I know.
Right? Because Day of the Dead comes, 7 years later, and we get a different narrative, but like it's full blown at this point. Like it's military. Yeah. It's like, holy shit, they're in a bunker because they have to fucking be, because they can't be out in the real world because it's crazy. But like, what the fuck happened to Francine and Peter after they survived Dawn of the Dead. Like it's always been in my mind because, and the reason why it sticks in my mind too is because we've talked many times about like the characters that Romero wrote these are some of the best characters ever written in a horror film. It's an ensemble cast of solid characters. Mm-hmm. We have Peter, he's military. We have Roger, he's military. Steven's he's
Peter is like more level-headed and like more like his vibes are so much different than Roger. Like Roger is more like fucking caution to the wind and like not as like grounded.
I think Roger is at first. Like the opening scene in Dawn of the Dead when they're fighting the Puerto Ricans, when they get in the gun battle with Puerto Ricans.
That scene is so fucking racist, bro.
You know what's ironic about that? Noticing because I watched the theatrical, I watched the extended cut a couple nights ago, and then I watched the Argento cut because I have no problem with watching 5 hours of Dawn of the Dead. But it got me thinking, I never noticed this before, but in that scene, what you're talking about with the one military dude where he's going off and talking about Puerto Ricans and he's dropping N-bombs and stuff. And he's like, we need to get these guys, they're just being military assholes. But Roger's cool with it. He just doesn't say anything. He's just like, yeah, you can see in his eyes too. He's like, man, this guy's being a dick. Like, let's just go do our jobs. We don't have to start name calling and shit like that. But the irony for me is that I don't know if this was intentional by Romero or is this something that maybe I just concluded. I don't know. But in that scene where they go and, basically do this battle with the Puerto Ricans and stuff, I'm pretty fucking sure that like a Puerto Rican is the one that changes Roger into a zombie. The one that bites initially.
What the fuck?
Yeah, dude. When he gets bit in the when he's doing the truck shit, I'm pretty fucking sure it's Puerto Rican. I'm like, oh my God. Like, I don't know if that was just by coincidence or if that was actually meant to happen by Romero. I don't know. Because, in his films, like a lot of things are, he wrote it, with a point. There could be commentary. I don't know. It's just something I noticed, but I'm pretty sure that guy's Puerto Rican. I'm like, holy shit, that's really bizarre. It's really, really bizarre. But like for a full on ensemble cast, you got 4 main leads and they're all written like real humans, man. I think for me personally, man, Peter is the star because he's so military. He's so level headed and he never loses his shit. There is a moment in the end where he does contemplate not doing what I would think that he wouldn't do. Like I feel like that moment is kind of a mental breakdown and, a little, and it's sad, but like he recovers from it and he said, fuck this, I'm going to do what I need to do. Yeah. But I think Francine is actually, in my opinion, she could be the strongest character in the film. And I'll tell you why, because like she's in the middle of this zombie apocalypse and she's pregnant and like right there, like anybody that's, expecting a baby in this shithole would be usually generally frantic or even want to give it up or whatever. She's like none of that. She's very level headed. She wants to keep it. There's a point in the film where Ken Foree's character, Peter, even says, he's like, I can take care of that. I know how to do abortions. I'm like, holy fuck.
It was so wild how he says, do you want to get rid of it or whatever? And he's like, and I know how. Like that, you're just like, damn. Like he's so surgical with like his words and like
surgical. Good word.
So much stuff that he says is just like so on point.
Yeah.
Like even when he's like telling dude like, you need to get your shit together. Like it wouldn't be a big deal, but you're fucking with my life too. You know what I mean? It's like he's basically saying like, I don't care if you want to throw your life away, but when it's affecting me, get your shit together, bro.
Yeah, man, I love that scene, man. That's actually one of my favorite quotes in the film is when, you're not just fucking with yours, you're fucking with my life too.
Yeah.
And it's so true because they're in a situation where it's not good. But like Francine is one of those characters. I love it because like, she could be the hysterical person that, I'm pregnant, like losing her shit, blah, blah, blah. She's very calm and collective and to the point where like, there's a moment in the film where, Flyboy even says like, like if something happens, like we need someone to fly this helicopter out of here. And she's willing to learn how to fly it. And she does.
Well, honestly, it's sort of them who suggest it. Like, and that's her being like, that's her like being strong and independent. Like, look, like most people wouldn't even want to think about the fact that their husband or boyfriend might end up dead. But she's realistic enough to be like, listen, if something happens to you, like we need to know how to fly this shit. So I think she's a very underrated character of the group. because, you know, everybody loves, you know, Peter and Flyboy and Roger, but Fran definitely is an awesome character. And she's like one of my favorites. Break it down, she's could be the best one.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I wanted to have the argument about Fran being such a strong character, is because like, and I mean, let's face it, like she's the one that gets him out of there and stuff. And like, she never falters with her character. Like she never gets to the point where she's like she never gets out of character. You know what I mean? She's very level headed in all these.
She's very similar to fucking Peter in that way.
Right.
But obviously, like with Peter, it might be a little less impressive because he's military. It's expected. He seems like he has a lot of experience in life, even just like in every aspect. Whereas Fran shouldn't have the ability to conjure up like that level-headedness to the level of Peter, yet she does.
I chalk it up to a little bit of the fact that, like, of course, Peter and Roger, you would expect him to be hard and whatever. Like Roger's, he kind of like his mentality kind of like it progresses into something where, you know, he's just seen a little bit too much, you know, like I think he is level headed at first because
he's more like
it's affecting him because he's just overseeing shit and he's just like, oh my God, like this is getting crazy. But like with Fran, he
like, kind of loses it a little bit.
Like, he definitely does. I think he lets his emotions get the best of him, especially when he's like kind of bragging. He's kind of being braggadocious and stuff when he's doing the truck stuff. Yeah. And he gets a little bit cocky when he goes back for his bag. And of course shit doesn't work out for him.
I think it's like a defense mechanism, if you will. Like,
absolutely.
I think they like, instead of accepting and being scared, right, he just amplifies his intensity and like his, you know, sort of throw caution to the wind type mentality, because it's easier. It's actually easier than dealing with the fear. Absolutely. To just say fuck it. You know what I mean?
It's like those people that sing when they're scared. They do shit. Like some people freeze up and other people just start singing and doing weird shit and stuff. Like that's how he just got into that mode. That's how he was dealing with the fear and stuff like that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And that whole scene with the trucks and his bag and that shit is and really good.
Which I will state, you know, talking about that entire scene, that is really chopped up too. That is really condensed down.
I noticed that in this cut too. I don't know if it's in the other cut, but when he actually gets bit on the leg, like it's a very quick cut. But if you slow it down, the bite mark is clearly there before the bite.
Yeah, it could just be an edit thing. Who knows? Yeah. I didn't notice it, but personally, I've never noticed that. But like, yeah, but that whole, from the time there's that overhead shot of them taking the trucks and stuff to like the end, it's so quicker. It's insanely quicker in the Argento cut. Like he just cuts to the violence and like them in that, and like it's crazy. Like it's so different. It's pretty.
And you
wild.
Also have Fran up on the roof, fucking sniping zombies, dude.
Right. Cool. Which adds to her character too, because like, you know, she's a fucking reporter, which. Again, I wanted to mention that, like, you know, it's another reason why she's a little bit level-headed too, because like she sees a lot of shit and reports on a lot of bad shit. And that's what reporters do. So she not only learned,
so she's like battle worn.
Exactly.
And I love how these guys come together too. Like it's just such like they're just like they know shit is just going way downhill real fast, and they're like the smart ones that is like. Like, first of all, how cool is it to know somebody with that has a helecopter, right? Like that's pretty sick.
In these trying times.
Yeah, but like it's just like real cool the way that they're like, yo, let's sneak out the back door and get the fuck out of here because shit is about to go down.
But you know, some people would call that being weak. Like, oh, you guys aren't going to stay and fight or whatever. No, they were actually being so level-headed and smart because the average person would be like, we need to get the fuck out of here and find some safety.
Yeah.
Right. Like it only makes sense. I don't see any weakness. I've heard people say, oh, yeah, it's kind of weak. You know, I'm like, it's not. The point of, you know, being
a human is to survive. To your fucking job, bro. Like, like that.
Yeah. Fuck
like
that.
It's not like they're leaving their family there or something. You know what I mean?
It's not. It's exactly. It's not like they left their fucking kids and been like, fuck this, I'm saving myself. Yeah. You know, it's like, you know, that's a little bit different at that moment, you know, but
this movie starts right a fucking way too, dude. You got like the whole newsroom and like all that shit just feels so anxiety inducing and like chaotic. And then like, obviously like
I still can't figure it out. I can't figure it out, dude. Every time I pop in Dawn of the Dead, the first 5 minutes, 6 minutes in that news station feels so authentic to me. Like the way people are yelling at each other and screaming and freaking out. And like you got Romero was actually in the scene. He's, he's doing his thing. He's, trying to produce and stuff. And everyone, it's so chaotic, but it's shot so well. It feels so realistic. Like this is more realistic than any fucking found footage film that's supposed to be real. Remember, this is still fiction, but it comes off as being so fucking realistic that you buy into it right away. You're like, holy shit, dude, this is out of control. And you just instantly are into it. It works so well. I don't know how he captures it. Every time I watch it, I get goosebumps even watching it. I'm just like, this is, for me, it's the best movie ever made, but I don't like the term best. It's my favorite movie for a reason, because it just packs such a big punch. And I like the whole commentary. I like the whole fact that Romero, uses the zombies as a metaphor for, consumerism and they're zombies. That's what people were doing in the 70s when all these big malls went up and stuff. That's what they would do. They go and shop.
Yeah. They even say about it in the film where they're like, they don't know why they want to be here, but they just know they want to be here type thing.
It's almost like a joke because it's instinct, but that's what people were doing. They were just consuming. So of course they were going to end up at the mall if they were aimlessly. It's just a metaphor, and it's really well done. And it's not
a fucking brilliant setting for a fucking zombie movie, dude.
It literally was so fingertips. Cool. It's fingertips, man. There's a moment where where Peter and Steven are and they're all talking. They're like, we got everything here. We got a good thing going on here. Why don't we just stay here? Like,
dude, I'm with them, man. I'm like, it's perfect, especially once they start talking about sealing the entrance to the that room. So that
I had an epiphany on
that room exists.
I had an epiphany. I've watched this movie hundreds of times, and it always bugged me. Actually, it's a lot cut in the Argento, so don't use this as whatever. But in the extended cut, it's a little bit different. But when Flyboy gets changed and stuff like that, I can never figure out why. It was, all of a sudden it was hey, we need to get up there, but it was the instinct thing. I don't know why my brain just never thought of that, but the reason why he instantly makes his way up into the living area is because it was instinct to go back to what he was living like.
Yeah, and that's where he was going in the first place, I think.
Yeah, right? And so it just kind of and I've never. I guess I'm just dumb as fuck. I just never clued in why it was so instant. But I'm yeah, he was going there, but as a zombie, you just think, oh shit, everything can change when you get changed, right? But he was still going that way because it was instinct, and it played into the whole instinct thing. I thought that was fucking brilliant, dude. Really, really brilliant. So
yeah, and if you just think about it, right, you got food, you got weapons because there's a gun store in there, you just have it's so set up perfect. It almost is disappointing that it all comes crashing down, because you're in your head you just think that you just think oh, they can survive here for years, you know what I mean? It just, and then you also have the helicopter to go scout and get supplies from other places similar to Day of the Dead.
Right.
And it just it's tragic that it all falls apart, And
it's all because of the fucking biker looters that go and fuck up the whole thing and stuff. And
right.
But I mean, they get their shit though, man. I love Peter when he's you know what? He's I'm going to kind of sit back on this because there's going to be about 1,000 zombies in here, and they got a lot of shit coming for them, man. I love that shit. But I mean, that whole shit is that whole scene in the Argento cut is a lot of it's there. He kept a lot of the stuff in there. There's a few things, like I said, the pie scene is definitely chopped up. One scene I definitely noticed that was a lot different, because I always thought this was the stupidest part in Dawn of the Dead, is in the middle of this zombie apocalypse, and dude decides he's going to put his arm into the blood pressure machine. I'm like, are you serious? So Argento cut this a lot different. You don't see the guy putting his arm into the blood pressure machine. You see him being ripped out of it, and it's actually extended gore. I swear it's different from the other cuts, where it's there's a lot more gore. The end result is a lot different and stuff. And I think that he also cut out the part where it's it beeps and it says something kind of comedic or whatever. It's your blood pressure is too high. I think that's cut out of there. But
it's he has no blood pressure or something because he got
maybe it actually isn't there,
blood taken out.
it's cut totally different. But if you watch that scene, you're like, damn, it's completely different than the extended cut. It's completely different. I actually really like what he did with that cut. It actually makes a lot more sense to me because who the fuck would put their arm into that machine? There's zombies everywhere. I'm like, oh, I gotta check my fucking, what am I, 120 over 90?
I just love these three movies, Night, Dawn, and Day so much. And like, the more that I watch Dawn, because Dawn has always been the one that was like the least known to me. Like, I grew up on Day of the Dead. I grew up on Night of the Living Dead. Dawn of the Dead, I don't even think I saw until probably around when Tyler saw the remake. So around 2004.
Crazy.
But I did know that it was a remake. Like, I knew. I mean, it's almost impossible to grow up here and not know about Dawn of the Dead. You know what I mean?
Like, I literally had never heard of it. And then, like, it seemed like it got really big when the remake came out to me, or at least like
it definitely got rediscovered.
Yeah, and like, but people, like, I remember when it came out, and like, I remember when that happened though, like, people were like acting like, "Oh, this is one of the greatest horror movies ever made." And I was like, "I never even fucking heard of this movie. What are you talking about?"
But it just is one of those one of those movies that the more times I see it, like, I'll never turn down a chance to watch it. Like, I've seen it in the theater, I've seen it in 3D. I've seen it, obviously on 4K now. It's just such a good movie. Good classic horror. If I was going to
4K is so nice.
Yeah.
The 4K, like, for me, like, even like brings it up. Like, I felt like I was almost watching a different movie. Maybe it was just because of the cut. Because, like I said, I don't really like know the differences. Like, I'm not familiar enough with it to like identify the differences. But it did kind of feel like this. Like, it had like a better pacing to it for me.
You know what's weird? Because I watched the extended cut first, and then I watched the Argento cut on 4K, and I felt like the Argento cut actually looked better.
Looks better. It does. Yeah. I said that back.
Yeah, I thought I was really impressed by the quality of it, like watching that.
Yeah. Why is that?
I actually said that back when I got the set. I felt like I think I don't remember if we were doing. I know we did the Living Dead series. I don't know if we did it after that set came out, but I remember watching all three cuts on that set, on that box set. I don't know if I did it for a show or I just randomly was like, I'll watch all three. But I specifically remember thinking that the Argento cut looked better.
And I watched them in consecutive days, probably like how you did too. And I was like, okay. And I popped in the Argento cut and I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, this looks better. I'm like, how is that? Like, it was blowing my mind. I couldn't figure it out, but I don't know. I guess I'm not the only one, so that's good.
If I had like any type of negatives for it, like, and these are very minor, but the only there's three things that I point at that I think could have been better. The first and probably most like glaring to me is the gunshots. I just feel like they're not, like it's just like a little low budget feeling. Doesn't feel like an actual gun a lot of times.
Are you talking about like, the movie in general or just the Argento cut?
No, in general, like they're the same in both movies,
right? Obviously,
but like, and some of the like squibs and stuff are not as good as like in Day of the Dead or something. Yeah. So that and then some of the zombie makeup, although I love the like more like blue tinted like skin tones and stuff like that, it's
wasn't
not
supposed to be.
What's that?
That's the irony of it, though. It wasn't supposed to be. So the design was supposed to be gray, but it came out on film looking blue. Actually, Savini, even to this day, even said it's super regrettable that he put the gray because he didn't realize it was going to come out looking blue. It wasn't supposed to look like that.
Yeah. So that, although I kind of like it, I think some of the makeup looks like makeup sometimes, which is not like good to me. It's not what you want, ideal. Obviously. Like, you don't want it to look like there's makeup applied. But again, low budget filmmaking in 70s in particular. But obviously we see what Tom Savini fucking did with Day of the Dead, which is by far I think his best career effects ever. Like, it's his perfect.
I always hate when people are like, "Oh yeah, the best Savini effects are like the burning or whatever," and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
No way.
I'm like, "There's no
Day of the Dead is his best work ever."
I think people are they're just trying
Maniac
to be
is probably second.
Maniac is good work, but nothing compares to Day of the Dead. It's just
Day of the Dead is like his magnum opus.
But honestly, like, you know, versus the makeup in the film, you know, makeup versus like the actual special effect, there's some really good ones. The iconic scene where Savini puts the machete through the head and stuff, that looks really good. There's some nasty gore towards the end where it's like a predecessor to like Day of the Dead, where obviously they use like all the real guts and stuff like that. But like there's a scene where someone gets torn apart and they're using like guts and shit like that. It looks really good.
Yeah, in the apartment or the like the tenement building.
Yeah,
all that effects were pretty good, man. Like the head exploding, like the neck rip and shit. Like there's a lot of cool. I actually love that scene so much.
I feel like that head explosion was like a predecessor to like Maniac. Yeah, like, oh shit, I got to put one of those in there. Like, but of course he does his own head too. So,
and then my final complaint, if I did have one, I actually am not a big fan of like the suicidal type of moment with Peter. Like, yeah,
that's what I referred to earlier with, there was one moment in the film where he's so level-headed, and I feel like in reality that would have never happened because he had all the opportunity to go out with Fran. She's in there waiting. He could have been there with her, but he makes this odd conscious decision where he's going to be like, no, this is it. But then of course he reverts.
It just felt a little off character for me. I just don't believe that he would do that.
Yeah, where I feel like Roger,
I always thought that was kind of weird too.
Was kind of like it is what it is with their characters. Is like, you know, Roger was he was level headed, but he had his moments and stuff like that. Like it is like I feel like Steven and Roger and Fran, their characters were kind of, you know, A to B through the whole thing. Where Peter does have this one fault, but he definitely has the best quotes in the film, though. I mean, he's got the whole "you're fucking with your life," or you know that line, and then of course the
most famous line, "When there's no more room in hell, I will walk the earth." Oh, yeah, dude,
exactly.
That is
so good.
That's actually like literally brilliant on its own. Like if that was the only thing that was successful about this movie, it still would be fucking a solid, fucking awesome line.
I love the scene when he says it too, when they're standing on the, you know, on the second floor, and he just says it, and you're just like, oh shit, and he says it so damn calm, and you're like, oh yeah, totally. It's like one of those moments you're like, that's fucking awesome. That's good shit, man.
What's the first thing I ever saw Ken Foree in is Kenan and Kel. Or at least that's like the first thing I remember him in.
Yeah, I didn't know that was him. I remember like discovering later on that was him, and, like just like dying of laughter. Like that's
dude, yeah, dad. It's so awesome. Like he's great in Kenan and Kel too. Like he's an awesome dad.
I don't even know, man. Because I saw Dawn of the Dead relatively. I don't know if I'd ever seen him in a film before. Who knows? I mean, it could have been Dawn of the Dead.
Kenan and Kel's a TV show. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. So
it was a Nickelodeon show. It actually it's funny because
that's why I don't know it.
Coolio does the opening theme song.
Really? Random.
Yeah, like he raps
Coolio
like
does the opening theme song.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's cool too. It's a very iconic too. Like that opening is super iconic. But Ken Foree plays the dad of Kenan in the film. Played by Kenan Thompson from SNL fame.
Right.
But yeah, it's man, I fucking Kenan Kel's one of my favorite Nick shows, but he was great in that. I like him also in Devil's Rejects. I love his character in Devil's Rejects.
Right.
But obviously, I mean, Benny in Chainsaw 3, fucking best part of that movie. He's an awesome fucking horror guy.
From Beyond.
Yeah.
Yeah, From Beyond.
I still want to know what the fuck they ate. Those big dumpling things. I always want to know what the fuck those are. He said they tasted gross when I asked him about it. He's like, I don't know what the fuck it was, but they tasted gross. I always ask the weird questions. Yeah. No, he was cool. Man, Ken Foree's a big dude, man. He's a fucking big dude. Oh, dude, man. Like I'm 6'1" and I was looking up to him. So
I have a picture that he signed of him. It's of him with the cast of Kenan and Kel. It's in my basement frame.
You guys in your Nick shows, man. Every time you guys start talking about Nick shows, I'm like, I'm lost. I don't have a fucking clue what's going on here.
I mean, that's like me and Tyler are like the perfect age for that shit.
Right. You know, one character in this film that he gets a little bit of airtime. He's the dude on the scientist on the TV and stuff. The Richard. Yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah, man. I like that. I like that banter. That stuff's really cool.
Yeah, that stuff's really good. Actually,
really good, man.
Yeah, and they get increasingly like unhinged as the movie goes on, and they start like arguing more and getting more nihilistic. It's really cool.
Yeah,
and you know what's even crazier? To go back to Ken Foree real quick, that was only his Dawn of the Dead is only his second movie.
Really crazy.
Like, dude, he did a one episode of Kolchak before Kojak. Before.
Oh, I must have seen him in that because I've watched the 2 seasons of those. So
yeah,
I don't even remember. Crazy.
But it's just like, man, like what a good actor for only his second, film. Like, what the fuck? But what's the guy's name that does the TV thing?
Richard France.
What's he like? Is he like something? I feel like
he should be. I always felt like that, like the dude that was in the Cronenberg film was in Shivers, like the doctor, like that guy. I always liked that guy's delivery and like his dialogue and stuff like that. And I looked him up. He didn't really do a whole lot. He was in the Crazies. Yeah, actually, he is in the Crazies as a doctor.
I feel like he's like a Pittsburgh guy or something. Like I feel like he like something in Pittsburgh.
He was born in Boston, Massachusetts. Yep.
Oh, Boston.
So he did work with Romero before. He was in the Crazies as Dr. Watts, and actually he has. Yep, I remember him from that Graveyard Shift. He was a mill worker in Graveyard Shift. Fuck, I'd have to like go back and see that.
Yeah.
His acting credits are crazy. So he was a zombie in Night of the Living Dead, uncredited. He was in the Crazies. He was in Dawn. And then just a couple other things, and then Graveyard Shift was his last movie in 1990, and he's still alive. So it's pretty random, but I feel like he definitely had that delivery, just like the guy from the Cronenberg film. I don't know, very similar. Interesting.
Interesting.
I thought maybe that you would bring up the actual differences of the cuts, but I mean, as far as I can see from my naked eye and stuff, it's a lot of condensing.
I did try to like research it a little bit too, and it does seem to mainly just be stuff like that. Like
it is
music changes, condensing, rearrangement of a little bit of stuff. Just like more so like literal mainly edits.
The scene where they're drinking when they're having the drinks of like Jack and stuff, that's a little bit extended in this version. There's a little bit more conversation in there. That's one thing I did notice. I think the biggest takeaways for me, man, it's like I said, it's a lot tighter, but the con for me is not having the zombie chop on the head.
The only other thing I could maybe think of why that was Moodz is because like if you look at that effect, it looks like Frankenstein's getting his head chopped off, right? Because the prosthetic is like very square.
Yeah.
So maybe Argento thought it didn't look good enough. That's the only other reason I could think he would cut that scene, because it's definitely not like funny. Like it's I don't see. I mean, it is kind of funny, but like it's not like.
Yeah, like it doesn't look like a natural head it does look like a Frankenstein thing or a monster thing, I should say.
I've always thought that dude looked like Frankenstein, dude.
But it's honestly such an iconic scene. It was like I guess when he would do in the cut in 1978, you wouldn't know that. But like when I think of Dawn, like that's one of the scenes I always remember is that freaking the head getting chopped up, man. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
It's just one of those things. But it's just, I mean, it is what it is. He took it out. So, I mean, there's not really a lot of big differences, but it's that in the music, because for me that love soundtracks and stuff, this movie, it just, for me, it's better sounding than the other cuts because I love the Goblin soundtrack and you get so much more of it. Like, it's just so much. Mm-hmm. It's awesome to me. I really like it. And it feels faster in that, and it feels a little bit more, I guess, horrific and dramatic too, because you're not getting a lot of that library music, which is not a problem to me. I actually like that he did that. But having the different cuts is cool, man. If you're in the mood for something a little bit quicker, you want something longer, you want something standard, you do theatrical, whatever. It's like, fuck, man. I mean, you can't go wrong with any cut.
It's one of those things where, like, if I'm just watching Dawn of the Dead, like, let's say it's October or something, I'm just watching stuff I like. I might watch any of the cuts. Like I might be like, oh, I feel like the Argento cut this time, which normally doesn't happen. Like I would say most films that have like multiple cuts, like I prefer like one cut and I'll stick to that cut like 80% of the time, and then the odd time I'll do the different cut.
Right.
But like the Dawn of the Dead, like I'm down with all the cuts. I think it's I think it's pretty cool to revisit every once in a while.
There's not a lot of movies where there's, you know, multiple cuts of a film and you're like, oh shit, man, they're all pretty good. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Right. Because generally when we get multiple cuts is because we get a director's cut or maybe this version was cut or whatever. It's like if you were to think of My Bloody Valentine, it's a great example of a film where no one's ever watching
the theatrical cut. No, like, right? dude, we went to see it in the theater once. And right away, I was like, this is the fucking theatrical cut.
Mm-hmm.
And it like disappointed me so much because I'm like, although it's like still an awesome movie, it is extremely neutered. Like extremely. Like one of the like most.
I have been the bearer of bad news for so many people over the years when they're like, yeah, you know, My Bloody Valentine's so overrated. There's not even gore in it. I'm like, dude, what are you watching? And then they'll show me that like double, you know, that DVD double pack, whatever. And I'm like, that's the fucking cut version of the movie. I'm like, dude, you need to get the actual uncut version to enjoy this.
It was actually hard to get for a while, right? Because it I don't know if there was a DVD uncut version, but I know the Blu-ray that came out was uncut, but that went out of print pretty quickly. Like it was not in print very long. I owned it, and I know that I bought it, and like 2 years later, it was selling for like $275.
Oh, I know. It was out of control prices on that one. But that was actually the first time that I can think of that it was released uncut. And of course, you know, it was cool to see that version too, because we've talked about this before, where it's kind of like that whole Silent Night, Deadly Night thing where, you know, when we got it uncut, it would dip to the quality would dip in, you know, in the visual. But then you got, at first you're like, oh shit, that's kind of stupid. But then you realize you're like, oh, that's what was cut out of the movie. That's really fucking cool to know.
I actually like that. Like when that happens, oddly enough, because it literally lets you know exactly what was cut out
on cue.
And Silent Night, Deadly Night, and My Bloody Valentine are oddly enough both holiday horror movies, but they both also have like a lot of shit cut out of their standard editions. So both of those movies are much better with the uncut versions.
So yeah, I think when Sony put out that Blu-ray, I think it was Sony or whatever, but
I think so.
Whatever it was. But anyway, it doesn't matter. But like, so the quality would dip like a motherfucker, and you're like, holy shit, that's all the stuff that was cut out. It was so jarring to watch. You're like, oh my God, there was like full scenes cut out of that movie. It was fucking nuts. Like it was a lot, all the gore. The movie is basically bloodless or like goreless kind of in the theatrical cut. And so then we get this version where you're like, holy shit. And then Scream Factory drops their version of it. And they actually did a really good job of remastering the cut footage, and it went pretty full. It got to the point where if you'd never seen this movie before, you didn't know what you were missing. You didn't know what you were missing because it looked so good.
My Bloody Valentine and Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Exactly. So if you're watching these movies for the first time uncut on the Scream Factory editions, you're like, you didn't even know what you were missing. It's crazy. Like it's such a weird premise.
That's
right?
Another point of the fact that we live in like the greatest time for physical media.
Yeah.
Because before you would hope and pray to get an uncut version one day. And it's like now, like we're just talking about the crazy.
All these new collectors are just spoiled as shit, man. We grew up, you know, going, oh my God, this shit is like whatever the fuck, it's terrible. Like I want this edition. So if you didn't know anybody, now you're getting all these nice editions and stuff. It's like you're just spoiled as fuck. You don't know what we lived through.
Right. Like I mean, like it's so easy to see My Bloody Valentine uncut now, or Silent Night, Deadly Night, or watch the Argento cut of Dawn of the Dead. Like it's so neat that we live in a time where we just have all this great stuff for such amazing movies.
Yeah, it really is special, man. And I mean, just the digging that these companies are doing too, but it's a whole nother conversation and show. We could do a whole show on that, but yeah, no, it really is a special thing, man. My Bloody Valentine is always one of those movies I always think about with Silent Night, Deadly Night is like, I can't believe the shit that we were watching before and then what we got. You're just like, what the fuck? This is crazy. It's kind of like that RoboCop thing with me though too, because when you get it uncut after all those years, you're like, oh goddamn, this movie is actually really gory. What the fuck, man? So,
dude, yeah, RoboCop's insanely gory. I remember that took me back like the last time I watched it. Like, wow, it was fucking nuts.
Yeah, for like a big theatrical film, like it was a big movie, and like, it was what they were doing with that. That was bad shit, dude. But yeah, it took me back the first time I watched it uncut. I was like, damn, man, because I'd seen the movie so many times.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And all of a sudden it changed everything for me. I was like, holy fuck, this thing is crazy gory, man. I'm like, it was gory even in the theatrical version too, but like this one just amped it up. Pretty bad shit, but I mean, Dawn of the Dead, man, for me is it's like a magnum opus to me, man. It's like, I think it's Romero's gem. I mean, he has so many great movies. Like this whole Dead trilogy, it's all flawless to me. They're all 10 out of 10s for me. You know?
Oh yeah.
But it's interesting that this movie in particular, we have so many different versions of the same movie that is so, it can be different, but just plays off so well. Like we don't have different editions of Night of the Living Dead, or I'm really shocked that there isn't different versions of Day of the Dead. Right?
Yeah. When you think about it, yeah.
Like you think there would be an alternate cut of the movie. I mean, what we have is awesome and it's perfect, but I'm just surprised that there's got to be there had to be other footage that wasn't used and stuff. There's got to be stuff, but it was probably never actually
like for every movie,
put into a movie.
Day of the Dead is one of the rare movies where I have a literal zero complaints about. Like I have nothing. I have no complaints.
Yeah, I mean, it's casted so well. It's just the effect, everything about like the music. I mean, like as much as I love the music in Goblin's score in Day of the Dead, man, or Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead's music is fucking like the score, like the main theme for that.
So good,
it's so fucking good, dude.
Yeah,
I mean, but totally different conversation. I mean, which we've definitely had before, but I mean, it's probably the best, if I want to use the word best, like horror trilogy in terms of like. Is there a horror trilogy out there that has 3 10 out of 10s?
I don't think there's any trilogy.
Not even Back to the Future, because I only give the third one a 9.
But I'm talking about horror trilogy. I'm talking about horror trilogies in general.
Horror, no. This is the best.
But it's not even that we give these movies 10 out of 10s. It's also everything else about them. It's the influence of Night of the Living Dead. It's like, it's got like, it's the most influential film of all time, in our opinion.
You can maybe make an argument for I Know What You Did Last Summer trilogy.
No.
Well, the fact that the third one I think is better than the second one, which you completely disagree.
But dude, the third one sucks.
It probably does. I was probably just fucking with you the whole show. I can't. But the fact that they're coming out with another one is not exciting for me at all. I'll admit. So I don't care.
The cash grab.
I'm down. Why not?
Yeah, fuck whatever. I'm just
those kind of were like pretty introductory horror movies for me. Like just
they definitely are, dude. I mean, you figure what they first one came out in
97,
96 or 7, something like that.
97, I think it was.
It was the direct product of the success of Scream, right? I mean, it was 97.
Absolutely. It's like the same movie.
Yeah.
Even though it's based on a novel that came out before Scream, I think, right?
Right. But I mean, if you're going to do an adaptation of something like that's kind of similar, and you have a success of Scream.
I think this story, and I Know What You Did Last Summer, is really fucking good. It's a good story.
There's nothing wrong with the story. The casting is the problem.
You just say the cast. Freddie Prinze Jr.
I also think that they missed the ball with the kills in that movie, though. Too. I think it should have been better.
Yeah, it doesn't have like the gore factor, but neither did Scream. Really,
Scream has better kills, but Scream has better kills than I Know You Did Last Summer, for sure.
There was. I feel like the gore of that slasher era was like very low.
Yeah, I think it was a thing in the 90s. They were like, I think they were pushing their luck with even putting out these bigger budget horror films and stuff like, is this going to work? If we go too crazy with this, it might not really work. So who knows?
Yeah.
They just didn't know. It doesn't hold up well in those terms. You watch them, they're just, I don't know. They're not extreme. They're not extreme. I mean, like I always said, like those movies were the beautiful horror films. It was the beautiful people horror films, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sticking to my guns on that because it was all about beautiful people. It was about these stars that were on Dawson's Creek and all the beautiful faces of the time were in all these movies. It was a weird time because they were all
it's
people.
So even
even
the people that aren't like famous though, like in like some of the other ones are still have like a same like look. Like I don't know if there's anybody famous in like Valentine, but like,
Captain Heigl. Oh yeah, there definitely is.
Charlie Sheen's wife, their ex-wife, was in that movie.
Really?
Denise Richards.
That's what I'm referring to. Yeah, Denise Richards. I forgot her name. I just remembered that she was married to Charlie Sheen there for a while. But yeah, Denise Richards was in the film, and she was popular at the time. So yeah, amazing.
Yeah, I guess I just don't remember the cast of that movie, but I like that movie. I've only seen it twice.
There was like I know there was like the dude in it's not like popular anymore. He was like from some show that was popular at the time. Kind of like a Buffy type show, I think.
What about like Cherry Falls? Wasn't that
Brittany Murphy in there? Brittany Murphy was popular.
She was just kind of like she was everywhere.
That's Luann.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's everything. She's Luann. She was in like.
She's fucking.
I think she was.
She's in 8 Mile.
Yeah, she's in 8 Mile. She's in a ton of stuff. But she was like a '90s star. She's in like what? Like she was in Clueless. Wasn't she in something else in the '90s?
Well, that was her breakout role, was in Clueless, actually, because she wasn't like the ugly duckling in that movie, which is kind of ironic. Brittany Murphy.
I remember.
But like she didn't look good in that movie because they made her look bad because she was supposed to be like the ugly duckling.
We good on Dawn? Or
I mean
Zombie?
I mean, yeah, we'll call it Zombie in this for this review.
Zombie.
I mean, I got nothing else. I mean, I can't think of too many.
You can only say so much about Dawn.
I mean, we reviewed it before.
But like, I mean, we're talking about the Argento cut. Like I said, what I noticed. Like I said, I never looked it up on. I know there's pages that do the direct comparisons and stuff. I don't give a fuck.
Is the music the same right at the beginning too?
I know. Is it?
I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure. It's like I said, I'm not like familiar enough to know.
Yeah. That's Goblin.
I just kind of.
That's
just made that up.
Which title card comes up
on the Argento cut? I think
does it come up as Zombie, or does it come up as Dawn of the Dead?
I think it does come up as Zombie. I think it does. Fuck, I can't remember now. Shit, I think it does come up as Zombie.
I just had that suspicion because this was actually the last movie I watched. So like I had gone through like the 3 zombie sequels.
Yeah,
way better. I thought they were going to be way better than they thought they were going to be. And I thought, and I noticed like the music in those 3 was kind of like smooth and like kind of like dark and ethereal, and it sounded a lot like those 3 movies. So I kind of wondered, like, I wonder if this is the music changed here.
No, the Goblin sound. No, it's in the Argento cut is the same as the beginning of Dawn of the Dead. It's the same music.
That was just a hunch I had.
Yeah. Which is actually kind of funny because like the music in Zombie 3, I actually have the vinyl for that too. I love this. I love the score for Zombie 3. It's fucking great. It's good shit. But anyways, do we have to individually rate this or actually maybe Tyler doesn't give it? I don't know. What do you give Dawn of the Dead?
Specifically the Argento cut. Oh, you fucking stingy little bitch.
What do you give it?
9.5.
9.5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still, I'm super torn because, like I said, I mean, it's my favorite movie, but it does omit a scene that I love, and I'm like, am I really going to dock that? But then it makes up for it with the more Goblin music, and I do like the pace in this movie. It's great. Do I prefer to watch the Argento cut? Absolutely not. Like, I will watch the extended cut over this one, and I'm not saying that, it's so much more better. It's just because I like the extra interaction with the characters and stuff. And I do like I like a lot of the, the catalog, house music and stuff like that, the library music. I like some of that stuff. It's pretty cool. But I'm still going to give it 10 because it's Dawn of the Dead and I love it. So.
Wait.
And you're at a 10?
Yeah, I mean, dude, like, My thing is like it's still fucking Dawn of the Dead no matter how you slice it, and it's still amazing. Like I don't know, like when I think of the best horror films, like Dawn of the Dead is one of, like, objectively, if I'm thinking about like what are the best horror films, I go with stuff like Exorcist, Texas Chainsaw, fucking Shining, The Thing, Halloween, and Dawn of the Dead. Dawn of the Dead's in there too.
And I will note though, because when people like we talk about like, you know, I always talk about how there is no best thing. It's always because the conversation is bullshit. But anyways, you just mentioned a couple of films, which is really interesting, like The Exorcist and The Shining, that you're not like, those aren't favorite films for you, but you respect and you know that those legitimately, objectively, if we were having an objective conversation about what is possibly best, because like I said, there's no rules to what is the best, so you can't actually say what the fucking best is. But if you're having an objective
I don't know if The Shining made my top 50 favorite horror films even.
So the favorite, but if we're talking in terms of actual what we think is best, it's interesting you mention those, because note for the listeners is that JP's not like overly a big fan of those movies, but he knows objectively those are great movies.
Well, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, obviously.
But like the Shining, and no, I was talking specifically about The Shining and The Exorcist.
Yeah. So, and even Dawn of the Dead, I started off not being like a massive fan of, like, but it's become one of my favorites for sure. So yeah, it's a 10 to me.
Nice. Well, I think that's going to conclude Dawn of the Dead, aka Zombie, from 1978.
Zombie.
22 shots.
All right, so moving into 1979 with the homeboy Lucio Fulci's Zombie, or Zombie 2, which is appropriately titled in the Italian market because it was marketed as the sequel to Dawn of the Dead, aka Zombie. So made sense to be Zombie 2. Short and long of that one. All right. So for the people, the weirdos out there that have never seen Zombie before, we'll do a quick little synopsis on it.
Weirdos.
Yeah. Strangers searching for a young woman's missing father arrive at a tropical island where a doctor desperately seeks the cause and cure of a recent epidemic of the undead.
Wow.
So yeah, so this movie right here's got some familiar faces in it. We got Al Cliver in it. We got Ian McCullough. Tessa Farrow is in the film, which is Mia Farrow's sister, which I always thought like she was kind of underrated. Like I always liked her, and she didn't do a whole lot. I think she retired super young from acting.
That's like Jamie Lee's sister.
Yeah, it's weird. Like I always thought Tessa Farrow was decent. I don't know whatever happened to her, but
probably had bad experiences and we're just like, this shit ain't for me, homie.
Maybe. You just don't know. Got Richard Johnson in the film as one of the doctors. So a lot of familiar faces, of course, directed by my personal favorite director of all time, Lucio Fulci. It's like kind of an exciting franchise for me to be doing because like Romero is like one of my favorites. Got Dawn of the Dead is my favorite movie. You got Fulci, my favorite director.
You got Argento.
You got Argento. It's crazy, dude. We got so many of the, you know, of my loves in the horror realm, all in one franchise. It's crazy. Love it.
You got cinematography by Sergio Salvetti, and music by Fabio Frizzi, which are legends in the Italian game right there. Salvetti's done so much good stuff, man. Frizzi, fuck, dude, one of my all-time favorites. I was actually looking up prior to like getting on here. I'm like, man, I got to get the vinyl for Zombie, and I found one tonight. I didn't pull the trigger. It's a little expensive, but you know, it is what it is. I found one. But yeah, lots of players up in this, man. Where do we start? Like we've talked about Zombie before. I'll tell you where I'll start. Okay. Zombie, especially on 4K from Blue Underground, which is one of my favorite 4K transfers. Let me ask you something before you start. When you watch your 4K, like what do you watch? Like what's your TV mode on? I've always been curious on people. I think we talked about this last week.
Well, we kind of did.
Mine's on theme.
Mine's like a custom setting. Like I adjusted it to where I like it.
Okay, so but like, see on my TV, like in my Samsung, like your TV setting has to be on something. Like you can obviously customize.
So mine is the same way where it has like game, cinema, something else, and sports. But then I have a custom one where I can adjust all the different levels. That is,
yeah. No, I've got that. That's the extended one. Like I've got like a movie one. It's movie. There's a standard, and then there's of course like the dynamic, which kind of does that like typical 4K thing where things don't look real. I hate dynamic, but there's a natural and standard. And natural, when you put it on natural, it enhances colors like crazy. It almost feels like it saturates it. But I watch predominantly all my stuff on movie setting, but then I have it customized where my tone and all that stuff is all kind of set to what it is. But I do watch it mostly on movie. But like if you watch it on the movie setting, it's a little bit not darker, but it has more of like the movie kind of visual to it. Where if you're watching natural, especially if you're watching, it's really prevalent when you're watching Argento films, which we probably talked about when we did the Argento thing. When you're watching Suspiria and like Inferno, which are very, very high contrast fucking films, where if you watch it on that natural, it really pops the color. But it's interesting because it pops the colors like crazy, but it also brings out the natural grain. It's interesting.
I like the grain, honestly.
It's really interesting. But if you watch on movie mode where it dumbs down the saturation, I hate using the word saturation, but it doesn't accentuate the colors as much. But it definitely, the movie mode kind of compresses the natural grain, where the Zombie 4K, which I watch on, the Blue Underground, it's interesting because you watch it on just, standard movie or whatever. And the movie, like Zombie doesn't pop with colors. It's clarity. It's got super clear, like good clarity to it, but the colors don't pop. It actually feels like the actual look of Zombie is kind of almost like a washed out feel. It doesn't feel
it feels dusty.
It feels very, very dusty. And it's weird because you're like on a tropical island. You think the colors would pop a lot more, but it's interesting that it doesn't. But the clarity of it is insane, especially in the underwater scenes too, where you think it would be a lot more muddy because you're filming underwater, legitimately underwater. And those scenes really just come through super, super clear. But the movie itself is not a beautiful looking movie. If that makes any sense to people, it's not a beautiful. The transfer is amazing though.
It's beautiful and it's in like a different way.
Exactly. It's like hard to explain it to somebody that's never seen it before. But for us who've watched, I think we all watch the same transfer on this. Can we agree?
Underground. I actually watched the original Blue Underground Blu-ray, the older one,
which also is
even
great.
That looks even that looks great. Yeah, that was something I was surprised with. Like that was like, this is a really good looking Blu-ray.
Blue Underground they love to exploit Zombie because I literally have like 5 editions of Zombie from Blue Underground.
Yeah, I have the original that one Blu-ray like 3-discer they put out.
Yeah, I got the standard Blu-ray. I got the
like
the
thicker ones they started doing, like the deluxe things before they
the lenticular, the double disc one. I've got the DVD version, which has the iconic Manhattan Bridge scene with all the zombies. That's the cover that
specifically the one before the 4K, that thicker Blue Underground edition. That fucking transfer blew my mind when I got that as a screener, and then the fucking 4K came out, and I was like, dude, this is insane. Like, I just don't think that movie should ever look better. And to go back to what I was saying though, is watching it on that 4K, and I had an epiphany a few years ago, probably when that 4K came out. When I was watching it, or no, it was probably that Blu-ray that I was talking about. I had an epiphany where I've always liked Zombie, but it never like fully hit for me how it does for other people. When I popped that Blu-ray in, dude, it just worked in every way for me.
Because you're a visual person. And I'm
but it was more than that too. I think I just got used to the movie as well. And and again, like the plot isn't really thick or anything. You know what I mean? So like, I think back.
I feel like you watch this movie. Yeah, you watch this movie more for like kind of like the kooky and like wacky like kind of animated stuff it does. Like that makes it in like the gore. Like that's what makes it different.
Well,
I'll tell you.
Whenever, let me just finish this point. Whenever I originally like started doing this show, because this is an early show for us. Zombie, I think, was on the first Fulci show, which was year 1, I think.
Right.
So a lot has changed with my viewing habits and things like that over that time. And I think like the big problem I had with Italian films, that specifically the non-giallo ones, back then was I was so used to like story heavy movies that I kind of just didn't understand or appreciate the other aspects of film, or I didn't hold them to as high as a regard as story. And over the time, becoming a better film watcher and more knowledgeable cinema watcher, I've kind of learned that that's just one aspect of filmmaking. And I've always kind of knew that, but I put more emphasis on story-driven stuff than I did more visual and creativity type shit. And watching Zombie on that occasion, I started looking at the movie in my more modern sense, with my more modern sensibilities of film, and I started watching it, and I got to that moment where like I was just like looking forward to each next scene. Like I knew it was going to happen. Obviously, I've seen the film, so like, you know, the opening with the fat zombie is great, and then the shark scene is great, and then the eye splinter scene is great, and then the fucking zombies rising up out of the ground with the
appropriate
not appropriate worm placement, but
it's appropriate,
more acceptable worm placement than I initially thought. But you know, and it just goes on and watching it, I'm just like, this is a movie where every like scene, like there's these segments of great scenes throughout the movie. And like, that's really what...
Well, you just said everything I was about to say, because Zombie for me has always been about, you know, the movie has a basic plot, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But this specific movie has so many iconic scenes in it that's what makes Zombie so good.
Yes,
you're right. Like, right from the fat zombie to the fucking eye gouge to the amazing, you know, underwater zombie shark attack scene. You know, there's so many scenes, like the uprising of the zombies in the graveyard is so well done. It's ridiculous. Like there's so many scenes,
bro. The music,
and the Fritzy music,
just like the like when it first starts. Actually, Parker's
the music
always remembers me that. But then it like kicks in. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, dude, this is like a great fucking score to this movie. And it's done so well in the movie, like the cues and stuff.
And it's always like, this movie narrative wise has always kind of confused me a little bit, because they talk about like how it's like a voodoo curse and stuff, but like the doctor's there investigating, you know, like actual disease, right? Like he's trying to figure out like what
or something
it is. And I think it's like half and half kind of thing. I think there's a curse on the island, but then there is actually physicality of like this disease that's going on too and stuff. But you know, at the end of the day, it's like how we explain away things with like even the Beyond and like other films, other Italian films, many Italian films actually, with the nightmare logic. Like if you incorporate that a little bit, you know, you can accept it. It's a voodoo curse.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how this franchise gets like more like mystical as it goes on.
Well, dude, killing birds literally makes no sense. But
even Zombie 4 gets like leans more into the voodoo, you know.
It does, and I like how
I kind of like the voodoo though, honestly.
I like how this one does the voodoo thing, but it also incorporates like it's actually like a disease kind of thing and stuff. But there's moments in the film where they actually do express and talk about and you know, the exposition about like how, they talk about the Spanish and like how they put a curse on this and stuff, and they do kind of beat around it. It does make a little bit of sense narrative wise. Like they don't get into like why there's a curse, like how there's a curse or whatever, but like they kind of specifically say like this is why there is one, which it is what it is. It's still kind of like beating around the bush a little bit, I guess, but it makes sense enough to me. I don't really care. Like I said, this movie for me has always been about what I love in movies. It's about visuals. It's about atmosphere. It's about music. It's about how the gore, like the effects are so good in this, but this movie is consistently about the iconic scenes that keep you intrigued. Like it's so awesome, dude. Like
it just has great atmosphere, dude.
The island setting's so good. It's so good. Like I love
and you don't see a lot of the island, honestly, but the way they talk about the island and stuff like that, and like even the woman that gets her eye poked out, like the way she's talking,
that's a doctor's wife. That's a doctor's wife.
When she's talking about like parts of the island where like, oh, how many are there and stuff like that. It's just like it makes you like think the scope is bigger than you actually see. You don't really see a lot of the island.
You actually really don't. You really don't. Like I think the most the most widescreen kind of shots you get is actually in the beginning where the boat is in the New York harbor there, and you get to see like the Twin Towers and all the like old school New York and stuff. Like that's kind of like the biggest visual you get.
I think that speaking of the New York stuff, like I think the bookends with the New York are like so great.
Yeah, like, dude.
It's just, and honestly, like I've always wanted to see a Zombie 3 that follows like this one. Like, I just would have been cool to see like one set in like the city, like by Fulci. Because he did New York Ripper. It would have been cool to see like a zombie movie. Like
it is a shame, man, because Ian McCullough's character, like he says, he's like, man, we got to bring this body back because no one's gonna believe us. And then you hear on the radio, the shit's breaking out, and like you get that fucking super iconic scene of like all the zombies walking across the Manhattan Bridge, and that's it, man. It's full blown. Awesome. It's fucking full blown, and that's another iconic scene. It's like this scene is literally bookend, even like with what you said with the New York. But with iconic scenes, it starts out with the fat zombie to like the bridge scene. It's fucking fantastic. And then everything else in between is just like, giddy up. But I love that shit though, man. Fuck. So good.
Yeah, it's almost like the island almost feels like certain like shots in it like feel like they're like from a Western.
I can see why you'd say that.
They probably say where I think they filmed it actually. Is this the one they filmed in the Philippines, or did they film Zombie 3 in the Philippines? I can't remember. It doesn't really.
Zombie 3 takes place in the Philippines. I know that.
Did they actually film in the Philippines? Because a lot of times it doesn't work like that. But
yeah, right. But no, I mean, like it just feels like maybe Fulci was throwing in some like Western.
No, they shot this shit in like the Dominican Republic. They shot this in Mexico.
I'm not saying like where it's shot. I'm just saying like the
like that Western like wide scale like
like the way he shot it looks like
no. I wasn't saying no to you. I was just that's just what I was talking. But I'm just saying no. I was wrong. I thought maybe they did actually shoot this in the Caribbean, but they don't. They shoot this in Dominican. Well, I guess it's Caribbean, in Mexico and stuff. So that must be in the Caribbean side. Yeah, it's obviously got to be white sand and stuff, right? So yeah, it's not shot. Yeah, but sweet. Going back to like the wife when she, that iconic scene where she gets her fucking, her eye gouged out by the wood and stuff like that. When the zombies come back to when they go to the house, that's her body that's being mutilated from the zombies. That gore scene is fucking outrageous, dude. It's so fucking gory, man. I love that scene, man. So
and like that Splinter scene is like so iconic, and like my favorite part of it is obviously you have like the like slow build up where it's like, is this gonna happen? Is this are they gonna show it? Is this like, are they like how gory are we gonna get here? And then like it goes in and it's like, oh, but it's that final like snap to the side that really fucking bugs me.
Yeah, oh man. It's such an interesting movie, like, because in the first hour of the film, like we get a few fucking iconic scenes and stuff, but this one really goes batshit in like the last half an hour. That's where we get all like the actual like zombie carnage and stuff like that. But I never feel like it's unbalanced. I feel like I'm watching something that, you know, I'm enjoying the entire time. I'm like, oh fuck, man. You know, it's like, exposition, you know, this is dragging, you know, this scene, that scene. It never does that. It never does that to me, man. You know, I mean, with the exception of like Burial Ground, I think like the look of the zombies in this film are second to none. Like I love the look of the Burial Ground ones. I think they're some of the best looking zombies ever. But
when you're talking about like the two like spectrums of like zombies, like from one side to the other, I think like this kind of zombie, like the dry, like decomposed but not wet looking zombie, this is the best. And then I think when you go to the more like traditional like American zombie, I think Day of the Dead is the best in that type of zombie.
But isn't it funny watching, like, you know, this being an unofficial, we'll just call it official sequel in this franchise that we're doing. But if you compare like the zombies from Romero's Dawn of the Dead, and then you watch this movie after,
they're nothing alike.
It's literally night and day. These are not only some of the best looking zombies ever, but man, does it ever put the look of those zombies to shame. It's kind of crazy. Like there's a lot of effect here, man. You know,
like these zombies actually look like they've been buried. Like they were.
Yeah, they look fucking moldy. Like,
I still think of all the movies that have tried to rip off Fulci's zombie rising scenes. Like they even tried to do it later on in like, I think in Zombie 4 or whatever. It just doesn't work as well. But like these, like the way it's the speed that it's shot at. It's so fucking slow and uprising. It's so effective on how they deliver these zombies coming out of the graves. It's really awesome. That scene, that still shot of all these zombies coming out of the grave. If you look in the background, one comes around the corner in the background and is like kind of walking towards the camera, like towards the fourth wall and shit. And you're just like, oh my God, it's so good. It's literally so good. It's amazing. Fucking amazing. Ugh. Gives me goosebumps even talking about it.
Yeah, their skin looks like fucking leather. Like,
okay,
just like.
So my question is, so I've always said, I've said this many times over the years to other people. I've said it to you and stuff. I said like, there's been a lot of stupid things said on this podcast over the years, mostly Jeremy. You know, and I probably said stupid things. I repeat stories. Apparently, I put that in the show notes. Moodz repeating stories like an idiot last week. I've said stupid things, but I still think the stupidest thing ever said on the show in the history of this show is JP talking about the bad worm placement on the zombies. I just don't understand it, because if you think about worms, they're gonna go into like an eye, like into like a little, you know, an eye hole kind of. It makes sense to go into something like that, right? And I'm like,
I don't know, dude. I've seen dead criticism. I've seen dead shit, and like the maggots or the worms or whatever's on them,
they're always in eye sockets, man.
No, they're always spread out. They're always in eye sockets in movies. In real life, the shit, it's not perfect like that.
This is a fucking fictional movie, but it makes a lot of sense. And it's only like 2 seconds. It's only like 2 seconds, because when that zombie actually stands up, they actually fall out. And like he, you know, I mean, it's kind of funny because this iconic zombie that we see on all the covers and stuff like that, like
I don't think there's anything there left to eat for these worms.
But like he's only in the movie for like what, 2 minutes, because his head gets fucking just stomped and fucking destroyed. Like right
also,
after.
I'm not sure if worms eat people.
They technically do. That's your worm food. That's where the saying comes from. Your worm food. I'm sure they do.
Maybe.
But anyways, yeah, like I think it's like rewatching this, I'm just like, oh my God, it's just scene after scene after scene that is so good. There's never a moment in this film where I'm just like, oh my God, this is dragging. You know, it's very European though. Like the scene where they have the model and she's like, I want to go in the water, right before we get the iconic, you know, shark on zombie attack scene and stuff like that. And she's just like,
and her bikini literally like does nothing.
I just love how she's just like, I'm gonna go scuba diving, no top on. It's awesome. It's so European. I love that. We're a little too uptight over here in North America. That couldn't happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
So, but yeah, good stuff, man. But I mean, one of my favorite things about this movie, besides the awesome, visuals and the effects and stuff, is the score. The Fritzy score is so fucking good.
Yeah,
it's just, I mean, that's one thing.
It's one of my favorites, probably. Like out of, like all the Italian stuff that I've seen, is definitely one of my all-time favorites.
I think all the movies in this franchise have their moments with the sound. Like, I love the Zombie 3, score. Soundtrack is great. 4 has its moments. 4 has like a fucking song at the beginning that literally makes no fucking. The lyrics are fucking horrible. Like, it's Claudio Fragrasso. It's Claudio Fragrasso. He's like, well, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, this franchise really surprised me. I thought I was gonna not like any of these. For the most part, I thought they were pretty solid.
Dude, these are fun movies. Before, right? These are fun movies.
I've seen Zombie. Yeah, I've seen Zombie and I've seen Dawn of the Dead, obviously, but I haven't seen any of those other sequels. There's just nothing I was ever really interested in, but I thought I was gonna not like them. But they're honestly these really moody, just nightmarish, ethereal, zombie movies. They're different. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely fun to watch these all in sequence. You're like, damn, dude, they're different entities of themselves, but
which I've never done before.
Similar.
I've never watched all these in sequence.
Yeah.
They're very similar, but I was honestly surprised at how much I ended up enjoying it overall.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. Cool.
Well,
Zombie.
What else we got on Zombie here?
I think I've said my spiel.
I mean, I will note for the people who haven't seen it, I mean, the zombies are reflective of Dawn of the Dead. They're slow. They're not running around.
Prefer.
Oh, they are fucking super slow.
Yeah. So they're super slow in the film. So we'll do that. But I mean, that's noteworthy because of what happens in Zombie 3. But there is an explanation behind that. So, but these are definitely the slow moving zombies, which I prefer. I think it's scarier. I really do. At first,
it seems like fast zombies just feel gimmicky to me. I don't know.
I my thing is I like both. I prefer the slow. But 28 Days Later, dude, they fucking nail the fast zombie in that movie.
Well, 28 Days Later is kind of I know it's I know it doesn't really matter.
You just
I wasn't gonna say that.
28 Days Later, yes, is an infection movie, but it also makes sense because no, it is because it's not the dead rising; it's living people being infected. But the reason why they're so aggressive is because it's a fucking rage virus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
That's why they're like that.
Rabies, but
and there's a reason in the next movie.
The rawness of about that movie that I don't know, the fast zombies work for me anymore.
I mean, I like the idea of Dawn of the Dead remake going to fast zombies because it was a remake. You got to do something a little bit different, right? And it was cool at first, but like I said, that movie is one of those things where you watch it over and over again and you realize how shitty and awful and fuckhead the characters are. It makes me it made me loathe the movie more and more every time I watched it. I respect what they were doing, what Snyder was doing with the film, because it's a remake, and I respect when you do a remake, you don't do a shot for shot like the Gus Van Sant film, the Psycho shit. That's a fucking disaster. We don't want to see a shot for shot remake because it's fucking pointless. So if you're gonna do a remake, you do it differently. And doing Fast Zombies was, the start of doing something different, which I respect. It's just over time it didn't work for me. It just didn't age well. It just didn't age how it probably should have, but again, it comes down to writing though too, because Romero wrote such great characters in Dawn of the Dead versus these ones. These guys were so unlikable from the start. It was it's tedious to watch. It's a big difference. It's a big fucking difference in the movies. So, but I mean, here we don't have a lot of characterization in the film in Zombie 2, but these characters are fine for what they are. you know, they're semi likable for what they are. Al Cliver's cool, as the guy that steps in and I'll take you places. I always like him in films though. McAuliffe's cool. He's cool in like pretty much everything he does. But this movie is just, what do you say about it, man? I mean, it's so damn iconic in its scenes. I mean, for the people that haven't even seen Zombie, I bet you they know about some of this shit. They've seen the iconic zombies. They've seen probably stills, or they've seen clips of Zombie and whatever, but it's just that iconic. It's some of Fulci's best work in terms of like an overall product of like, capturing the amazing gore, soundtrack, cinematography, for me, it's like a full product. It's not my favorite Fulci, but that's me. That's me. Not to say that I don't fucking love this movie. I'm literally wearing a Zombie shirt. I've said that like 4 times because I have to repeat myself apparently. But yeah. Anyways, I mean, what do you guys have anything else on Zombie 2? I'm gonna call it Zombie 2.
No.
To me, like, this has always just kind of just been like the big, like, kind of like breath of like fresh air from like what you get from like your American zombie movies. It's like that like popular zombie movie that's like not really like, it's not a comedy, but it's like kind of like kooky and like fun, and like it's just like a series of like ridiculous happenings, but like just like with like the moldy zombies and actually how violent it gets, it makes like a good like it makes like a nice concoction. It's a cool I didn't really like this movie at first like years ago, but it's a movie I've definitely like came up on like over the years.
Do you remember what you didn't like about it? Or was it just the fact of like is it the JP effect where like when he first started watching Italian films he wasn't really overly familiar with the construction of them, like the tones?
Zombies have never been like one of my favorites. Oh, okay. And I think I just kind of like, and like I don't think like I was like an intelligent enough film watcher yet to like break down like what was good about this movie, you know what I mean?
Right.
Not that like I thought it was boring or anything, but like what, like, why is this good? You know what I mean?
Like, why are people putting this on a pedestal and saying it's fucking amazing?
Yeah, like why is it good? Then like you eventually click. It's like, what doesn't matter that it's a mess? Like it doesn't matter that it's like goofy, but like you have all these crazy like ridiculous things that happen in like 90 minutes, and it's got like this cranking score and iconic shot, like all these iconic shots. It's a good fucking movie.
One thing I love about this movie though, like. Like you talk about being like, kooky and shit, like, but like, there's not a lick of comedy in this movie whatsoever. It takes itself dead serious.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that's what makes it work so well is because like Fulci has this really dark humor about him. And especially in his later films, he has moments in his films where you're like, oh my God, dude, like Cat in the Brain, dude, is hysterical. It's hysterical because it's literally about him, right? That's the funny thing about the movie. It's meant to be like, that type of film, but like this movie is fucking dead serious. He took it dead serious. But I will say, in comparison to Dawn of the Dead, like as much as I love the movie, there's 2 things that stand out about this movie. Like I already mentioned how the zombies look amazing in this. They're fucking really good. But the blood is so much better than Dawn of the Dead. It actually looks like real blood. Like they had the formula proper here. And like Tom Savini said, like they didn't have the right formula even when they did Dawn of the Dead. That comes out a little pink, but this movie looks fucking red and looks normal, and it's looked like that forever, even since the days of VHS. It's not like a color correction thing. So, but like the blood looks really good, and I mean, from all films, filmmaking aspects for Zombie, I think this one it's a feat. It's a feat, man. I think it works. It really does. So. Yeah.
I think you're up, Moodz.
All right, 10. 10 for me. I said my piece.
I am also at a 10 on Zombie 2.
Well, I'm at an 8.
Hey, that's where I used to be.
It's interesting too because like me, I love a good downbeat ending, and I feel like this one just delivers on the downbeat because it's just like that last shot is so iconic, but it's just like, damn, dude, like they're fucked. New York's fucked. I love that shit, dude. And the way it just
uplifting to me, as weird as that sounds. Like you have this cranking score, like, playing it, I'm kind of just like, yeah, they did it.
No, that's the Red Sox fan in you right there. You're like, oh, the Yankees are going down right now.
I don't know. There's just something I like about like this, like an army of zombies like marching into New York to like this song.
Right. Yeah, and it's like a perfectly executed musical cue too. It's great. It's fucking awesome. So
yeah. It just
all right,
makes you say like good for them.
Yeah. All right, so that's going to be Zombie or Zombie 2 from 1979. All right, so moving into the sequel. From 1988, we got Zombie 3. Also directed by Lucio Fulci. And of course, Bruno Mattei has credit in the film for filling in when Lucio Fulci became ill. Mattei said in interviews that he did maybe 30%, but it was all Fulci storyboards. It was everything. He was there to direct the camera kind of thing. I see Claudio Fragasso has a director. Maybe he was probably on set with Bruno Mattei at the time because they were, a collabo that did a lot of shit together, of course. But a lot of people are like, oh no, this feels like a Bruno Mattei film. I'm like, he admits himself. He's like, it's Fulci's movie. There's a couple of scenes. I think the opening scene is one of the scenes that Bruno Mattei did because they hadn't filmed it yet. So he shot that one with the helicopters and stuff like that. So that was Bruno Mattei, which kind of makes sense. He did a lot of action stuff and stuff, so it made a little bit more sense. But anyways, Zombie 3 synopsis: when a terrorist body infected with a stolen chemical is cremated by the U.S. military, a virus is unintentionally released into the atmosphere over a small island.
Kind of sounds like Return of the Living Dead.
Yeah, it definitely does sound like Return of the Living Dead. 100%. It does. Which they're probably playing off that a little bit, but being a sequel to Zombie 2, this one is like, it's so different. It's so different, man. We got zombies that are more in line with like the Dawn of the Dead remake zombies. These are fast moving, aggressive motherfuckers. But it does make sense in the narrative to the reason why they're like this, because the chemical that the military was working on was supposed to be a military weapon, right? It went wrong, and these people got infected, and then they turned into the weapon that they were supposed to be, so it does make sense. It does actually make sense in the narrative, in my opinion. Do you guys get that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it completely makes sense. Because, like, I remember years ago, like, watching this film, I'm like, why the fuck are the zombies so damn fast? Not paying attention to what they're saying in the narrative. Like, oh, man, it was designed like that. It's supposed to be a weapon, so it makes sense that they're this aggressive. And so, but who's up? Tyler, you want to... your thoughts, or JP, just thoughts on Zombie 3?
Yeah, Zombie 3 is one of those films where, like, the first time I seen it, I thought it was, like, actually kind of bad. Where I was just like, oh, this is like a joke compared to the other one. But I totally have changed my tune on that. For one, watching it at the drive-in was really fucking fun.
Yeah, I can imagine.
That was really cool. Just because it's like a different title, it's not like as famous as Zombie or some of the more popular movies you get. But seeing it on the big screen was fun. But it's just a wild movie. It's fast paced. There's a lot of great scenes and attacks and gore and shit like that. It just goes. It's also weird that Claudio Fragasso was involved in this.
Well, no, like I said, though, like him and Bruno Mattei were like hand in hand, right? So they did a lot of writing. They always did shit together and stuff. So I'm not exactly 100% sure what Fragasso, why he has a director credit on IMDb. I have no idea if that's actually true or not. But as far as I know, Mattei did some work on here. Like everyone knows, but
yeah, I think like back in the day, I thought maybe Mattei did like most of the work, but like watching it now, it totally is a Fulci movie. Like,
well, like I said, he even said in an interview, like it's 70% of this movie is Fulci,
but you can, even if it wasn't, like, let's say he did 70% of it, you could see him just saying that because people like it and like he just wants to like show respect.
Well,
so
he
you can
literally
see him.
He literally said that like the whole movie was storyboarded, it was all done. He said he just showed up on set and like just basically directed the camera, right? Like, it was already Fulci doing, but he was there to do it. So he got, obviously you're going to get credit for what you do because you want to get paid, right? Mm-hmm. So, but he basically was on set for maybe 30% of the film. So it is what it is.
Yeah. But I think now looking at it, like being more familiar with Fulci's films, like I totally see this as a Fulci movie.
Yeah.
Even if he didn't say that.
I mean, a lot of these movies from Fulci's filmography around this time are very similar to this. I know you haven't probably seen some of them, but like if you went back and watched some of them, you'd be like, this is 100% Fulci. It really is. It's just the way he was directing and what he was doing at this time. So yeah, it makes sense.
I've seen a good bit of his filmography by now, I think.
Yeah.
Some of the later stuff like Manhattan Baby, I've never seen.
Well, it's right in the middle of his classic era. Like that was 1981, and that's like the one.
Damn, that movie is early. I thought it was way later.
Oh yeah, no, that's like almost 7 years before this one.
90,
or that's 82. I think it's 82 actually. So whatever, 6 years before this one, but it's got quite a few films in there actually between that and Zombie 3. But yeah.
What do you think, Tyler? Since this is the first time watch.
Yeah, so I don't know why I like just had the idea like I wasn't gonna like these movies. I don't know, maybe I just like thought like okay, they're just like kind of like shitty direct-to-video Italian sequels. But no, like I agree with you. This is definitely like a lot more of like pulpy like Fulci movie than I definitely anticipated. Like what I really like about Fulci, well actually I guess I like his giallo stuff more than most of his work, surprisingly. But the aspects I really like about like Fulci's like filmmaking, and especially in relation to like a lot of the other Italian filmmakers working, he had his own like kind of like really like less his take on like the nightmare was like less like whimsical than like Argento, for example. And like his movies have this like really just like kind of serious like dark quality to them, and it's got like the music is always like kind of like subtle throughout like Fulci movies. It's not like as in your face as like some of the other like scores from like the more famous giallos. Not to say that he doesn't have movies like that, but I've always felt like he like was kind of the most atmospheric of them, and he had like a really like unique vision in like juxtaposing like this like more like not stylistic gore, but almost this like raw, like nasty, like gritty gore, like with that like kind of like that like flashy like Italian like style with like lighting, and just like he has a lot of scenes night scenes I've noticed with like this great like fog. And it just like it always like just sets the scene so nicely for me. And I kind of just like felt like this movie was gonna like kind of lose some of that stuff and maybe be like more like over the top than Zombie, for example. But I really liked how like, all things considered with the story kind of like stayed in like kind of like a more serious tone, but like the gore is like out of this world. Like right at the beginning, you get this guy like hacking off his hand with like his hand looks like nasty too. It's like this like gross like moldy looking water. And like,
the green to it makes it look so like infected and like fucking just like fucked up. Like, oh shit, you're fucked, dude. Like that's what when he's in there trying to cut his hand off, I'm like, bro, you're fucked already, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I love the like those like the qualities like about like really like kind of like all the movies in this franchise where they really capture just like kind of like they have the grossest zombies, and like they do feel like they've like been buried, like they're falling apart. They got like gross shit everywhere. You got great, it's nice. And then he cuts it off, and you get like this like blood cannon. Like it's just It was very nice that it came up like this, and wasn't what I was expecting. And like, I really like these like jungle zombie movies. Like, this is kind of the last like couple of years have kind of like really been me discovering like jungle horror, even like movies like we talked about a couple weeks ago, like King
Have you
Kong,
seen Hell of the Living Dead by Bruno Mattei?
Zombie.
Have you seen that?
That was in 1980, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it for 1980. Some of these are blended. I've seen a lot of these only like once, so they blend together a little bit. But yeah, like 1980, I guess was kind of like my intro, where like I was also surprised at like the amount of different things you could do with a cannibal movie in the jungle.
Dude, I watched Hell of the Living Dead on 4K the other night and was fucking blown away by how good the transfer was. I was like, what the fuck? It was
speaking of 4Ks,
I just streamed this.
I know Severin just announced their 4K, but I've had the 88 one, and my god, dude, even the stock footage looks good. I was like, what the fuck? This is crazy. Like, it's so bizarre to watch that movie, because I've seen that movie on so many different formats, and it always looked like a Bruno Mattei film from 1980 with like 40% stock footage. It's fucking amazing.
Speaking of the Severin announcements, boy, have they been very Italian heavy. And I was going to say, what are the chances that they don't announce Zombie 3 and 4 4Ks for this Black Friday sale?
Yeah, I'm just, I mean, they announced Rats. Like, a lot of their announcements, I'm not upgrade. Like, I'm fine with my Blu-rays. Like, my Rats Blu-ray looks fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm not that enticed by anything they've
I just don't need 4K.
I'm just saying, like, what they're announcing, wouldn't it be surprising if they didn't announce Zombie 3, because they did Eaten Alive,
right?
Like, they just seem like they're re-releasing their Italian shit that they've put out.
Considering the Eaten Alive 4K. I might do that one, but like, I don't know, man. If they announce Zombie 3
like
4K, I might do it.
Where I would maybe pick up at a Wasteland. Like,
yeah, and that's the thing with Severin. Like, I kind of waited out on Severin, but I don't know, man. I mean, do I need a Rats 4K? Do I really need that?
I mean, you need it, but how bad do you need it? You know,
I just feel like it's coming from 88 because I collect that Italian line, and like,
I mean, they kill so many rats in that movie. Like,
it's fucked.
Death in 4K.
It is so fucked. Yeah. It is so fucked. Well, I'm honestly pleasantly surprised, Tyler, that you're digging the Zombie 3. I never thought in a million years that you would ever even like any of these sequels. I just assumed these were these are 3s and 4s.
Fun. Like, that's a one.
No, they're not. Yeah, like the thing, they're really atmospheric, and like, I don't think they're like incredible or anything, but they're entertaining. Like, they're not like slow.
No, it's all right to use the word fun. These are fun fucking movies, man. And you know, the funny thing about Zombie 3 for myself is, like, for some odd reason, it takes itself way too serious, but I think that's part of the fun of it. I think it's so fucking goddamn funny. One of my favorite characters in the movie is the military general or the leader, whatever. And he's just like, he just wants to kill people. He's like, well, we're just going to solve this by we're going to just take out this whole village. And I'm like, what the fuck? And this scientist is like, bro, we're working on an antidote for this, man. We can save this shit. He's like, nah, we're just gonna go and fucking do it our way. It's so ridiculous, man. It's so fucking, but it's played dead serious. That's the problem. But you can't take it that serious. That's what makes this movie so much fucking fun for me, man. Oh, dude.
Yeah, and I don't know, something about the military guys driving down the road in their little Jeep talking, like, they're just fun. Like, it's just,
dude,
it's very lively.
That whole scene where they're ripping down the road and the girls are hitting on him and stuff is the dialogue is so beyond cornball that it's amazing. It's so fucking funny, man. I love it, dude. It's so good. It's so good. Oh shit. Yeah. No, I mean, I like the fact that these zombies are like, they're quick and shit, you know. There's, I mean, not all of them are. It's weird. It's like there's like a disconnect sometimes with the zombies because some of them are slow and some of them are fast. But I'm like, I guess that one guy or those ones got a little bit more infected with the weapon.
It's the same thing with the death one in Dawn of the Dead, right? Because like Roger takes like forever for the infection to go through, but then Flyboy is like instant.
Yeah, I know that there is a little bit of an issue with that for sure.
I mean, you can chalk it up to just standard medical shit, right? Like sometimes like if you get COVID or something, like it hits you harder than it hits me or whatever, you know.
People have different resistances to it, shit like that.
Yeah, so I kind of just always chalked it up to that, you know. It's just like one of those things where it can come in different lengths of speed.
It's funny that you bring that up too with Flyboy's character, because in the Argento cut he turns instantly because it's so cut. It's like instant. He gets bitten. He's all of a sudden he's going upstairs. He's going to get revenge. He's going upstairs. It's fucking crazy.
Get you.
Yeah, you know what's actually an interesting aspect of this film is like the scene where they come across all the birds that are dead on.
Dude, for some reason, I was like, I've seen Killing Birds before.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking of that scene with all the dead birds. And I was like, yeah, I remember that. But
there's more bird attacks in this movie than there is in Killing Birds.
Yeah.
But it's a weird idea that never really got flushed out or really explored in in any of these movies. Was that bird was obviously affected by the terrorist that was burnt up, and so they were infected. But like that's how like the plague really starts in this film, is the bird attacks the dude and transfers over the zombie virus or whatever. And I'm like, it's weird, like it just happens out of left field in this film, and you're like, okay.
Yeah,
but it's never
cool though.
It's never explained. It's just like, okay, I guess that can happen, you know. But I just think it's really funny that like there's definitely more bird attacks in this film than there is in Killing Birds.
Yeah,
or bird attacks. I mean, but
yeah,
it's an interesting. That's an interesting part, because I would have loved to have seen that be a thing in a serious film where animals can attract or, you know, can basically, you know, get the virus or whatever.
Yeah, you would love the Resident Evil films.
Dude, I watched the first one and I thought it was the best I've ever seen. It was fucking.
But the fun thing about like the Resident Evil series, especially the games, like I'm a big fan of the games. I've played them like all the main line and multiple times. The cool thing about those games is there's fucking zombie everything. Like the first game, you run into like a giant fucking snake that is infected with the virus. There's dogs, there's spiders, there's leeches, there's sharks, all in the first game. And then like, you know, the other game, there's a giant alligator in Resident Evil 2 in the sewers, which is funny. That is infected, but yeah, they never really realized those games into good movies, unfortunately. Even the soft reboot thing they did a couple years ago, I was more pissed off about that than the fucking original Resident Evil, because at least in the original Resident Evil, they're like, they didn't really say like, hey, this is going to be like exactly like the video game. Whereas like this new movie that they're saying like, oh yeah, this is like way like we actually are taking huge inspiration from the video game, and they fucked it up. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Resident Evil franchise show?
No.
Come on.
So this movie right here, like it's like the baby of like Dawn of the Dead. There's so many aspects in this film that like correlate to like Dawn of the Dead, the whole military thing. There's like military characters and stuff like that. And there's like a bunch of moments too, like towards the end of the film, like the helicopter and like, you know, escaping that way and stuff. Like there's moments in this movie where it's just like, it's trying to be Dawn of the Dead, right? Which I respect. It is what it is, man. You know, why not just start ripping off that shit? There's even a part, like actually one of the military characters in the film is named Raj, short for Roger. So that's interesting. So
that Roger just seems like a military guy name.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. You know what's so fucking weird about this film? So I never noticed this before until I was watching it this time. But like in the beginning of the film, where the dude that, you know, escapes and you know, is all fucked up from the military weapon and stuff, and he's in his hotel room. There's a scene where the dude goes into the room with the water.
Mm-hmm.
You guys know? Yeah, okay, you know the scene. So he goes into the room with the water, and he's like, and he says from the bathroom, he's like, "Oh, just put it on the table, blah blah blah." So he puts it on the table, and that's all good. We get a bunch of shit. Anyways, fast forward a little bit, and then we get the female maid, where she goes, where he actually where the male guy, whatever, he tells her to go clean up the mess in 4 because it smells in there, but it's the same hotel room. And she goes into the room, and when she walks into the room, it's supposed to be the same room, but it's like a totally different room. There's like a bed where the table was when the guy went in there, and I'm like, dude. So I'm not sure if they shot half this maybe with Fulci or Matai or whatever happened in there, but it's supposed to be the same room, but it's like the completely opposite room.
Yeah, I was just thinking like, okay, maybe it's like multiple, like it's like a fancy hotel with like multiple rooms with multiple entries.
No, because each scene is shot with that door of him in the bathroom. The door is in each scene. It's the same room, but in one scene there's a table when he comes in there. When she comes in, there's a bed and there's no table, whatever. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, like I'd never noticed that before, like how fucked up that scene was. It's totally shot wrong. It's crazy. But anyways, it is what it is. Multiple directors, some things went a little haywire there, I guess. But it is what it is, man. One thing I do like about this movie though, like there's a fuck ton of zombies in this one. If you compare this one to Zombie 2, where we get bits and pieces of zombies, and of course the third act is, quite a few, but throughout this whole movie, there's a lot of zombies. Like there's a lot of action with zombies and stuff. I really like that. It just feels like such a bigger film. It feels lower budget than Zombie, but it feels bigger with zombies and just what's going on and stuff. It's kind of cool. I like that. What's funny watching this film? It feels like what we just went through with COVID when they're talking about the spread of like the disease and stuff. It just echoed the COVID era. I'm like, oh my God,
dude, it's so weird. Like watching,
it's identical to what we just went through.
I went on an infection run during COVID.
Yeah,
and I watched a bunch of movies like that were infection based, like 20 Days Later, 28 Weeks Later, Carriers, stuff like that, and like. Forever now, like anytime there's like some kind of pandemic or virus or whatever, I'm always gonna like think of it in that COVID way. It's the weirdest thing.
Yeah, this one just echoes it though. Like, I mean, I'm obviously like a lot of those movies do and stuff, but like I'm watching this going, holy shit, dude. Like they're talking
like,
about pandemics and like
Contagion. Like that movie is so like spot on with that shit.
Yeah, I know. That's almost freaky. I mean, it was the #1 film on Netflix there for a while because everyone had to watch Contagion. Yeah. So, but I mean, honestly, man, this movie, it has a lot of good gore effects and stuff. I mean, the special, like the makeup effects aren't as good as if it kind of shows its budget at times, especially with the good transfers. Definitely not as good as Zombie, which, it's not expected to be. But I think the effects, like the gore is actually really good in this. It just feels like it's so big. Like there's a lot of good explosions in this. It just feels like, it almost feels like an action zombie film, which I kind of like. I kind of like that as a sequel to like Zombie 2. I think it's good stuff. What else do I got on this one? I really like, you know what I also like about when the green ooze is coming out of. I love that shit, man. I love that, man. I don't know why. I think the green is cool, man. The green goo, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I love that. Yeah. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Yeah.
You ooze, you lose.
Adds a little bit of flavor to it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyways, I don't know. What else you guys got on Zombie 3? Tyler, I mean, it's your first time watch on it. Like, what else you got on it?
I mean, not like nothing really in particular. Like a lot of these movies, they're just like so mood driven for me that there's nothing like the scripts sometimes are almost like irrelevant to me. But like I liked how I thought like just like it just hits a lot of like Fulci like touchstone things. Like I think maybe I thought this movie was going to be bad because of like the whole thing surrounding Fulci like getting sick. like while he was directing it. But yeah, like this movie's it's just a solid time. It goes by quick. It's got like a lot of the Fulci, like classic like Fulci music and Fulci lighting, and like those nasty those nasty gore scenes that you're so accustomed to. And like again, like I don't know why I like didn't expect those to be in this. Maybe I'm just like I've severely underestimated this like entire like subgenre of like Italian zombie movies.
You know what I always find so funny about this movie? Sorry to cut you off, but like what I find so funny is like the resort that the opening scene happens at, like it's like what, a week later, and it looks like it's been abandoned for like a year. There's like overgrown trees in it, and it's just like ridiculous. I'm like, in a week, the whole island just got fucked up. It looks like it went back in time like 3,000 years. It's crazy. I love that though. Like it's so nonsensical. It's so nonsensical. Like it would never be like that. But I dig that shit, man. I mean, there's so many moments in this film where like Fulci's giving shout outs and stuff. Like the whole DJ thing is a shout out to The Fog, Adrian Barbeau's character, right?
Oh yeah, the DJ thing. Yeah.
You know who totally who the DJ kind of reminded me of randomly?
The guy from Eight-Legged Freaks.
No, it's not even from a horror movie.
There's a DJ in Eight-Legged Freaks who like is kind of like the same thing.
Yeah, no, this has got to be a shout out to The Fog.
Of Samuel Jackson from Do the Right Thing.
I can see that. But I mean, his whole character is like, he's talking exactly like fucking Stevie from The Fog.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, but like that whole thing becomes nonsensical too, because like by the end of the film, he gets infected and he's a zombie and he's like talking and shit. I'm like, okay, so the zombies are talking now on radio, but how the fuck did he even get infected? Like there's so many stupid things. I'm just like, what the fuck? But I don't care because it's so
it could have even been a shout out to
it's
Dawn
like
of the Dead.
It's like it's not trying to have a strong narrative. So when it has like these like little like slow pops, it's like, who cares? It's like that's not what the movie's about.
But it's trying to have commentary though too. Like it's bringing up things, like he's bringing up things, and like there's I don't know if it's supposed to be like that, but I mean, I guess as North Americans we can probably take it like that, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's pretty cool though. So
yeah, I like it.
But I mean, you know, this movie, like I said, you know, it gives shout outs to The Fog. You know, it obviously Dawn of the Dead, with the helicopter stuff towards the end, but it's even like Night of the Living Dead, man, when they fucking shoot the dude too. You know, like he's an innocent dude. He's like fucking running, like blah blah blah, and all of a sudden he gets fucking blasted away. Like that's I mean, they were incorporating everything into this one. You know, so I like that. But overall, man,
I kind of like that. Like these movies, just like I was just saying, I kind of like how all these movies were all just steal shit from other movies. I'm like, yeah, that was cool. We're gonna do that too.
Right. But that's what I always liked about Italian films. It's like they're like the only type of filmmakers that could get away with this shit. So
yeah, it's like funny to me. I like it. Like it makes like all these movies just like a tad bit funnier. That's like they just like steal stuff and they're like, yeah, whatever. Who gives a shit?
Like Bruno Mattei can literally make, you know, Aliens and Alien or whatever, and like everyone's like, yeah, this is fucking awesome. Like it's literally those movies. Like it's fucking, it's ridiculous. Like he just completely rips. I mean, this is, you know, it's obviously an Italian thing. They rip off American films all the time, like especially with the post-apocalyptic films and stuff like that. But man, they always worked out well. They always worked out well. You know, like that's why when I watch this shit, I'm just like, I have no problem with this, man. I have no problem with this. I think this movie's fucking fun as hell. Like it is a blast from the start to the end. I've never ever I never get bored with this shit. I could watch it all the time. It's great. It's fun stuff, man. So, JP, you got anything else on it?
I don't think that I do.
Check your notes.
I don't take notes.
Fuck. So what do you give this one?
Shit, man, I like Zombie 3 quite a bit, dude. I think that at the end of the day, like it is just a really fun fucking movie, and like there's so much like carnage and action, which normally I don't like. Like it's not action, but it's just like a lot of shit happening. You know, guns and zombie attacks and shit like that. As crazy as it might sound, dude, I'm coming in at an 8.
Why is that crazy?
I feel like that's high. Is that not high?
Oh, dude, I'm in at a 9, man. I'm Zombie 3. I love Zombie 3.
Skip Tyler, damn it.
Wasn't it my go? No, he went first.
No,
yeah, Tyler went. Oh yeah.
I have the even amount score.
Oh no, we're on the third film.
Yeah. So so it would have been back to wait. No, yeah.
I think we started who started? Tyler went first?
Tyler went first, then you, then me. So then it would be and I just started, so it would be Tyler next, then you. Yeah.
Whatever. I'm at a 9. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant, man.
We usually stick to the order, and it's weird because we never really discussed doing it that way, but we just like have like morphed into doing it where like one person goes first, first, and then the second time the second person goes first, and then the third person goes first, and then back to the first. It's like weird. We never really like plan. Did we ever discuss doing that, or just happened?
Never. It just worked out like that.
Yeah.
I just
we fuck it up sometimes. It's always like, oh my god, I didn't even know you guys did that.
I caught on eventually, but I was like, I'll just wait till they tell me it's my turn.
So it is your turn now.
All right, I'm gonna be a 6.5.
All right, 6.5.
Well, it's definitely harder than I ever thought it would be. So
yeah, I honestly kind of maybe expected coming in here that he was going to be around 5.5.
I didn't think he was going to like these at all. Like I thought these were like under 5s. I'm just curious.
They're pleasant surprises.
That's cool.
All right, so that is Zombie 3 from 1988. All right, so moving on to 1989, Zombie 4 After Death, directed by who we just brought up, Claudio Fragasso, who oddly enough has a credit for 3. I'm still confused on that. Maybe it says
didn't we do him on a show once?
Yeah. But
what films did we do?
But we didn't do this film because you specifically said I want to do the zombie franchise someday. So we did 3 of his other films. We did Monster Dog, Beyond
Night
Dark
Killer.
Yeah, Beyond Darkness. Yeah, we did those ones. So we didn't do Troll 2, obviously, because I think we were actually planning to do Troll 1 and 2 as a double feature, whatever. But,
or can we do Contamination Point 7, which is also a troll film? In some countries.
Actually, that is a funny idea, man. Doing a troll trilogy of like where it incorporates like sequels that are just like in name only, whatever.
Yeah, there was a Troll 4 too, which is like a swords and sandals movie.
Really, that's so stupid, man. This is like a fucking rabbit hole, though. It really is like a rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's fucking wild.
Yeah,
because we always do dumb shit like that on this show. Like we did Paranormal Activity, included Tokyo Night,
which was such a fucking disaster. We thought it was like, oh, we'll include that, and it turned out to be the biggest piece of shit in the whole franchise.
Yeah, and you turned out liking most of the franchise. Which we didn't.
The only one I didn't like was that film. Was that spin-off one?
Yeah, that was a wild, that was a wild one.
For somebody that hated Paranormal Activity, and then what the fuck happened? I end up liking the first, and then loving the whole franchise because that franchise is unique with continuity.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's pretty fucking cool, man. Anybody that says they don't, I think they're lying. But anyways, no, I'm just joking. I don't want to alienate. We've already alienated enough people tonight, man. We don't have to keep doing it. So
yeah. True.
All right. So Zombie 4, Claudio Fragasso, famous for doing Troll 2. There's an amazing documentary where he still thinks it's
the worst movie, dude. I love that. Have you ever seen that, Tyler?
Troll 2, yeah.
No,
I've seen the
best worst
documentary
movie.
too.
No, the best worst movie is actually better than the movie.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah,
too.
like best worst
Yeah, I've
movie
seen
is
that
like
too.
one of my favorite fucking documentaries. Just
It
'cause,
is.
like nobody in that movie is like self-aware. Like
Yeah, it's weird.
Dude, there's
It's
like
so weird.
There's so many insane people that like worked on it.
Everybody's insane, dude.
I just love how
the
Claudia,
mom is
like
just
when he's
it's
like,
a wonderful movie about friendship.
Yeah.
I just love when he's like so confused. He's like, why are people laughing? Like, this is a good movie.
Yeah.
It's fucking hilarious.
He's like, this is dramatic scene.
Yeah.
What is going on? Why are people laughing?
You know, that's what I love about Claudio. Like, he honestly, that just proved that he set out to make a good movie, you know, which makes it even better.
Doesn't he like think it's a good movie? I'm pretty sure he says in the documentary, he's like, I made a good film.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, he set out to make a good film, and he thinks it's a good movie, but like, it's, you know, in most eyes, it's kind of trashy and shitty. But like, I have respect for people that make they go out of their way to make not go out of their way, but they try to make a legit good movie, and it turns out really bad. But I have respect for that. Sometimes, you know, they're so bad they're good.
Did we ever review Contamination Point 7?
No.
Oh,
No,
I would love to do that. I fucking love that movie.
You know what's funny about that? We did Troll 1, 2, and that movie is Troll 3. That movie is literally about killer vines.
I know, and I love it. Dude, you know the weirdest thing about that movie? That might be the first ever Italian movie I watched because I had a copy of Friday the 13th Part 9 and like a homemade copy, and the next movie was Contamination Point 7. And I always would just watch Friday the 13th and just let it run. And so like literally at like 7 years old or something, I watched Contamination Point 7 like a million times.
What kind of warped fucking movie channel were you recording shit off of? Because
I don't even think I got that off of somebody. So the question is, what kind of weird fucking movie channel were they recording shit off of?
That is weird.
Yeah, Contamination Point 7. And it was called Creeper or Crawlers or Creepers or something.
The Crawlers,
yeah, on my version. But I've always had like and I didn't understand what the dub was, but I knew something was like weird with it when I was a kid.
Yeah,
and like that's a movie that is like a so big guilty pleasure for me. I love that movie.
It's fun, man. It's fun. I think it's fun.
It's stupid, but it's fun.
Yeah.
All right, so
I watched that for 80, and I remember thinking this movie is way better than it has any right to be.
That would have been 90 something, I think.
Oh, never mind. I'm thinking of the wrong movie then. Is there?
Yeah, it came out in
1980,
like 92 or something like that. 93 or something like
91, I think.
Is it? I can't remember because we're doing 92. Is it 90 or maybe it was 91? I can't remember. All right, so After Death, Zombie 4 synopsis. A woman goes back to the island where her parents were killed. They had been working on a cure for cancer and accidentally raised the dead by angering a voodoo priest. With the woman is a group of mercenaries, and they met up with some other researchers. They raise the dead again, and all hell breaks loose. I mean, I guess that's kind of accurate, but I don't think in the narrative, I don't think they're specifically going back to the island where her parents were killed.
I think that's like supposed to be a reveal, right?
Yeah, well, it's almost like a she realizes that she's been at the island after they already got there.
Yeah, it's like it was a coincidence thing.
Yeah, it was a coincidence.
Like, it wasn't like she had memories of an island, and she's like. They also call zombies in some of these movies, which is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely have this moment in the film where she couldn't remember anything until she remembers everything 2 minutes later. It's really, it's fucking hilarious. So funny. But yeah, no, this movie actually has like an original song for it, and it's really fucking catchy. Like it plays right through the opening credits, and it's super awesome 80s shit, man. You're just like, oh my god, this is fucking
Have you ever
awesome.
Actually like listen to what he's saying though?
Oh yeah, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. I didn't realize it. So I 2 nights ago I threw this movie on at the end of the night, and I ended up falling asleep to it. And that song kept playing, and I was like, it was very catchy, and I was like, I like this song. And then the next night when I actually like watched the movie, I started up I had the subtitles on, as I always do. but I was actually like not falling asleep. So I was like reading what the subtitles of the song were saying. And I was like, wait, what? I was like, none of this makes any sense or rhymes.
Right. No, I agree. So this movie kind of goes back to like, I think Fagrasso kind of took the idea of like, you know, Fulci's zombie film and took it back to like the voodoo stages, where Zombie 3 is essentially just, you know, it's an airborne virus kind of thing, infection or whatever you want to call it. So this one kind of plays into the whole voodoo thing, basically about like I think the first I want to say the first 20 minutes of this movie is the backstory. It's actually quite crazy. And in which we get this like voodoo priestess, whatever. He essentially
he's a bit of a dick.
He's kind of a bit of a dick, but at the same time, like
he doesn't understand or something. But there's some apparent backstory where these scientists came to like save people.
They were on the island. They were on the island, you know, doing cancer research and stuff like that. Anyways, this voodoo priestess, he like had a son or a kid that had cancer and stuff like that. It was a daughter that had cancer. Anyways, the researchers tried their experiments on, not experiments, but they tried their methods on this child. And anyways, it died. And he held them responsible.
The voodoo guy thinks that like, yo, you guys fucking killed her. Not that like he probably doesn't even understand what cancer is.
I feel like they were kind of like pushing at the whole whitey thing too. Like, you motherfucking whiteys.
Yeah. But I couldn't figure out like, do you think that they actually like did try to save his daughter, or and he got it twisted, or do you think they are bad whiteys who like were doing some kind of crazy experiments that caused her to get cancer?
No, I think that it's the way I perceive it is that, you know, they were there doing, you know, good research and stuff, and they tried their methods and they actually tried to save this child and it died. But of course, if you know you're an angry parent, you're not going to accept that. But he just happens to be into voodoo. So he has the ability to do some shit. So he basically kind of conjures up this whole thing and he creates this whole situation where
his little upside down cross like paint is pretty cool. Makes him look scary.
So the beginning of this movie is weird because like it basically kind of feels like a possession film in a sense. Like he conjures up like this whole
especially when like they like the fucking it feels like a demon. This film's like fucking demons, dude. It
is like demons. It's exactly like demons.
Like it should be in the Demons franchise. When that fucking demon like jumps out of the earth, like flies 10 feet in the air.
Yeah.
So I was like, Jesus, what is going on here?
Yeah, I think that's supposed to be his wife or something like that. Anyways, she gets like all possessed and stuff. She goes to hell, but she comes back for like, you know, revenge and stuff. And like, it literally is the opening of this movie is like a demon thing where she comes back and then she takes care of all these like researchers and stuff like that. And essentially what happens is like our main character in the film, her parents, her dad was the lead scientist on the island. Anyways, the demon kills her father and mother and she escapes and stuff like that. And it jumps, you know, 20 years into the future where now they're on a boat and she's of course with these mercenaries. It's so funny. They're talking about like fucking Vietnam and shit.
There's always fucking mercenaries in these movies, man.
It's so weird. Like she's like out on vacation with these mercenaries and stuff. And then we get these other people that are on the island. They're research, they're scientists too. They're there to investigate the past that happened. Anyways, they end up on the island because these supernatural things are happening. The boat's not working properly, so they end up on the island. And then, these other people, scientists, they end up conjuring back up the evil. And then we get a full-blown kind of fucking zombie film. It's fucking weird.
Zombie demon film,
man. It's like, it's weird because like you're watching all these zombie films and then you place yourself into this realm. And it's like super like demon. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, it's super jarring when you're watching this at first, but it's demons and then it's like zombies and it's weird. it's really out there. It's Claudio Fragasso trying to capitalize on everything that was popular at the time and couldn't really make up his mind.
We're like in a fucking cavern for like part of the movie, like in the beginning, and then it's just like we're in like some kind of fucking cave thing, dude.
Yeah, like he doesn't know what he wants to make, like a sequel to Demons or like a sequel to Zombie, but he's like, fuck it, let's just do both. That's what I feel like this movie is. Like it literally is that. So, but it's fun though. Like it's honestly, this is a fun movie. It really is.
It is.
I think it's a fun one. So
it feels a little cheaper than what we've had thus far, but it definitely is fun.
Yeah, I like the whole Book of the Dead thing. I mean, it plays into the whole demon thing and stuff, and like
honestly, bro, I'm kind of down with some like more voodoo shit. I feel like voodoo is underutilized.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the voodoo stuff, honestly. And like right from the opening scene, you kind of got like that cool, like violent voodoo scene. And that was pretty dope. And like it kicks off right away too, like with that kind of like foggy, like smoky atmosphere I was talking about the last movie. And that's like it kind of it for the same reasons, like it kind of carries the movie for me. Like there's good music. There's like this movie has its moments. It has some nice violent parts. It's got some good atmosphere. Like it's nothing incredible, but I think it's like again like a pretty solid movie that like I was like just like happy to watch right after the other one.
Well, there's parts in this film just like Zombie 3 where the fog machines are going so crazy where it's like there's almost too much atmosphere.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention that in Zombie 3. There's so much atmosphere. Like it's like holy shit, dude. Like, but yeah, I mean, I have no problem with that because, like I said, I'm a visual person. I like the atmosphere. It's what I like about like most movies like this.
That's like to me, like that's like the reason to like watch these movies.
Yeah. I mean, there's good gore. I mean, there's some decent stuff going on here. The setting's cool. I think this was the one that was shot in the Philippines, right? So it has that kind of jungle aesthetic to it, and it definitely feels like that too. It's pretty cool though, man. I enjoy it. I like it. I mean, there's a lot of nonsensical stuff that's happening here, like the amulet that her mom gives her, which kind of saves
it's like to lock the door to hell or something like that.
The thing I don't understand about this movie that always bugged me is that like the researchers that come to the island to research what happened there or whatever, they're the ones that apparently like reopen the evil or set the whole zombie thing. And
damn it, this is sort of a Gates of Hell movie too.
It is. But like the weird part about that is like before they set everything in motion, there's a zombie on the island already that Buddy chases down and shit. So I don't really understand how they opened it up. It's weird. It's weird.
Maybe those were the ones that were fucking there from before.
It's weird, right? Like they were already there, but I don't know. It's
like, what would have happened to the ones from 20 years ago? Would they just be like still hanging around?
I guess, right? Like I think that's what it is. But like, it's funny because like, they opened up the gates or whatever.
It doesn't fucking make sense.
But like, there's literally a zombie that was on the island. It's weird. So yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, this one's weird though, man. Like it feels, it's definitely like a hybrid of like a demon / zombie film to the point where like, when some of our main characters get killed and stuff, like they talk, they feel like they're almost possessed, but they've turned into like zombies, like the dude with the fucking teeth and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Like he's clearly talking, but it just feels like at that moment, like he's almost possessed and shit.
It's always weird because like thus far
they changed the rules. There's no rules. There's no rules.
Like the first, like Dawn of the Dead, Zombie, and fucking Zombie 3. Pretty zombie-ish films.
Yeah.
This one is like, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want. There's no rules. There's just no.
But I feel like that kind of defines Claudio Fragasso. Like it's like his career in a nutshell. He's like, I'm gonna just do whatever I want to do. I'm gonna take ideas from everything.
Like I'm gonna put Freddy Krueger in the beginning of my movie.
Right. And that's the thing. And like that's what you get. Like you get like a Demons thing because Demons was popular. And I feel like that opening scene with the wife is fucking 100% Demons.
Yeah, I literally watching it, I was like, this thing's trying to look like Greta, bro.
100% Greta.
Is this the movie that even sounds like Demons? Like they're kind of 3 through 5 is kind of blurring a little bit for me.
What do you mean sounds like Demons?
One of them like has like the score like sounded like Demons, like it had like the same like kind of progression, like the like right at the beginning of Demons, like when like you're watching or like in like the train station and stuff. Like it has that same. One of these movies has the same progression, like musically. That like it did sound like a lot like Demons to me.
I mean, it might be this one you're talking about because I'm pretty sure it's not Killing Birds because Killing Birds score is like it's pretty repetitive. It's pretty repetitive through the film. Like there's not really a lot to it. So you might be thinking this one because Zombie 3 is pretty distinctive in what it is.
Yeah, I think it's got to be this one.
It probably is this one you're thinking of then. I never really thought Demon score, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, Massimo Vanni is one of the guys that is in this film. And it's so funny. Like you go in your Letterboxd and I'm like, dude, I've seen like 100 films with this guy in it. Like it's fucking hilarious. This guy shows up in every fucking movie. And like he always dies early too. It's so fucking funny. He's actually in a lot of really good Italian films. If you actually look at his filmography, it's crazy. I'm actually going to look at it right now. Oh, he's in RoboWar, of course. You know, he was actually, he's uncredited in Zombie 3. Bruno Mattei shit, but he's in a bunch of stuff, man. Fuck, the guy's still going. Still acting. Crazy. Crazy. Yeah.
What else?
So what do you guys got on this one? Not rating wise, but like any more thoughts on Zombie 4? I mean, it's very nonsensical. Not as bad as Part 5.
I like the jump. I like the jump to voodoo. That was cool.
Yeah, the voodoo stuff is cool. I mean, it makes sense for the setting though too. Like, I mean, I guess you would have to look at that for being in the Philippines and stuff, but like, it works. It definitely works. You know, like I said, it's totally for Grasso though, man. You know, taking popular things and just combining shit and just writing this nonsensical script, like nothing fucking makes sense.
Yeah, I think it just happened, but like, I just like, I don't know, like with this type of like atmosphere and just like, I think I'm just like used to Italian movies where it's like so ingrained in me now that like none of that stuff like bothers me.
Oh, of course not. Of course not. You can just chalk this shit up to being like nightmare logic, man. And then it just, that's all you need to know.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's like, this is how they do it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this one's got pretty decent kills in it. Actually, there's a bunch of shit in this that's actually pretty good, like kill wise and stuff. I mean, honestly, all these movies, with the exception of Killing Birds, I think like, I mean, because that one doesn't have like the biggest body count, you know what I mean? It has a few things in there, but like, you know, this one does pretty cool stuff. I mean, the whole zombie tribe in this, man, just like, what the fuck does it remind me of, man? It must have just been, I don't even know what it reminds me of, man. It reminds me of something really cheap, but I kind of like it though. I kind of dig it. It just doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't make any sense. Like, it drives me nuts that you see a zombie before they're like, you know, fucking opening up the gates of hell. It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts, but it's typical Claudio Vergrasso, I guess, but whatever. But I will tell you one thing, man. Soundtrack on point. Definitely on point.
Yeah, the soundtrack.
Yeah.
It's kind of what like who does like it's Al Festa that does the you know the main theme song and I think the actual score too. Like he does the soundtrack song and the score. Fuck, is it ever catchy though, man? It is insanely catchy. Like this thing just sucks you right in. But I like this kind of cheapness though, man. Like, I mean, it doesn't really know what it wants to be, but it's fun.
That's okay.
I think it's really fun. If it's like, if it's your first time watching, I've watched this movie so many times and it's like, I enjoy it. There's not really a lot to say about it though, without giving the whole fucking, I feel like the more we go on here, the less we have to say about the films, because I feel like these are less seen.
They get less plot dense. They just become like things happening.
Yeah, I just feel like we could sit there and talk about every scene, whatever, but like, fuck, we're just ruining the whole movies if people want to check them out. But I mean, I personally do recommend, because I actually enjoy this movie. But it's one of those ones where I feel like people have probably seen Zombie 3, but maybe not 4 and 5. Maybe 5 now that Vinegar Syndrome in Region 1 release it, kind of thing. I mean, it's not like it was obscure. I mean, it had releases here before. But
I hadn't seen it, so definitely.
I mean, Severin put this one out too, but yeah. So, but there's just, anyways, I don't understand. I actually really enjoy this movie, but who's going first for rating wise?
That would be Tyler.
All right. What do you got?
All right. I'll set the bar. For the most part, I enjoyed this. It's similar to the last film, maybe a little bit of a step down, but for the most part, I thought this was still pretty solid. I'll go to 6.
Yeah, Moodz.
Yeah, I know it sounds so fucking ridiculous, but I'm at an 8. I think it's really fun. There's so much nonsensical stuff in here, like I said, like with the amulet, but I love this kind of mismatch of like demons and zombies and stuff, and like the voodoo priest, and like there's so many aspects of this movie. The location's cool, music's good, it's got a pretty decent body count. There's some good gore. There's some good stuff going on here, man. It's fucking fun, man. It's fun. I swear to God. So I watched the Severin Blu-ray because I hadn't watched in a while, and I do own the 88 Italian Collection one too. I swear the 88 Blu-ray looks better. It might be the same transfer. I might just be remembering this incorrectly, but I swear the 88 one looked way better than this Severin one. So I just got to throw it out there.
This one looks pretty good.
Yeah. But I'm watching them going, man, this shit looks really muddy. But then again, it is a Progresso film. So, they never really looked the greatest. But anyways, yeah, I think it's fun as hell. I mean, I give it a lot of props for that original song that doesn't make any sense. Just like the movie. It fits the movie perfectly because it doesn't make any fucking sense. So
true that. Yeah, for me, don't like it quite as much as Zombie 3. But I'm still going to give it a 6.5 out of 10.
You know what's actually really piss poor in
this is only also the second time I've seen this one, whereas the Zombie 3 I've seen like 5 times. So I might need a couple more watches on this one.
But you know what's actually really funny, because Progresso tries to like duplicate the Fulci zombie rising scene out of the grave.
Oh yeah, we talked about that briefly when we were talking about Zombie.
Dude, this one, it just feels rushed to the point where it's like, it's really bad. It's bad, but it makes me laugh because I'm like, it's Progresso. I'm always forgiving it for Progresso for some reason, man. I fucking love Monster Dog, dude. I love Monster Dog, so whatever. But it is what it is. It's still fun as hell.
Yeah, Monster Dog's wild.
I hope that doesn't persuade you not to watch a movie. It's fun as fuck. If you like the other ones, check out After Death, Zombie 4 from 1989.
22 shots.
All right, so getting into Zombie 5 Killing Birds from 1988. That's right.
Also known as Raptors, I think I saw it titled as.
Fucking hate that alternate title. It makes no goddamn sense.
None of these fucking titles make anything.
This one's the worst one, though. This one is the word. Life After Death, actually, like the subtitle for Zombie 4 actually kind of makes sense because it's, kind of voodoo based and all that type of shit. But like the alternate title of Raptor in this is so misleading, just like Killing Birds is. It really is.
I know. I was wanting more of a Killing Bird movie.
Because this movie has nothing to do with killing birds. It really doesn't.
The one bird that attacks doesn't even kill.
No, it's just okay. So, anyways, again, we talked about that, like this movie being released in 1988, which is actually after the last one, or I mean before the last one. So it makes no fucking sense. But we already talked about that. Synopsis on the movie. A group of college students go into the woods to study birds. Of course they do. They encounter a strange blind man who is connected to the killer zombies that prowl a dilapidated house deep in the forest. So this is kind of cool because this movie takes place in Louisiana. And they actually use the house from The Beyond in this movie. Pretty fucking cool. So that's a plus for this movie. Is there any more pluses? No. I mean, it has Robert Vaughn in the movie. So I'm gonna talk directly to Dave Z. So he told me that he told all of us. He said he's dismissed this movie forever and not watched it because it was called Zombie, Killing Birds, and he didn't want anything to do with that. This movie doesn't have any killing birds in it. It is technically a zombie film, but it's weird. It's like a supernatural zombie film. Basically, the bird element comes into play here. Robert Vaughn's character. So this movie starts out with essentially not knowing what it wants to be. Let's just put it that way. So this movie starts out and it feels like a fucking slasher movie.
That's a polite way to put it.
It feels like a fucking bona fide slasher film. So we have a dude that's in military and it's shot from the waist down. You get to see the knife. He shows up at his house where he finds his wife basically in bed with another dude. So he ultimately kills them and then kills a couple other people. And then we get to see
his son go.
Yeah, we ultimately see him being arrested and he lets his son be adopted or whatever go because he's going to jail or whatever you think it is. Anyways, it jumps forward like obviously about 20 years later or something like that. I don't know.
Same thing as the last one.
About 20 years, about same thing, very similar narratives. So we got this group of college students who are writing a thesis on, birds and stuff like that. They're investigating birds and stuff. Anyways, it leads them out to this way. Anyways, they know about the Robert Vaughn character and they feel like this guy can help them, help them with the research and stuff like that. And so, but right away, like Robert Vaughn is the guy from the beginning of the film that killed his wife and, her lover and all these people and stuff like that. And what I left out of that beginning part is that before he gets arrested, he gets his eyes plucked out by these birds because he was like a study of birds and stuff like that. Why? So because he was doing some bad, evil shit, I guess. I don't know. But the weird part about the narrative is that it jumps 20 years later. I'm assuming he spent some time in jail. I have no idea. But he's back at his old, not at the place he did the killings, but he's at another place that's close by. And of course he's blinded and stuff, but he's free. He's a free man. So if he didn't get charged with the 4 murders, I have no idea what the fuck's up with that in the narrative. Mm-hmm. It's so random. He's there, but he's legendary in the bird game, I guess, like that. So they go to talk to him. And anyways, it leads them out into, they got to go into the swamp and they go to this place where the actual killings happened. And then that's where our carnage happens after an hour. So
after an hour.
So this is one of those weird ass movies where just like Part 4, it doesn't really know what it wants to be. It starts out being a slasher film. 100%. We get one scene with birds. And then once these students end up at this place in the swamp area, it becomes so fucking weird. It's a supernatural zombie film that literally makes no sense by the minute. Nothing that's happening in this film makes any sense. It's you have to disconnect yourself from everything and just play off the whole nightmare aspect of this, because again, nothing makes sense. Can anybody explain anything that's happening in this movie? No, you can't, because there's nothing that can be explained in this movie. It's fucking weird. It's weird. It's easy to follow. It's not like one of those movies where like you can't follow everything. You're just like, okay. It brings a smile to your face because nothing makes sense. This is one of those movies where it's like kind of bad. It's bad in terms of like, it has a good opening, and then we get all this character stuff with these characters basically for an hour. And then the third act, which is like the last about 40 minutes of the film, it starts to turn into something. We get some supernatural zombie shit. We get some ridiculous, dream sequences and all this nonsensical shit that's happening and stuff. There's potential to have like a really big body count. I mean, there is kills. They're not overly the greatest and stuff, but it's like, I feel like this movie could be so much damn better. It really could be so much fucking better. It drives me nuts. Every time I watch this, I want to like it more than I actually do. And with that said, like, I don't dislike this movie, but I feel like there's a better movie in here. It's frustrating to me. It's frustrating. I don't know. What about you? Like, you guys had never seen this one before. So what are your guys' thoughts on this one? That's just kind of my short and long of it.
Tyler. Did he fall asleep?
Did we lose him?
I'm not muted. I was muted.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. For the most part, I felt like the atmosphere is pretty good. That's it. Like, again, like the standout for me, and like the music was also like really good. And like I knew this movie had much a worse reputation than the other ones, so I kind of expected it to be like a little bit like hokier. One thing that was funny going into, like you said, there's like no birds. I was like, I wonder if it means like killing birds, like they're birds that kill, or they're gonna kill some birds. And turns out the answer was neither. But yeah, like it's I don't think it's good, but it's not really like the worst for what it is. I felt like this movie like really it didn't have a lot going on a lot of the time. This movie kind of like didn't progress very quickly. And we could have gotten a lot more violence than what we did. And if they would have kind of just like chalked up the violence like they did like in the previous two films, you would have had something on your hands that, might have been better. Because it did like maybe did have a more interesting like story than the other ones, but like kind of like how we've discussed the stories that really like important in these. But yeah, this one, it didn't really like have enough going on for me to like stay interested in it. But it still does kind of have those like those cool like Italian cornerstones of like that like good music, that good atmosphere, like those nice visuals. You got like some of that lighting, that spooky fog. It's not the worst thing you'll ever see, but it's not great.
Yeah, I'm kind of right there with you. I think that for the most part, I think that it has like a moodiness to it. But
yeah, I like the moodiness.
It was just so damn boring for like the first, like it was a slog, especially coming off.
Nothing happens.
Coming off of all four of the other films, you have Dawn of the Dead, which is amazing,
excellent.
And then you have fucking Zombie and Zombie 3 and 4, and they're just so fast paced and like so much is happening in those movies that it's just so different going into this movie that just comes to a screeching halt. It's very, very slow.
Dude, this thing is fucking sluggish, dude. Like, man, every time I watch this fucking movie, man, I just want to like it more than it is. And I like it for its absurdity in narrative where, we're expecting to be watching a zombie film. Do you guys ever notice the weirdest thing about this film where when they first get out to like, where the killings happen out to that property, they discover a van that has a fucking zombie in it, or I mean a dead person in it.
Yeah.
That plays nothing into the narrative whatsoever. They just happen to find this body that's like dead in this truck, and that's not the zombie that is attacking them. And that's the other fucking weird part about this movie is like, so if you go back to, you know, the opening sequence in the film where our doctor basically kills, you know, 4 people, we only have one fucking zombie in this movie. So there's only one that gets like one that's reliving and doing all this carnage. What's up with that?
That's all they could afford.
Because in the narrative, they talk about how none of the 4 bodies were ever discovered. So what the fuck happened to the other? Why do we not have 4 zombies? We only have 1 zombie. Is that not weird?
Could afford.
It's so fucking weird. So we get 1 zombie. But the thing that bugs me about this movie, like, is just the simple fact that, like, it's beyond nonsensical because we get these people at this place and all the supernatural stuff starts happening. People start having these weird dreams. Doors are slamming them. Something like, how does that play into zombies? Like, there's no mention of anything being potentially supernatural. We're just getting supernatural occurrences, and it plays out like that. It's so
the only thing that's like, I guess it starts supernatural with the birds if you want to go that route.
But it's not really supernatural with the birds. I mean, the birds are real. What's happening is totally like just it's so supernatural. Like nothing makes sense because what's the correlation between the murders and why even do we even have 1 zombie? Like there's no even reason why we even have 1 zombie, let alone the supernatural, you know, events that are happening too. It's this movie narrative wise is a fucking mess. It's a fucking mess. I love the beginning of this movie. I love the last 40 minutes. I think it's really fun. There's some really stupid fucking things with the characters. Like I love the dude where he's like, I got to go back to my laptop. And he runs back in the fucking place and gets his fucking laptop. It's fucking amazing, dude. It's so good. And that's like one of those.
Get his laptop.
It's one of those. He's like, you just don't understand. And I'm like, no, I don't, dude. You're gonna go back in there and die for your laptop that probably weighed 4,000 pounds and you probably can't even carry out. It's 1989. It's like fucking ridiculous. But I know I probably sound like I'm like totally shitting on this movie, but like I think it's fun, man. It has ridiculous atmosphere in like the last 40. Like there's so much going on with atmosphere wise. Mm-hmm. I like all this shit, man. Like, you know, getting to see the Beyond house where Robert Vaughn's character lives and stuff. That's pretty cool. The house that they shot in, like out in the swamp area, is pretty cool. I like the whole the scene where the dude gets gnarled up on from the generator is fucking pretty awesome. There's some decent kills. There's some really weird moments, like where the one girl dies in the house and then she's all of a sudden outside by the steps and they walk by her like 16 times before somebody finally notices that she's laying right by the steps. Like, what the fuck is that about? Like, am I the only one noticing this weird shit? Come on. I guess I've seen this movie many times.
Enough.
But
it's just like there's just so much like dumb bizarre stuff in these movies that it's like you almost get fatigued to it and you're just like, yeah, same shit, different movie.
Yeah, I mean it's like the nonsensical shit, like the dude that's walking outside and all of a sudden he catches fire. Like what? Like
just
where is these supernatural occurrences even coming from? Like it literally makes no fucking sense, man. It like I can justify movies in nightmare logic, but this one, it actually has nightmare logic to it. There's literally nightmare logic. Like there's a scene where dude all of a sudden goes into this weird time continuum where he sees like the past and like everything is all weirdly happening and shit. Like I actually really like this scene, but if you actually think about it, it's almost retarded, for lack of a better word. It's like stupid. So because it literally makes no sense. Like there's nothing that's happening in this movie that even remotely resembles a cohesive narrative, which is fine. It's fine. I get that shit, but It's funny when you watch it because it's described and you're like, oh, what the fuck? But I'm still going to recommend it. I don't think this movie's great by any means, but I'm still going to recommend the movie to watch because it's so ridiculously odd that I feel like you need to see some of the shit. But like, I mean, the girl getting her face beat, I think she's the first one to die, I think, in the film. Because the body count is weird. There's like kills in the beginning and then it takes an hour for like someone else to die. It takes like an hour for someone else to die. But she's like that zombie when he grabs her head and just fucking starts slamming on. Oh man, I was like, oh dude, that's kind of nasty. But yeah, I mean, this one, it bookends itself quite pleasantly because it starts out as a slasher film, which makes complete sense. And it gets into this complete absurdity. And then it ends in complete nonsense. We just all of a sudden get bird attacks. What?
There they are.
Nothing makes sense, but it's off screen. You get to see the birds floating around, but like it's not even on fucking screen. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
I would have honestly liked a little more killing birds in this movie. I think that would have been fun.
I think actually, if you're going to promote a film as Killing Birds, yeah, for sure. But like, I think the biggest problem with this film, it just doesn't know what it wants to be. Is it a supernatural film? Is it a slasher film? Is it a fucking zombie film? Because can you call it a zombie film?
It's an Italian supernatural film.
Can you call it a zombie film when it has one motherfucking zombie in it? Is that enough? Like,
you can if you want people to rent it in the video store.
It's weird. I just don't understand the concept of having 4 people and they specify in the narrative they didn't find the bodies, but only one person comes back for revenge or killing or whatever you want to call it. It doesn't make a lick of sense to me. With all this bitching and complaining, I still enjoy it. Am I glutton for punishment? Probably. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that. I've seen this movie so many times. It's like, it's one of those fucking movies. I'm sure we all have a list of those movies where we've seen more times than we think we probably should have watched because we always want that movie to get better. In my mind, the next time I watch Killing Birds, which is probably going to be in like 2 weeks, no, I'm just joking, it's going to be better. Call me fucking crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that'll work for me. I didn't hate the movie or anything.
That's going to be a no for me, dog.
Are you one and done? One and done?
I thought the atmosphere was good and stuff, and it was just like kind of a weird movie. Reminded me of just like how sometimes like Italian movies just do some crazy shit that don't make sense.
Yeah.
This one literally has everything not making sense. So that's the funny thing about it. And the music actually is funny because it's one noted. It's like a one note because like the score that plays in this movie is literally playing throughout the whole movie. It's besides there might be one other piece, but like it plays the same tune throughout the whole movie. So it even feels to me way more low budget than even like Life After Death, which had different stuff, although, you know, and of course Zombie 3, you can't even compare it to those because they got full blown scores and stuff like that. But this one just has like a one note to it. It's weird, but it's catchy though. And it's funny too, because this movie came out in 1988 and it feels so 90s.
It does. It does feel 90s.
Doesn't it? It's weird. It doesn't feel like an 80s. It feels like 1990, like exactly 1990. It's weird. And this one came out a month after Zombie 3, which is fucking bizarre to me, man. It's so weird.
Yeah, because that one feels like way 80s.
Way 80s. It totally feels 80s. Yeah. It's strange. I couldn't recommend these movies enough, though, really. Like, I mean, if you're going to watch the Zombie franchise, just do it in like sequence, man. Just
I think you should throw in George Romero's fucking Italian or Argento's Italian cut, too. This is interesting. I doubt many people have done it that way outside of Italy.
Only we're crazy enough to do this shit, man. This one.
Yeah. So I think that is like a really fun way to watch all these movies.
Yeah. I 100% agree. And like, you are going to see a digression in, you know, quality completely, but you're starting off very, very strong. I mean, Argento cut, Zombie 3. Like these are great. Like, I mean, your opinion is probably going to vary on 4 and 5 for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I know Parker hates part 5. I know that he hates it. I don't know if he actually
talking about that.
I don't know if he like hates it or he just thinks it's like terrible. I don't know. I have no idea, but I'm sure it's one of those films they can actually watch. But like he's right though. Like he's nonsensical, but it's completely that.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to wrap the review up into one word, nonsensical is exactly how I would define that movie. And, I mean, it applies to a lot of Italian films, but some of those other films have other parts in the narratives that are like, make sense. This one doesn't make sense at all. It's hilarious. This would actually be even better if the middle of the movie had some shit going on, right? Because nothing is happening really. It's just
that's what our complaint was when you were away. That it's just like it's this movie, like it kind of like starts out like promising, and then just nothing happens for a while.
There's a 10-minute sequence of going, Jennifer,
mm-hmm.
Jennifer, and how fucking annoying that is right now. That's 10 minutes. Jennifer, Jennifer, and then she's fucking dead outside, and they walk by her like 4 times. It's crazy, and they even showed them walking by her. It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
Dun, dun.
Jennifer. This movie should have been called Jennifer. Oh, they already have one of those. It was a Carrie ripoff, right? Yeah, 1970.
Yeah, and then there was a Succubus one too.
I don't mind. I think that's a 78 Jennifer. I don't mind that movie. It's okay. It's not bad. But we're not talking about Carrie ripoffs. That's another show that we should do.
Yeah, that would be fun. There's some interesting ones.
Yeah, there's an abundance of Carrie ripoffs.
Even Stephen King has his own Carrie ripoff.
Firestarter.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much a Carrie ripoff.
It pretty much is. Yeah, I never even thought of that actually.
Do Carrie. You know what it was everybody kept telling Stephen King to do Stephen King's Carrie. It was like, all right, man.
It's fucking amazing.
That's an old joke for insider for the long-time listeners.
Oh my god, do Stephen King's Carrie. Oh my god. So good.
That person never said anything. Like every once in a while they'd pop up and say, do Stephen King's Carrie. And then I'd get an email that would say, can you guys do Stephen King's Carrie? And then we finally fucking do Stephen King's Carrie.
And then silence.
Nothing. And not only did we do Stephen King's Carrie, but we did Stephen King's Carrie again, and Stephen King's Carrie Rage 2, and Stephen King's Carrie again.
Yeah, we definitely did the whole franchise for sure.
Yeah.
Should have done it again.
I think there's a new one coming out actually.
Oh, what are they doing now? Is it like a fucking spin-off or like what is it?
It's a new thing.
Are they just they're just adapting
another adaptation.
We don't need to no, I'd rather just see a sequel, man, because just do something different. I don't want to see the same shit again.
Just make another movie. Enough is enough.
Or is it a mini series?
I've been hearing
that's even worse.
I heard there was another mini series coming out for something too, just recently, like today. Oh, I have no interest in these series.
Yeah,
mini series. I mean, if it's gonna be like a 2-part, like back in the day when they did like the Salem's Lot and Stephen King's It and stuff like that, that's different. But like for TV series, I'm done. Nope. Not doing it.
I can't remember. Maybe I know I heard something about that, but
yeah,
I can't remember enough info.
I mean,
I think the only way that I would be like okay with them doing another Carrie is if they actually tried to make it like a little more like the novel and like the way they describe Carrie in the novel.
Yeah.
Yeah, like didn't she get all incestuous with her mom?
Well,
she was like she was homely.
I'm just joking. She definitely did get incestuous with her mom. I was making a joke for JP because that would be a pretty awesome movie, right? Carrie got incestuous with her mom, but like it went bad.
I feel like that would be a little too uncomfortable for even me.
Yeah, I mean, that's what really kind of set off the whole Carrie thing was it just didn't work out sexually. Jesus Christ. Okay, Zombie 5. Stop it. Stop it. That's just gross. But is it my go?
It is.
I went I went first last time, so yeah.
All right, so I got a 6.5 on this one. I respect the film for being completely batshit nonsensical garbage, but I still I get in. You know, if I can get into the third act without feeling like I want to kill myself, it's fine. It's fun. Like honestly, dude, this movie it leaves you kind of satisfied. You're like, okay, it's just like so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous, but. This is like the greatest example of an Italian film where nightmare logic is the only logic that you can understand because nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense. And the fact that Robert Vaughn is actually like the star of this film is insane to me. Like his career must have been spiraling to the point where he's like, I need to do Zombie 5, Killing Birds,
Raptors.
Like, I need a paycheck.
Like, I mean, so I've always wondered, I've never looked into it before, but Joe D'Amato has a directing credit on this. And I'm sure someone will probably like, what did he do in this film? Because he's the second director. Like, I don't know what the fuck he did. I've always been kind of curious on that. Maybe Parker knows. I don't know.
He showed up.
D'Amato. He's like, oh, I was filming a Manuel film over here. I'm going to take a credit on this one.
He popped in to say what's up.
I think it's me now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, for me, this is a big old average. 5 out of 10.
It literally says in the fucking here we go. In the trivia, it says it was the house used in Beyond. Nice. So I wasn't wrong. But okay. Cool. Tyler, what do you got?
Slightly below average. 4.5.
4.5 for Tyler.
You guys are fucking.
Hey, I don't know, man. It's very rare that we another watch.
It's very rare that we can get through a franchise where there isn't one film or multiple films under a 5. There's always the bottom feeders. I'm high. I definitely know that my ratings, like people are like 6.5. What the fuck? This movie? Yeah, it does suck, but I like it still. I've seen it so many times. Like I fuck with it, man. I don't know. It's not like a late night fucking, film. I'm like, oh, it's like 1:30. I was like, what do I want to watch? I'm Zombie 5 Killing Birds. That's what I'm putting on right now.
Kill some birds, baby.
Not gonna fucking happen anytime soon, so it's not a go-to film, but it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun.
Just a little update on, I did find the article. Variety reported back in October, just a month ago, that Carrie TV series in the works for Amazon with Mike Flanagan attached.
And it's probably one of those Amazon series where you got to pay extra, even though you have a Prime account. You got to pay another $14.99 to get Carrie.
That doesn't exist in the US.
I'm just joking.
I was like, I was gonna say.
When it comes to like Prime account, like Prime Video, my God, yeah. I swear 80% of the stuff I have to like pay to rent. It's fucking stupid, man.
But so Mike Flanagan attached. I mean, that's promising right away.
But at the end of the day, it's still a Carrie.
Yeah, I don't think we need another Carrie, but if there's anybody that could do it a little different, I think it's him.
True. I mean, if you're going to do something that's been done to death, you need to do something right outside the box.
Mm-hmm.
Carrie's box. Outside Carrie's box.
Shut the fuck up. So yeah, that is the Zombie franchise.
That's my fucking line. Shut up. So that is the Zombie franchise. I'm just joking. I'm just fucking.
You gotta say, I hope we did it justice.
Episode 273, man. That's week 3 of the 10th annual Italian Horror Month. And yeah, I mean, if you guys have never seen the films, man, definitely check out all the movies, including, of course, like JP said, the Argento cut of Dawn of the Dead, which I feel like is probably the most underseen cut of the movie, 100%.
Yeah, for sure.
It's definitely worth your time, especially if you're a big fan. It's kind of cool to watch the movie and see what the differences are. I was like, I don't think I've ever done that before, where I watched the theatrical and then the extended cut back to back, where I wouldn't say back to back, it was in consecutive days, but I watched, the extended cut because I know that's how Argento cut his film from, and then watched it the next day. But like, it was awesome. It was super satisfying. It was very engaging. And I was like, wow, it's really interesting to watch it with a note. So if you're a fan, check it out. But the whole franchise, fun stuff. Tyler, you got any last words? Like he's going to the chamber right now. He's like, you got any last words, man? You got any last words there, Horace Pinker?
I mean, like I said, like I thought I was gonna not like these, and they pleasantly surprised me.
I mean, to be honest, man, I cannot fucking believe how high, like not high, but like how much you actually enjoyed these, man. Like, I thought for sure, like after Zombie 3 would be like a 5, 4 would be like a 4, Zombie 5 would be like a 3. I mean, even if those were your ratings,
like the cool stuff, right?
Dude, this is like that weird Italian period, man, late 80s, where I love the late 80s, man. Like, as much as I love classic Italian cinema, man, that period before Italian cinema like totally folded, there was a lot of fun fucking movies made, man, and we're watching these shits all the time. In fact, we're going to be watching 3 Giallos for Sin Bin from that era, which is crazy that there was 3 Giallos from like the late 80s, man. It's crazy. So I'm pretty excited about that. So, but all right, are we out of here?
Yep.
That's it. You got nothing else?
Next week will be top 10 Italian horror films that we have reviewed on the podcast minus Argento. That's what
I cannot wait till the fucking comments roll in. Like, where is this one? Why isn't Sallow on Tyler's list? Because people don't listen.
Wait,
we reviewed it.
Does that count?
No, because we never reviewed Sallow.
No, it doesn't.
What do you call talking about it for like 30 minutes?
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess essentially, but as of director's spotlights or Italian Horror Month reviews, that was never included.
Yeah, right. Obviously.
So what was the other one, Tyler? There was another film that you had said that.
So like when we knocked out the Argentos, I was like, okay, what's like pretty much a lock? And that was against one movie that came up as like a strong contender was The Red Queen Kills 7 Times.
Right.
And that's like always a movie I've like watched like amongst these. And then I realized like, oh, they never reviewed this one.
Did we never review that?
No, because the director, I don't think has 3 horror films.
He has like that. He did Evelyn, the night Evelyn came out of the grave, which is like fine. And I don't think he has another Italian movie or horror movie.
No, Eric built that box set, and that was like his films. And like, so
both I had those movies are good.
So I had this weird moment the other day too. So I was grabbing films to like do my rewatches for the top 10 and stuff. And I realized that I had literally actually even grabbed it, but I might still just rewatch it just for the fuck of it. It's Italian Horror Month. But Zombie Holocaust, we never reviewed because the director has only done like 2 horror films. It's fucking weird. I was totally taken back by that. I'm like, we didn't do that. I'm like, holy shit, I thought we did. Because I thought like Tyler, like I looked on the list. I'm like, it's not here. I'm like, I swear to God we did it. And I'm like, oh my God, we didn't. Crazy. It like literally has one of the best dummy deaths of all time. Of all time. In which actually that's, and no going back to Dawn of the Dead. So I learned something tonight. I was reading through the trivia and it said that, all the dummy death or all the dummies that are used in Dawn of the Dead was literally the same dummy used over and over again. That made me, because there's a lot of dummies. There's a lot, like there's trucks rolling over the dummies. I'm like, that thing must have been dirty as fuck, man. Hilarious. But I always forget that like Dawn of the Dead has a lot of dummy shit in it. It's pretty fun. It's definitely fun. So you guys know me with dummy deaths and dummy anything. It's my favorite thing in cinema. If you incorporated dummy anything, I'm just like, oh my god, it's so funny to me. I love it. It's the best. But anyways, guys, I'm pretty sure that went on pretty long.
Yeah,
that was pretty long for the zombie. I mean, we talked about Dawn of the Dead for longer than I thought we would because we've already covered a bit in zombie. But but again, check out Zombie 3, 4, and 5 if you guys have not. I'm assuming most people listening to this have listened to or checked out Dawn of the Dead. Maybe not the Argento, Zombie. But anyways, guys, we'll be back with the top 10 next week, and it's just solo, man. Right? It's just us. It's gonna be weird to do a top 10 show without a guest. It's strange.
I was surprised that
nobody.
I was surprised that that Dave like had said that like he'd have to like research to find 10 that he thought were worthy. That was like what?
Well, after he said Argento. I mean, with that the amount of films that we covered, I think it's pretty easy to do. But we'll see. I'm actually really curious to see how it breaks down. I still think that we should have done it in like 2 different lists or whatever, like a straight up like horror list and a Giallo list. That would have been fun to do, but it's a lot of prep. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to do that.
No, it's we already do enough prep as it is, man. People just don't get it. We're prepping for as right now 5 shows right now.
What's the over under odds on the fact that Moodz will end up putting something on his list that we didn't review? Is that possible?
No. What? How the fuck? Why would I fuck that up?
It just seems like something you'd fuck up, like how you recommended all these movies on the
like the Vincent show
that were no longer available.
Well, that's easier to fuck up because I still thought that what's the gay label? I thought they were still going. Altered Innocence or whatever it was, or shit. I thought they were still going. Like I thought it was still on the website. It is what it's an honest mistake.
You picked a bunch of just like out of print stuff too.
But again, when I own things, I don't think about it in terms of being in and out of print. It's just I own it. It's weird. I just don't think about. I need to be more conscious about maybe what I'm talking about because I've done that in the past too. Where I'm like, oh, check out this film, and I'm like, oh, this thing's going for $380. I'm like, I'm an asshole, like a complete fucking asshole.
Yeah.
So, no, right. I went through the list. I everything on my top 25 list is on our list of 114 films that we've reviewed. That's actually not including the Argento cut. That's not even list. So technically, if you want to put that on there, 150, it's not an Italian film or whatever, but yeah, there was 114 films to go through minus the Argento film. So I don't even know what the math is on that, but there's a lot. But I kind of already did it though. Zombie.
What the hell?
I should probably double check, but I'm pretty sure I'm all good. I don't even decide on my list yet. I think my last spot's still open.
I haven't even started looking at mine.
I've actually started rewatching films. I already have my top 10 list completely made. I already know what my top 10 is. It's not changing. But I'm going to rewatch some of the ones.
I think I have a top 9 for sure. I think I have a top 9 for sure.
I had 9 films right away, and I'm like, what do I put in this fucking spot, man? I'm like, oh my God. Dude, this is ridiculous. I've already cut off, like Parker said, like I have 5 or 6 films that should be in there, like without the Argentos. But there's 10 spots. All right, guys, we're out of here. We're blabbling. Episode 273. Check you guys next week. 274 top 10 Italian horror films that we reviewed in the last 10 years. Don't get it twisted.
Last Italian Horror Month episode this year.
Yeah, week 4.
This one fucking went by quick.
It always does, man. It's always such a fun
I feel like
month.
this was like the quickest for me.
Yeah. It's a fun.
It did different.
This whole year just went by like so quick.
This was like the funnest prep that we've had.
Yeah,
I think it was. It's super.
That's
fun
what I said. I wanted to do something like bigger and like different for year 10. So I think it worked out.
Right. Yeah, I think I think so too.
Prepping Christmas movies.
Yeah, Christmas movies. We got a top 10 show coming out with that as well. And then of course 2024 is coming up quick too.
Right around the corner, yeah.
I'm gonna do the show.
I'm gonna do a prelude to that too. Like I'm gonna show off my entire Christmas horror film collection, which I've never actually done before. Which is around possibly 100 movies, I think, something like that.
God
so, and I'm going to do that video, and then I'm going to be like, "Hey, check out the podcast for the top 10." So,
we may have a guest on that. We're not 100% sure yet.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. I know what you said. Not confirmed.
Not confirmed yet, but possibly.
I thought you said they were confirmed.
I didn't fully. I'll explain off air.
Whatever. Lacey always flakes out on stuff anyway. So, all right, man, we're out of here. Check you guys next week for the top 10. It's gonna be it's gonna be fun, man.
Yep.
Deuces.
Peace. So the reason that I said that she might want to do it is because she's actually doing like a 25 days of Christmas on her YouTube channel. Just like not even like just coincidentally. Because I don't think I ever told her that we were doing a top 10 Christmas show thing. And I was like, well, shoot, you'll probably be, she's pre-recording a lot of them. So if she does stick with that, then she would have watched like 20-ish 25 movies right there, freshly.
Yeah.
So it would make sense if she joined us. But I'm not sure. She's not 100% sure if she's going to go through and do the thing. She started it, but she's just pre-recording and if she gets enough done, she's going to do them, but I don't know. Anyway, I'm hungry as shit. So I will talk to you guys later. Good show.
All right, guys.
See you. Yeah, I gotta sleep.
Deuces. I gotta go pick it tomorrow.
That's all, folks.